Welcome to another exciting, explosive issue of the Colonization Radio Show. Welcome. How you doing? Aquaba, Afidi Babudie, Jambo, Assalamu alaikum, and all that good stuff. I greet you as your brother, your friend, your father in the Colon Nation. I'm the college genesis, aka the culture critic, aka the geopolitical pundit, aka professor and doctor of Negroology, aka the ringmaster, because I live in a circus of deadly clowns, and I wear many other hats. But you call me many things, just don't call me late to dinner, you know. But we're going to have an explosive show tonight. When you have topics like, do I sometimes regret joining the Pan-African Black Liberation Movement? Now, you know it's going down tonight. You know it's going to get heated tonight. So stop what you're doing. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend. Tell an enemy. Tell somebody. And the Colin Nation is on. And I got in the chat room. It was like Elvis. Hello, Elvis. Thanks for joining me. I appreciate everybody tuning in, no matter who you are and everything. I appreciate everybody taking the time out of their busy night and tune into the show, because you're not going to get any. This is like, you have to admit, this is the most entertaining show on YouTube. Nobody comes close to this, So we are going to basically rock tonight, man. This is a question everybody's been on people's mind. People are like, I wonder if color resent or regret, or sometimes have regrets about joining this movement, right? We're going to talk about that tonight, right? Bus, I thought about this because I saw Busta Rhymes. He has a song that came out in, like, what year was that? 99, I think it's called "Don't Do Nothing You Live to Regret." It was on the soundtrack of what's that movie with Vivica Fox and Queen Latifah? What's that? I forgot the name of the movie. There was Robin Banks, whatever, like that. I forgot the name of that movie. I forgot the name. Just that quick. What's that? Okay, let me look it up. I can't stand when I do this. Something comes to my mind. I was sitting there all night. I can't try to think of this movie. Everything like that. Let's see. Queen Latifah. Let's see. Jada Pinkett. Queen Latifah movie. Set It Off. That's what it was. Set It Off. That's what it was. I put it up. Set It Off. I remember I saw that in the movie theaters, right? That movie, they put that movie out right around the time, at the exact same time the movie Spike Lee put out, Get on the Bus. And everybody went to go see Set It Off. Then they did Get on. Spike Lee was mad, boy. He said that movie sabotaged Get on the Bus, That's why I knew back then there was a war going on for the battles in the minds of Black people, right? That movie was really negative and stuff like that. But that's where a lot of Black people's mind was, the thug life, the criminal life. It was a conscious movement versus the thug life that I got caught up in. I went down the conscious road, Pan-African, Black liberation movement, right? A lot of my friends went down the thug life. They went to the streets, they were selling drugs. They were doing all this kind of crazy shit, I chose to do this, go down this road. And let me tell you tonight, this movement has cost me a lot. I think about all the things I could have done with my life, all the things plans I had, the people I had, the connections I had. I threw it all away for some idea that I was brainwashed with, some Pan-Africanism, Black liberation, Black nation, stuff like that. It's so far in, I can't stop now. I got to finish what I'm doing. But I really do sometimes resent and regret doing this, right? I think about my life I could have been, right? I could have been married by now, but bottom line, I could not find women that was down with this, because the women that I was around, they weren't down for this life. They thought this life was corny. So I had to hide who I was. I had to hide what I really believed, what I really felt, and then when they found out I was like this, oh man, you one of those type of brothers, man. You weird, you weird. You one of them angry black men and whatnot, So I was never happy, I was thinking maybe if I didn't do this movement, I could have had the girl I wanted. I could have had the job I wanted. I could have had the social friends I wanted. I could have had a lot. I could have been successful in business. I had friggin' when I was a young man in my late 20s, I had older white men that said, "Man, you're a smart kid, man. We want to invest in you. We want to build business." Because I had when I was 28, I owned two businesses. I had a car wash and I had a restaurant inside of a nightclub. I was leased out a I was leasing a restaurant inside of a nightclub. Okay, yeah, make fun of okay, yeah, that's real important. Not what I'm saying, but just what my one of my impediments. I say a lot, so yeah, but that's what gets you off, Lola Brown. That's what's important to you. Go right ahead. You have your laugh at my expense. Okay, go ahead, Ed. Like I said, this is what I said. I really resent this movement. Sometimes I resent the people that I come in contact with. I really do sometimes hate you all. I really do. I don't know why I do this. Like I said, I give it another month. I'm quitting this shit forever. So enjoy it now. Have your laugh. Enjoy it now, because I am moving the fuck on. I think I've given enough life to this thing. I think I've done all, but I said all there is to say. I think I've said my closing arguments about what needs to be happening and still it's falling on deaf ears. Black people would rather die, rather be fools, rather be idiots and everything like that. And I don't think Black America deserves me. I'll just be honest with you. I don't think they know me. So I just got at this point in my life, I need happiness. The only thing the only thing that this movement ever got me was my beautiful wife in Liberia. That's the only thing I say was worth it was my wife that I'm with right now, who I love very much. And my connection to Liberia that I built when I would not trade that for anything in the world. That's the only thing I value right now. Everything else I don't really care about anymore. I don't. So the question is, do I sometimes regret joining the Pan-African movement? That's a really interesting question. Sometimes I feel like I did a lot and everything like that, but I don't know. It's not so much as me. I just think our Black people, whether it's Africa or in America, are just too far gone. I'm starting to feel like that. So I feel like we're just too far gone. That maybe the white man was right. Maybe the Black people are just an inferior race. Maybe we never built anything. Maybe we never accomplished anything. Maybe we just deserve to be at the bottom of human civilization. Maybe Black people are happy being at the bottom. So long as, I think Black people they don't care about being at the bottom. So long as they can look at somebody else and feel like they're superior to. So long as you look across the street and see that you got a better car than the guy across the street, you're satisfied with that. You got a little bit more money than the next man. You're satisfied. You're satisfied with what little you got. So it is what it is. U.S. first at war with Iran. Hey, that's not my business anymore. I don't care what America does. I don't care about Iran. I don't care about America. I don't care about any of this stuff like this, because the bottom line is this: everything. Like I said, everything I believed in is down to. So if I can't have what I want, I don't give a damn about nothing else. United States want to be at war, it could be at war. I'm just sitting back with my popcorn watching the whole spectrum. I'm not hurt by it. I could care less. So it is what it is. No, I'm sorry. I'm sick of talking about we're the most accomplished thing. Now, if you believe in mediocrity and second class, you believe you're inferior, yeah, you think Black America arrived. Oh, yeah, we accomplished this like that. But when you look at us compared to other races of people, I'm saying to myself, no, we're not there yet. We're not there. Another race of people rules over us. And the bottom line, it seems obviously that Black people are cool with that. They're cool with being somebody's child, somebody's slave, somebody's thing. If the United States pulls up the draft, whatnot, your Black ass got to go, whether you want to or not. We had nothing to do with this war. We have nothing to do with Iran, but there's a real possibility that some of our young men might be going to war and dying if it's necessary. Trust me. So it is what it is, man. So what can we do? We're stuck in a country This is what we wanted, right? This is what we wanted. We want to be American so bad. And why am I wasting my time with this Pan-African stuff? It was what black people want, man. Let me just go ahead and live my life and just basically forget about black world, because black people don't want to be liberated. I came to that conclusion. Black people don't want to. I'm just kidding myself. Black people don't want to be liberated. So all these black Pan-African groups, black nationalist groups, and like that, man, just go home. Just forget about it. These Negroes want to listen to Sexy Red. They won't listen to all these rappers and everything like that. They don't want to care about us. So it is what it is. So it is what it is. What can we do? But yeah, so we had a good show last night. I think that was really good, interesting show. Last couple of shows have been really good, really good content and everything. I appreciate the content. Yeah, where have we built independent? We haven't built shit in the last 60 years, Everything is just by luck and whatever like that, So no, I'm not saying I said, look, there's nothing wrong with Pan-Africanism. It's not even that. I could even see if black people said, okay, we're not even freaking pro-American. We're not Pan-Africanists, and we're not fucking we're nothing. So there's nothing left. Pan-African was the last hope. Because black people made it in their mind. They don't want to be part of America. They don't want to be part of this country. They don't want to be patriotic. They don't want to be all this stuff like this and whatnot. So America said, why don't you assimilate, forget slavery and stuff like that. So as long as basically black people want to be foolish and whatnot, you know what really works for righteous, right? Is a stupid Sexy Red, right? Talking about lipstick, talking about booty hole brown lipstick and gonorrhea red and stuff like that. That's the mindset of black America. That's the mindset. Nobody said you can't have a serious conversation about black people. So Pan-African is the most serious thing you could talk about. So black people, it ain't so you think you have some victory. No, it just shows you that black people have no interest in surviving. They want to all be like you. As long as you get your little welfare check, when your Social Security, whatever you want, SSI and whatnot, you're good. You ain't gonna advance. You ain't thinking about the future. We're not like other races of people. So it is what it is. Pan-African was the last hope black people had. The last hope. Black liberation was the last thing. How can you be pro something that's not pro you? Also was a pro-American. How can you be pro something that's not pro you? America's not pro-black. America's anti-black. Where have you been? Goddamn. This is what we're talking about. We're pro-American. You don't even belong. African immigrants are more are valued more than you are. Every time you look around, these people are telling you, nigga, we don't want you. America is about people, white people. America is not something you do. America is a people. That's what black people don't seem to understand. They think America is some document, some piece of paper somewhere. It's not even about the land. It's the people. The soul of the people don't want you here. You're not part of it, So it is what it is, You hope I get deported. I don't care. Deport my ass. I don't give a damn. Immigrants ain't American. That's the dumbest thing. I don't know. For Righteous is ignorant. About to get rid of her too. I'm ready to get rid of it too. You don't belong to when you moving, bro. Stay call, royalty. Okay. Get out of USA. What did I say? Something. I'll stay here in America just to cause you people problems. That's what I said. So if I'm going down, I'm taking everybody with me. I'm just gonna be that nagging pain in the ass. I'm gonna keep reminding you that you're nothing but a nigga in this country. And the bottom line is, I'm gonna stir as much trouble with white people and make your life miserable. So you guys, you've been fair warned. Oh, we're Americans when man. The bottom line is you got no rights here, And a lot of times, and that's the sad part about black people. Over the last decade, we've lost so much ground as far as civil rights, everything. They even got rid of the civil rights, the office of the Civil Rights Division in the Justice Department, which was there since Lyndon B. Johnson and whatnot. Now, basically, you can't even these white people could do whatever the hell they want to do to you and I. And you can't argue your case. You have nobody to prosecute. It used to be a Civil Rights Division was there to protect black people because we're minority groups and stuff like that. You've lost that. And everybody, oh, we're like this. You live in a country where your worst fucking enemies are ruling over you. Your worst enemies. White American is the worst thing in the friggin' God's ever created over you. You know? So all you people are like, hey, look, it is all good though. It is all good. That's what you want. That's what you want. It is what it is. You're sick people, you know? Well, you hurt because Africa don't want to accept you as a real African. No. It's like this royalty. I don't know where you're coming from. You obviously a Captain American Negro and everything. You're a Captain American Negro. Don't know what the hell he's talking about. You know, I am a real African. I don't give a damn who don't accept me. You know, I am a real African. So my thing is, I thought I was mistaken in thinking that black people want it better than being second class citizens in our country. You people are satisfied with being forever second class citizens. That's what it is. So why am I wasting my time with the Black Liberation Movement? Why fight? You know. Yeah, legislation is just temporarily. You know. Bottom line, if the masses of people, white people, are against you, you're never, no matter how many laws they pass, is never going to protect you. That's why we have black people living in the conditions they live in places like Detroit, Gary, Indiana, Baltimore, St. Louis, whatnot. And I look at the way in places like New Orleans, you got people still suffering 20 years later from Hurricane Katrina. You know, black people still live in cities where there's open sewers in America, open sewers and stuff like that because cities are decrepit and whatnot. You know, but this is okay. You know, it's what it is. You know. So the bottom line is this: royalty says, "I live good in you." That's you as an individual. I care about my people. I live good in Virginia. But the bottom line, that doesn't mean my people are doing good. I care about my people. So you're a typical individual Negro and whatnot. So long as you got yours, you know, I don't care about nobody else. You know, that's why I said this is the mentality you have in Black America. You know, white people make sure their people are taken care of. Asians make sure their people are taken care of. You know, that's what they fight for. You know, the open sewers are down in fucking New Orleans. You know, people, the damage from Hurricane Katrina, there's still pipes and everything like that was damaged during that flood. You know, I ain't say it's all over the places, but there's places like that down there where there's open sewage when the pipes leaking, not open sewage, but pipes leaking. And when the rain comes, the sewage leaks onto the streets. That's in New Orleans. You know, so it is what it is. I don't know. I have no idea what to do. Surrender. I don't know. You guys don't want a nation, you know. You guys don't want to build a nation. Do you even want to build Black African infrastructure, you know? Yeah, of course. Look, that doesn't even surprise me. I wouldn't be shocked if Trump put an Adolf Hitler picture, monument in Washington D.C. You know, who knows? You know, anymore. All I know is Negroes, man. You know, we just basically, you know, what's the term I'm looking for? You know, we got set back 100 years. You know, so it is what it is. But Negroes are just so happy to have absolutely nothing, making no progress. Everybody else could look and say, we made progress. Black people have gone backwards. You know, black people in the 80s were way much ahead politically, socially, economically, and stuff like that, you know. And now we're basically just at the bottom. We're not even politically relevant anymore. The Hispanics basically took our thunder. They don't even campaign for the black vote no more. They don't need you no more. We're completely irrelevant, you know. You know, so it is what it is. You're in denial, Lola Brown. You're in very good denial, you know. But yeah, so do I have regrets about the Pan African movement? Yeah, you know, it is what it is, man. So I said to myself, it seems like black people are just satisfied with what they have, man. There's no fighting. You think you're gonna get a reparations for these people? No, who. You ain't seeing no damn reparation. The only reparation you're gonna have is that foot up your ass, you know. It's about you gonna rise up and get some reparations, you know. You gonna rise up, man. You gonna rise up and they're gonna tell you to sit your black ass back down, you know. Yeah, okay. 3 of the pilots dropped the bomb with African. Of course, they can put black people out there. The white man always wanted us to be the face of their fucking wars and aggression. I tell Iran for a fact, if I can get the message to Iran, these niggas that did that do not speak for the black nation in America. How about that 1776 mindset? They don't speak for the fuck us. My brother owns businesses that migrants tell right now to lose their staff. Oh yeah, why'd your brother hiring migrants? Is he cheap? You too cheap to hire somebody else? You got to exploit migrants. That's the way to go. You want to open a business? Exploit migrants and whatnot. That's the future. Exploit poor migrants and whatnot. That can't go nowhere. You pay them anything. Pay them $1 a week. What are they gonna do? Right? That's justice. No, Negro, you have gone too far in this scam Africanism, the conflict, the scammer with Black American. Seal 44. Oh, okay, whatever. Whatever. What the hell ever. Whatever. Tell me what I was scamming. I would like to know. You know, you say that about the white man. Yeah, I say it about anybody. Why the hell are you exploiting fucking poor people? That ain't real business. Exploiting somebody and whatnot. Get her fucking real employees and whatnot. Pay them a salary, pay them overtime, pay them health care benefits and whatnot. Then talk to me. Don't be a bloodsucker. Tell your brother not to be a bloodsucker. You know. So when it was clear, if their people do it help their families. Oh yeah, everybody's trying to help families. Oh yeah, man. We're robbing you blind, but we're helping your family get established. Okay. But yeah, so the question is, what do I do? I'm a major broker in insurance and finance in the state of Virginia. I have one of the largest agencies in the state of Virginia. I'm MGA level. 20 years. I have agents under me. I have agencies under me. Under in my group, and when that people like with their own offices and everything like that. We have 4 branch offices. Took us 20 years to build. We started out to my sister. We started in our fucking car. It's business in our car. You know. So it is what it is. I have a good life in America, but the bottom line, this can't be it. This ain't my end game. Where's my fucking land? Where's my liberation? Where's my peace? I want to be peace. I want to be with my people. I don't want to be with white people forever. I want to die with white people. I want to die with my own people. So it is what it is. You were never a Pan African in the first place, my good brother. Yeah, okay. I was never a Pan African. Oh yeah, I've only been in Africa. How many times? I only basically built having a Pan African organization. Got people like this. So no, we don't have land. Land is when I don't have to share it with Haitians. We don't have to share it with Jamaicans. We don't have to share it with white people. Everything. If I had the land, you wouldn't be here, Ross Moise. You would be shot on sight. So you rear your head, man. We blow it off. That's when you have a land. When people like you aren't around. So we're just here stuck here in this country and whatnot because we're forced to live with you people. So it is what it is. You're like, this is your land, Colin. If this is our land, you wouldn't be here. You think we have you dusty Haitians around? Get the hell out of here. You know? Yeah, so yeah, sometimes I regret doing it. Not all the time. Sometimes I'm proud of what we was able to do, accomplish and stuff like that. I wrote the first historical novel on Liberia. I did a lot in Liberia. Took a tour group there last year, 20 people. We did a tour group, whatnot. We did good. So it was like made history. He brought the first tour group to Liberia. I made history. We're a member of because of that. Now, and the government has the Liberian Tourism Association, and a lot of our information are used. Hey, we brought a tour group there, blah blah blah. And we're encouraging the building of Liberia's tourism industry. I helped build that. So it is what it is. Yeah, hopefully I'll be in Liberia in September again. I was just there in March. I might go there in September just for 2 weeks. If I could squeeze it in my schedule. I don't know about going there during rainy season though, man. That's the only thing, man. So what I do, Brace, I would just stay in the house all day. I got a house over there. I just stay in the house watch television all day, chill. My wife cooking and whatnot. We cut up fucking pineapples, eat that. Just call up my boo, and we're sitting there chilling, for 2 weeks or whatnot. That's all I need. I don't need to go out, I don't need the club. I don't need to do all that shit, so I don't need to go out. So if it is raining, I'll be sitting there right in the house, nice and chill, nice and comfortable, and everything, and watch the rains come down. Yeah. So I don't know what the hell Pole Old Sow. I don't know what the hell that is. Never heard of it. Probably no good anyway. So it is what it is. So all you Captain American Negroes, man, what y'all gonna do now? I like to see the Captain American Negro. Captain American Negroes are always online complaining. The Captain American Negro is always the ones complaining. You ever notice that most real Pan Africans, we hardly ever mention white people. A Captain American Negro has got white people in the brain disease. Them folks are doing this. Those folks do this. Why are white people wearing this? Their hats like this? That's the way black. They're obsessed with white people. That's all it is. All these people are just fucking obsessed with white people. White people are like, leave us the fuck alone. You know, they always. I think a lot of the pro-American black women, they are so jealous of white women. They're jealous of Asian women. They're jealous of Latino women because they got long, straight hair. And all they do is sit in America being jealous of everybody. It's all black people are. Your job as a black American, you fake people, is to sit here and be jealous and envious of everybody that comes here. Whatnot, because nobody wants to be you. And Moose said, like, white people are the shit. Yeah, of course you do, because you're a freaking clown. You're a stupid Haitian, And the bottom line is they would love to see you fucking deported back to Haiti pretty soon. I don't talk about white people, only when you guys bring them up. If y'all out there, if y'all being Captain American Negroes and whatnot, I will respond to it. But I never give my show white folks, blah, blah, blah. I don't give two shits about them. But if you bring them up, you throw in my face, I'm going to say something, The only thing you talk about is them a lot. Yeah. So sound like you're jealous because we can't follow and you deserting Africa. No, you're jealous because you ain't got no hair on your nappy head. That's what you jealous about. You'll be on another channel talking about white girls this, white girls that. No, you just jealous of those white girls because they keep themselves up. They got hair that you wish you had, whatever like that. And so you deluding yourself that you're fucking American. You are just coveting everything fucking America is. You want the white man's flag. You want his woman or his man, whatever like that. You want everything he's built and everything like that. And you don't want nothing for your fucking self. So I'm sick of you pro-American niggas, man. I can't stand you. But hey, look, it is what it is. That's what Black America is. Just the ugly man of America, just sit back and just blah 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 blah. Me, I don't give a damn about America. I thought we could have shit of our own. We could love ourselves. we could build among ourselves and whatnot. You know, we could build a pipeline, a bridge to Africa, so we could build a new black world order. You know, just like Europe is America's extension of Europe, right? I thought we could do the same thing with Africa. We could build a global black African infrastructure, you know, but no. You got some Negroes and whatnot. I got nothing in Africa. I don't need Africa. Whatnot. They're happy with these fucking crumbs that the white man puts them on, throws on the floor. You out there licking the crumbs off the damn floor and whatnot, you know? You know, so it is what it is, you know? Yeah, well, I do got hate in my heart, you know? I think hate is a good thing. Hate is hate is sometimes good for you. You know, hate is good for you. Whoever told you that hate is a fool. There's a season for all things, you know? There's a season of love. There's a season for peace. There's a season for joy. There's a season for happiness, season for anger. And there's also a season for hate, right? Now, tonight, I really do hate these people that friggin', on one hand, they say I'm American, right? I ain't drunk off nothing, you know? I don't drink, you know? On one hand, they'll say, oh, I'm American, why not? But then they'll go to nitpicking at everything that's wrong with America. You know, it's just so annoying, you know? The same Captain American Negroes that America loving niggas always sit around and they're always jealous of other groups of people. Look at all these freaking Iranians or Indians owning businesses on. Well, they came here and they pulled their money together and opened up a free store. I saw something today that was really, really interesting, right? No, it wasn't today. It was yesterday. Okay, yesterday. I was in the other side of Chesapeake. Well, this is actually, I live over here now. It's not the other side. It's my area of Chesapeake. I keep forgetting I live in this area, you know, right? I can't believe myself. Anyway, I stopped into this gas station I used to work at back in the 90s when I first came to Virginia, right? And the guy that basically, I worked for the guy for like 3 years and he let me have the car wash. That was one of my businesses I had, right? He let me lease the car wash from him, right? Well, anyway, the car wash still there. I thought about just, you know, investing in and leasing it again from these Indian people, right? I talked to him about it. I said, man, I'm just too busy, man. That would be a side business. I would, you know, I was like, nah, you know, if I knew what I knew now, that car wash would have been fucking gold mine, you know? If I knew what I knew now about credit and stuff like that, you know, I was paying for everything out of my pocket. You know, the soap, I was saying the machinery could break down and whatnot. I didn't know nothing about having an account set up. So I didn't know what I knew back then. If I knew now, I would probably run that car wash like it was good. Anyway, I stopped in there and they got the slot machines in there where you could play and win money and whatnot, right? And they know that's a good thing for black people. You know, black people love sitting in the slot machines all day and whatnot, you know, playing like that. And an Indian lady, right? Well, this one guy was in there, some tall older brother, like in his 70s, whatever, 60s, 70s, whatever, like that. And he was just being loud and belligerent, you know, just loud, you know, and saying just, I don't know, just loud and blurred. It's probably that guy royalty right there, you know. Yo, loud and belligerent, just hey, joking with the lady, hey, such and such like that. And then it dawned on me, right? If that was me behind that, I was getting annoyed by him, right? I was like, yo, dude, shut the fuck up. You know, he was just, yo, man, blah, blah. You know, last time, you know how black people, some country ass black people are, they're loud, always want to talk to you and always want to act like see what they can do to get over. But these Indians handle him so well. Then it dawned on me, right? I remember reading this years ago that foreigners, they know all the habits of Black America, right? And how to deal with Black America, right? And I said to myself, so she handled him really well. She said, oh, yeah, you know, Mr. Such, you got that. Gave him his lottery tickets, blah, blah, blah. And she let him, oh, see, I the scratch off ticket. You gave me that one, blah, blah, blah. You know, she didn't say, shut up, motherfucker, get out my store with that. She was just sitting there just like, yeah, laughing. And her son was doing the same thing, right? Now, if that was somebody black that had that thing, but she was like, after he paid his money, left with her, she probably made like a few, like $50, $60 off this one guy with all his rent and everything like that. And her son's sitting there too. So they have a thriving gas station and business, right? And then it dawned on me, you know, the reason why a lot of black businesses don't work is because we don't know how to deal with that element of Black America. Black America is very dysfunctional. And these people learn about our habits and stuff like that by feedback. What do you think about this? So when they come into our communities, they already know some people are going to try to steal. They already know some people are going to try to be rude. They know some people are going to be loud. They're taught this, how to sell and be inside the black community. It's told you these people are more or more organized and thorough than you think they are. So I'm saying to myself, the way they handle these people, I say, how can you do it? Sit here all day, listen to a bunch of ignorant black people. When I couldn't do it. I'm saying, let me get the hell out of here. This guy's getting on my nerve, just talking, and they learn, they've mastered how to deal with black people to suck our money out of our community. They'll put up with the shit that we do, that we will not put up with. That's how they in the community. They have all the gas stations and convenience stores because they doing stuff that physically we just could not do. We just can't do. So Black America's a handful. And I thought, the Pan-African movement would teach us. It's not about people think Pan-African is about just about going to Africa. It's also about how do we act with each other. How do we act? How do we basically understand that there's a dysfunctional group of our community, right? But how do you freaking deal with that? How do you deal with that? So therefore, since we can't deal with that, right, we outsource it to other people. The Indians could deal with us. The Chinese could deal with us. They all know how black people are. They're taught that. Years ago, they had problems with the Koreans and that Latasha Harley. Ever since then, the Koreans and all these people that come here are taught by this government, and they're coming how to deal in the black community. What to say, how to sell the black people. That's the whole thing. That's something that we don't even know how to sell to each other. We don't have the culture contact. I thought Pan-Africanism and Black liberation movement would give us the culture contact. See, people like For Righteous think we're only thing we talk about is going to Africa and stuff like that. No, it's about building a global black world. We know how to deal with each other as a race. But since black people don't want to do that, what can I do? I just have to take my hands off and say, just let the Indians and the Chinese and everybody else have our community. What can we do? It's futile. It's no help. Koreans have stores in Southeast Italy where I live. The Koreans, they know how to deal with people all over the world. They know how to deal with people all over the world. That's what they do. They're travelers. They know how to deal with people all over. They know if they go to California, New York, it's a different vibe. They know how to deal with the black people, Hispanic people up in New York. They go to Los Angeles, it's a different thing. They know they go to the Deep South, is a different thing. So they know how to deal with people and whatnot, what to say, what not to say, whatever like that, and they basically keep their head and they keep it straight because their goal is to win. Their goal is to get the most money they can out of us. Whatnot. They don't care about, if you like them or not, but they're going to basically do anything you can to make sure they get that money from you. Yeah, so yeah, of course they're not gonna. They know that they're not gonna live next to that dude. They're only seeing him for that 15, 20 minutes or not, and they take their money, put their night deposit in the deposit box, and they go off and live into a nice house in the suburbs. They'll never have to see that Negro again. They know they have to deal with that Negro at that point in time, but it's worth it because they're getting the money out of them. So it's I just learned a lot every day. You always learning something new. We learn something new, so it is what it is, Well, Indians start off by living in motels, right? But after like 5 years, after they got like 5 of those motels, now they're able to buy a house. They're willing to sacrifice, they're willing to sacrifice, live in a hotel, have the whole family living in a hotel room, while the hotel grows. And then after 3 years, they got a second hotel. Now they're ready to they're making the money. Yeah, I know that. Koreans learned in 1992 after the LA riots, right, how to take cultural sensitivity classes. So yeah, it's changed dramatically. Before they didn't understand, what we perceive. They thought we were rude, arrogant, just a way they learn. Sometimes black people slam the money on the counter. They don't say nothing. They get short with you, whatever like that. They learn that's just the way the people are. They learned that. They had role playing and stuff like that. So they took these classes and basically like that. So they've now mastered how to deal and sell to black people in our communities, whatnot. And I saw that on display 2 days ago. And I said, man, that's what they were talking about, cultural sensitivity classes and stuff like that, because there was a big clash between immigrants and Black America. With that being said, right, you notice how the Africans that come over here have never done that. So they take what you see a lot of times. You see the negativity of Africans and whatnot because they never took cultural sensitivity classes about Black Americans, right? They go into inner city areas and whatnot, and we know for a fact, yeah, Black people, we could be rude, we could be too much, extra. And other people, they have learned how to deal with that. That's just the way they are, blah, 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 be slavery, blah, blah, blah. People are hostile. They understand that, right? Africans don't understand that. That's why you have all this negativity towards us and hatred towards us that you see coming from the African immigrant community, in the Caribbean immigrant community. You've been studying them. Yeah, what the hell are you going to study them? You're the consumer, royalty. The hell you studying? You the consumer, man. All you need is to go down there and get your little 6-pack of beer and whatnot, and you pack of Newports and whatnot. The hell you need to study, how to get a 6-pack of beer and Newports. Come on, royalty. Stop it, man. Stop it. Stop. So yeah, we don't have a history of business people, and we don't have a business class like that. It's more than just basically just owning a business. People think we just own business. No, it's a whole culture. Nigerians and Haitians don't know how to do it. They don't have businesses like that. They don't have businesses like the freaking Koreans and Indians and whatnot. They may have a mom and pop store here and there, but they don't have no real major businesses in the Black community that we spend money with. Yeah, so it is what it is, folks. But I thought we would have a cultural renaissance. We know everything. We learn how to buy and sell from each other and stuff like that. So it is what it is. I don't know about Baltimore, but we don't have no Africans here in Virginia. I don't know what. I have yet to meet a Haitian here. Well, I met with this one Haitian. I knew this one Haitian guy, but he wasn't really Haitian, but he was like American, but he was Haitian. He was from Brooklyn, right? And I worked with him as a club security years ago. And then I didn't even know he was Haitian. First, I thought he was Jamaican because he had dreadlocks. They said, somebody said, no, he's Sean's Haitian. I said, oh man, I thought that nigga was Jamaican. So I was like the only Haitian I ever met in Virginia. Only one Haitian in the whole time, 30 something years I've been here. I only met one Haitian, in Virginia, And this guy was down from New York. He wasn't like he was born here or anything like that, So it is what it is, Yeah. They're irrelevant, they're not important. Unfortunately, not important. But yeah, I just thought that was just really interesting. It's just, it dawned on me. It was I actually saw how she was handling the guy. Just really, really, just real, just this guy was just being afraid. I mean, out loud, you know what I'm saying? Blah blah blah. Just being real extra. I was annoyed. I'm sitting there like just waiting to freaking pay for my gas, and I was just like, man, once this guy shut the fuck up, I was saying to myself, just take your fucking scratch off tickets and shut the fuck up. That's what I was saying in my mind. And then when I walked by him one night, he kind of felt I got that vibe like I was being annoyed, right? And then I was walking out, he opened the door for me. How are you, sir? When I looked at him, I'm like, okay, what's up, man? You gotta take care. Now, I was getting annoyed, right? And I said to myself, man, see, the Indians right back there, and that's how they're getting all the money. Because if I own that gas station, I could not deal with that, I could not deal with that shit, They got to deal with people coming up there with their EBT card and all shit like that. I could not deal with that shit, I'm like, damn, man, fuck that. I'm like, I can't do that. When businesses I had before, I had mostly middle class neighborhoods, black, white, whatever like that. But that segment is there. That segment of the black community, a dysfunctional segment of the black community is there. And there's a lot of money. You can't leave money on the table, man. These people like buying scratch off tickets. They like buying candy and they like buying beer, No, I have Negro fatigue, when I'm dealing with Negroes like Steve, I have Negro fatigue, there's a difference. I have Negro fatigue, because I have a PhD in Negroology, and even me, the PhD doctorate of Negroology, gets surprised by niggerism, sometimes, so it is what it is, So it is what it is. So yeah, sometimes, yeah, you do have resentment. Yeah, the black business class, man. Basically, look. To be honest with you, about in defense of the black business class, man, it's white people and everybody else have deep pockets and whatnot. To basically, the black community, man, it's like I don't know. It's just tough. Nice soft head because people always talk about Principe. He always talks about shit like that's what I said. When you get a young guy like Principe, he means well, man, but he's dumb as shit. It's not as easy to opening businesses in the black community, whatnot. Black America is so toxic right now, really toxic. Other people had learned how to deal with black toxicity. They know that before they come over here. So it is what it is. No, a certain segment of the Negro population is degenerated. The segment that Principe wants me to come back to and join is degenerated. And so it is what it is. Like business class don't abandon, didn't abandon the community. No, it depends on what you mean by the black business class. What do you mean by the community? I think what he's trying to say is the low income community, the poor communities, the ghetto. There's a thriving black business class where I live at, but they're mostly middle class black people in the suburbs and stuff like that. You know. Check this out. Poor Righteous says, I have nothing good to say about Black America. I do say about I'm Black America. I love it. Now Africans will get up here later and talk about Kala, you always putting down Africans. I'm just calling it like it is. You know. I'm just calling it like it is. It is what it is. You know. I'm part of that black middle class. I'm a businessman. Well, I know for a fact of the matter is those of us who are successful, we're not, even though I have a lot of black clients and whatnot, my business ain't like, oh, we're in the black community and whatnot. I'm out trying to get the dollars, I'm trying to make money, I sign contracts and whatnot, I'm trying to make money. I ain't trying to build no so-called black economic wealth, man. That's bullshit, man. I think about all the time, that over the years, the opportunity I turned down because I was a so-called black liberation Pan-Africanist, right? I could probably be a millionaire right now, but it got to be bliggity black, bliggity black, bliggity black. You're black to the black to the 20th power, man. Black man, I'm sick and tired of these niggas, man. Really, I am. I don't want to hear nobody tell me about a fucking bliggity black plan again. If anybody comes to me and wants to do business with me, I don't give a damn if he's purple. I'll do business with them. I wasted so many years dealing with freaking Negroes and whatnot. Nothing kind of nothing. Pan-Africans and whatnot. I thought we was gonna have a Pan-African business and we're gonna do businesses nationwide. We're gonna have red houses. We're not black people. We're gonna have everybody gonna have a. What the hell was I thinking, man? What the hell was I thinking? I should have known, man. As a PhD of Negroology, right? Anything worth having, anything that takes hard work, that Negroes are not interested. Anything that takes long term and sacrifice, Negroes want everything right then and there. If they can't make it right then, they ain't gonna sacrifice 3 years of hard work, 3 years of taking a loss, something like that to build a business enterprise. I should have known better. I should look when the BAO social network. I had fucking see in the BAO when you join the BAO social network, right? On this bottom stage, they ask you, "Are you of Black African descent?" That's one of the first questions they ask you, right? If you say no, we don't let you in. You know something? I'm really thinking about changing that. Because over the years, right, I've come across so many people from all over the world that say, "Oh yeah, your idea of an Afghanistan is good. It could do this." You know how Dubai got started? Dubai got started, right? It was a bunch of friggin' engineers all across the world was like, "This is a friggin' good idea. How to reclaim land and do this? You could build a new city like this, you know, a smart city like this." And so therefore they pitched it to the Emirates and they said, yeah, that's a good idea. This could be done. They did a feasibility study and all stuff like that. And they said, okay, it's a go. I said to myself, imagine if I was basically open the BAO up to other races of people, let them basically do civil engineering projects and stuff like that. I would be so much friggin' further, you know? But no, Kyla, we got to be blinky to black. You can't deal with other races of people, man. That's not Pan-Africanism. That's why I say sometimes, fuck Pan-Africanism. It's held me back from doing really great things, you know, because it relies on black people for doing everything. And it's just like, it seems like obviously black people don't want anything, you know? No, it's black national. I basically, it's not a pipe dream, but you got to be realistic. I wasn't realistic. I thought I could build a black nationalist movement just by dealing with black people. You know, instead of looking like the Chinese do and the Japanese do, they deal with other races of people and certain things and whatnot. I just thought we could just build. I was gonna build this thing without absent any sort of input from other people and stuff like that in this little Pan African bubble, and it didn't work. You know. No, seriously, black people don't want anything. You know, they don't want anything. You know, they don't. It's simply don't want anything. You know. Ask if let me ask you a question. What race of people is vital to the NFL? Could anybody put up there? You know, 50 points for anybody could guess that. What race of people is vital for the NFL to work? Does anybody in the chat room know that? What race of people is the most important race of people in the NFL? Please, somebody in the chat room like that, you know. You know, how is white people important? Are they out in the fucking field, Steve? I'm about to kick your ass off the platform, you know. Black people are the fucking most important. You know, they're the ones in the field. You know, you know, they're the ones in the field. Yeah, Steve's a coward, you know, he's a white loving coward, you know. Black people like that. So you ask yourself this question. If black people are the most important thing, how much of a percentage of an NFL team do black people own? Nothing. What group of people is the most important group of people in the NBA? Black people, right? There you go. How many teams do we fucking own? You know. So whoever makes the NFL work are the players. That's who make the NFL work. Without the players, you have no NFL. You can put all the shit you want to do like that. Without the players, you have no damn NFL. Without them, you know, young guys out there in their 20s, when not getting major head injuries and everything like that, you would not have an NFL. When they walked off the field, millions of dollars were lost. That's why they had to get rid of Colin Kaepernick and all this like that, because they were talking about big. The NFL is the largest grossing enterprise in America. The NFL. You talk about $1 trillion almost. Without which, without those guys on the field, without those guys running down the field, whatnot, you know, and endorsements and everything like that, the whole system would come to a collapse. But how much of the merchandising do we own? How much of the teams do we own? Nothing. So this is what I'm talking about. People say, Carl, we don't have to. No, we don't. You know, not in proportion to this. Black people generate $1.6 trillion. How much of that money goes through black banks? Think about it. Black people spend trillions of dollars on rent, mortgage, etc. Right? How many of those mortgage companies are owned by black people? How much of that money circulates back into black people that we definitely got to spend every year? We buy gas, billions of dollars worth of gas every year. Do we have our own national gas chain? No. So the bottom line is we're the net loss in this country because this country blood sucks us dry. They make sure no matter what we do, all our money goes right back into their system. who is the face of so-called Pan African? I don't know what the hell the face of Pan African, because the Pan African really does not exist anymore. It really never existed, you know. You know, oh whatever, $23 billion. That's enough, close enough. Trillion, whatever. You know, who cares? You know, 23 billion. Not the point was $23 billion. You know, Mr. Fact Checker. You know, that's still a lot of money. $23 billion is a lot of money. And if you look at the memorabilia and all the stuff like that, you know, the commercials, everything like that, yeah, you might hit $1 trillion. Yeah, I remember the Chinese, man, back in the 90s, they started doing these coach buses, right? They saw that their people were going on buses and whatnot from New York to Virginia, DC and whatnot. So the Chinese purchased their own bus. And the Chinese all start buying their, using the Chinese bus. Not everybody. I took a China bus up to New York last year, you know? It was pretty good. Could have lost one of my bags though, and some clown stole one of my bags, because they should have had everybody outside when they get the bags from underneath. Somebody fucking grabbed my fucking bag. They should have had everybody grab the bags when they all got at one time. People started getting out of the bus, and they opened the thing up, and everybody started grabbing before you get off the bus. When I come in, my fucking one bag was gone. You know, I was like, damn, man, one of my fucking bags were gone. You know. So anyway, the Chinese started their own bus line and basically almost put Greyhound and Trailways out of business, you know? So yeah, it took them time. It took them time. They started back in the 90s. Started with one bus. They start with one bus, you know? And all the Chinese knew to buy that one bus, right? And they didn't have to have a busing station. They'll park in a grocery store parking lot, like a supermarket parking lot, and have an office right there where you buy your tickets at, right? That's all they needed, right? Because it's a damn. What do we don't have to build a whole bus terminal or whatever like that. All it is now, they can use the terminals when they get to DC. There's busing terminals that they have access to, you know. But when they start out and stuff like that, they don't need that. But in places like DC and Baltimore, you know, they have busing stations where they can do transport or link with other bus. They start linking with other bus lines and whatnot. You know, if you want to go, let's say you want to go to New York. Well, the China line might just only go to DC, and you switch buses and go to it. They get on another bus to a thing. They start partnering with other things. So, you know, the Chinese, man, just they good, man. It was like, wow, man, because my sister's ex-boyfriend used to work on a Greyhound. You know, he used to drive Greyhound, and I had a lot of people that used to drive for Greyhound, and they always complain, man, the Chinese putting us out of business. You know, my cousin's husband, you know, ex-husband used to work on Greyhound. You know, and sometimes he used to take one of the buses out on the weekends when I and take people down to Atlantic City and making money on the side until he got caught. He couldn't do that no more, you know. But the bottom line is this: the Chinese went in there, saw a niche, whatnot, and they filled it, you know. So it is what it is, man. So we're steady fucking losing, you know. All the black people use the China bus line, you know. They could have all these years. We were doing bus trips since the 40s, you know, coming up from New York and whatnot, Trailways bus, Greyhound and whatnot, you know. You know, so it is what it is, you know. Yeah, so we all these years, man, us getting on Trailways and Greyhound and whatnot, you know, we never thought that, damn, you know, we had the Montgomery bus boycott. We never thought about, why don't we get our own damn busing line? That, what can you do, you know? Brody says, Carla, you mentioned that the U.S. system makes sure that black economic efforts are recycled back into no shit, you know? Yeah, I mean that. Can you explain how ethnics avoid the U.S. system? No, because they come over here. They already have their little banks, their own trading firms, and credit unions, stuff like that. They keep their money with themselves. When the transfer of money is so important, you know. That's why they have their own mobile money services and stuff like that. So they don't have to go to Bank of America. They establish their own Chinese banks and stuff like the Indian banks and everything like that. So they're able to give each other loans and stuff like that. And, you know, they get into mortgage, you know, stuff like that, insurance and everything. So there's one of my agents, right? She's a Filipina. She has the entire Filipino community. I make so much money off her because she has an entire Filipino community in Virginia on lock. She has a whole entire Filipino community. They all go to her. She's the insurance lady, you know. And I said, man, I said to myself, I wish I had it like that with the black community, you know. Filipinos, they all go to her because she speaks Tagalog and stuff like that. She don't have to even worry about that. You know, people get turned 65, they need a plan, or they want to retire and they want an annuity, whatever that they come to her. She got so much business that I don't even have to give her leads or anything. She got her business just all 99% Filipino. You know, but we don't have that in our community. You know, we're struggling. We're fighting us black agents, man. We're out here just fighting, whatnot. You know, it would be nice if all the black people only went to my agency. No such luck, you know. You know, so it is what it is, you know. You know, so it is what it is. So, but yeah, so it's been an hour, so I think I'm gonna let people on. If you want to come up and you want to rumble the college gents, ask me a question, feel free to come up, you know. Who else could talk for a whole hour straight and not have any guests? You know, I could go for 5 hours talking and not have any guests. You know, that's when you know you love to talk. I'm a talking head. You know. Well, who are black people? Me. I'm black. That's who I am. I'm a black person. I'm a black American. You know. So be right back, folks. I'm back. Granted, Zero said the YNs call that yapping. Who gives a flying fuck what the YNs think? You know, I don't give a flying fuck about YNs. Don't give a damn about them. You know, what the hell you come mention a YN on my fucking platform, man? You got some fucking balls, dude. You know, you even wasted your life with this dealing with niggas. You know, sometimes, you know, I feel like I learned a lot. You know, I've been strong. I learned more than dealing with this. I learned a lot doing this movement. You know, that made me stronger in somebody else. So I'm able to build my business. I look like that. You know, no, I didn't take a shit. You know, I just had to go do something. You know, if I took a shit, I'd be scared for a fucking hour. I stay in the bathroom a long time. You know, oh, we're fucking weird people. You know, I know. I just don't like the term YN. You know, I'm not here to make fucking stupidity normalized. You know, Sexy Red talking about lipstick gloss, talking about booty hole brown. Whatnot. I mean, the very garbage of Black America is elevated. I hate that shit. The very fucking black trash garbage and whatnot is celebrated. You know, it's just celebrated like it ain't nothing. Like it's something to behold. Sexy Red. What the fuck I don't care about Sexy Red? All these freaking clowns out in the street, man. I want to know about black success. That's what turns me on. Black success. Black education. I like this time of year here in Virginia. You know why? Because I like seeing kids coming home from college. I like seeing kids going off to college in the fall. I like seeing kids coming home from the military and stuff like that. It's a really beautiful time period. Kids are graduating from high school. Now you see people having graduation parties. You see people having college graduation. All black people. I love it. I see families together and stuff like that. That's the Black America I'm a part of. But you get online and whatnot, and the media and whatnot. It's like, God, they always have this black ghetto trash out there and whatnot. People can't get enough of this fucking ghetto. That's why people think these immigrants think they're better than us, because all they get to see is black trash in our community. They saw the real side of Black America. They have more respect. I would say that. So it is what it is. Anyway, anybody gonna call in? Well, I don't know. I could do a show by myself. If I want to, if I need to, I could do a show for 5 hours by myself. But got one person calling in. Let me get this guest on. Somebody wants to step right up. I guess somebody wants to rumble. And who is this? This is Elvis, I guess. So, what is
What's up?
your mind?
What's up, Kyle?
Yeah, I'm all right. What's going on in your mind?
How's the weather out there, man?
That's all right. Let's do it.
Yeah, like hottest day of the year so far. It's real hot out here, man. But I mean, I'm a little trepidatious, if I can use a big word. I mean, this Iran thing is getting kind of heavy. I
I
mean,
don't
it's
even care. I haven't looked at the news all day. I can care less.
yeah. Trump actually came out and gave a press conference at like 10 o'clock Eastern time. So it's like a big deal, man. So it's gonna
All
be.
right. So, what about the topic, man? I could care less. My world still spins. It doesn't mean anything to me. Whatever America does with thing, it's like we're so far removed from. I'm so far removed from America. It doesn't even bother me no more. Whatever America wants to do, whatever it's this. It's like it's obviously that America's gone its way, and I've gone my way. So I'll never be
Yeah,
able.
but Kyle, I mean, we listen to you. For you talk about politics. You kind of sprinkle politics in your
Yeah, I do think
content.
of politics, but the whole
So
thing is I
it's,
like
it's a
talking
big
about
deal.
black politics, and I talk about stuff that's relevant to me, relevant to our community, my community,
You think
But
America going to war, prices of oil and gas and those
well, yeah,
things
that
rising is not
affected
it's not an
whatnot.
issue
But
for us?
my whole thing is, when you say America going to war, I'm not happy about that. Why? Because I never look. This is what people don't understand why I was a nationalist. Why I'm a Pan Africanist, whatnot. I'm like this. After everything the white man's done to us, right? After everything he's done, whatever like that, he's fighting us every step of the way. No, you can't have this. This is not important. Take your idols, take that away from you. Basically, take programs away from you that's not help your community, the vulnerable community. I do all that, right? But yet, they expect you to rally around the flag and be an American. And I'm saying to myself, to these Iranians or not, I'm saying Black America has never really had a chance for the world to get to know us. Not only the world never got to know us, I really do believe Africans don't know us. Nobody knows us. They only know what they see in the media, online, and stuff like that. Nobody knows us. We're people that don't exist. And the whole idea of Black liberation was just simply telling the world we are not what you think we are. We're people and everything like that. And it seems to me like Black people basically don't care. They just don't care about not being recognized or with not being, heard or not having any agency about themselves, whatever like that. So that's what they feel like. And I said to myself, so I wasted all these years trying to uplift black people and stuff like that, and they don't want to be uplifted. Well, it is what it is, man. So I just basically just do what I could do and just gracefully bow out, So it is what it is, If people don't want to change, they don't want anything better. They don't want. I'm like this. I say like this when I hear people from all over the world when they got something negative to say, I'm like, you don't know who we are. Black America, we're a beautiful people, good people. I know my people. We're good people, but the world hates us. Everybody hates us, And so I want to change that. I want to change how people saw us, right? We're not if you got a problem with if the people in Gaza got a problem with America, that's not us. Iran got a problem with America, that's not us. That's not who we are. The bombing of the Japanese on Pearl Harbor, that's not us. The Alamo, that's not us. That's these white people. So I've said like this: we have never had a chance to Also, they said the crime in Black America. Most of the problems in Black America is tied to white supremacy and our situation here in America being a minority group. We can't take care of our people. We can't provide for our people and everything like that. And people don't give us a fair shot. Why you guys don't have this? Why you don't have that? Well, we never had a chance of a government. Everybody else in the world got a start. America's start came from 300 years of free labor. That's how America got started, right? Nigeria got started because they discovered oil. Everybody had something that they started with. They had an initial thing that they struck oil, struck gold. South Africa got to start with discovery of diamonds. Everybody has something. The only group of people that never had anything was Black America. We had to struggle every step of the way in a country that never wanted us. And so I'm saying that the natural response to that was the Pan-African Black Liberation Movement, right? And so evidently I was wrong. Black people like what they have, they're satisfied. So I can't do nothing about it. It is what it is. So it is that's what people are satisfied. But okay, we got Big Black coming up. Ooh, boy, Sparks gonna fly tonight, man.
Is that okay? I thought that was Steve. I didn't know it was
Yeah,
Big Black.
Steve and Big Black,
Carla, I don't told you. Most black people in America are comfortable. They're okay living how they're living.
You're not comfortable. It's stupid and miserable. They're not comfortable. There's no way you can tell me they're comfortable, right? Comfortable means that you wouldn't be online 24 hours a day complaining about this, complaining about that. The relationship with these black males and black females at an all-time low.
How many black Americans actually get online every day and complain
all
about their
millions of
problems?
them. All I would say like this: I don't want to buy that nonsense. This how many people get online. The internet is real. That's like a sample survey of what's really people going on. And it's on the whole almost negative. Everything you see is negative. So it's online. Online is the reality. Just so people just don't get online. Just don't get online to say it. Or sometimes people just don't like getting online just because they don't want like that. But the bottom line is you could say that the internet really does reflect what's going on in Black America. It does.
Well, I say no black group around the world cannot afford not to be, Pan-African, to be honest with you. Let's be real, Colin. I think it's been growing. If you do a search on YouTube, right? If you just you can search week by day, you'll see a lot of Pan-Africanism being talked about by continental.
Yeah. Well, your keyword, brother. Talk.
Yeah, but the discussion is happening.
Hold on. I was talking 30 something years ago, right? I was trying to build, but evidently people.
Everybody been paying attention to the AES. I've been seeing a lot of people mention it.
What the hell? What
the
hell does the AES got to do with me in America?
Well, here's the thing.
That's Pan-Africanism, right?
Okay, look. Like I said, what the hell does that got to do with me in America?
Can you put this in your equation too, though? As far as like what we've been privy to in America, and even in, I would say, in blacks in the UK, we've been privy a little bit to. We've been more direct more direct with white racist, systematic white racism, you know. And they've been, you know, as far as like on the continent, it's been indirectly affecting them. So they haven't seen it up close and personal, you know, the systematic portion of it. But I think especially as more continental Africans get on the internet and we're communicating more, they're starting to see.
Yeah, look, but Steve just said that the internet don't matter.
No.
I never said that. I said most Black Americans are not online complaining about problems.
Well, Black Hope, they don't complain about that. They also they get online complaining about a bunch of nonsense that was not even
But
important.
most people that are posting online are posting videos of them partying and doing goofy stuff.
So it's like when you look online and whatnot, when you see Black people talk about foolishness, you know, they talk about Sexy Red, they talk about Beyonce, they're talking about this, talking about that. It's just like I said,
exactly.
They're talking about LeBron James, they're talking about that. So the bottom line is, I think I said, since that's what Black America wants to do, you know, so it's like, hey, look, let somebody else do this Pan-African shit.
And I've also seen a lot of continental Africans, you know, talk more race-minded, you know.
Oh, actually, check us out, Big Black. I was just on this TikTok today. This Liberian lady named My Big Auntie, and I was just so, it's really why I did the show tonight, right? Because she was like, it said right there in the caption. Matter of fact, I'm gonna find this, right? I did a screenshot. And I'm gonna freaking find this. I'm gonna find this. She said, "We are not Pan-Africanists. We're against Pan-Africanism. Pan-African." They were just talking about Black America like dogs. And matter of fact, one of the persons saying, "Well, Black people in America signed up to fight Ethiopia," and the one girl, super African girl, was giggling. You know, she was just giggling. So in other words, what I'm saying is, there's so much, and I don't mean to switch just to African bashing, right? But there's so much fucking hatred towards us. I don't know if that's like this.
Collar,
But
you a grown. You a grown man, Collar, but you got to get rid of
these are grown ass people too. So what's your point?
I know, I get that, but you got to get rid of it.
Look,
I was telling you, a grown man, you can make your own decisions, but you remember how you said it's going?
I'm saying the bottom line is, hey, look, if somebody wants to continue fighting this fight, hey, right, you got more. Big Black, I now crown you the new Pan-African leader, man.
Crazy.
No, really, Big Black, you can have it, man. You know, you can have it.
But Colin, man, you got to admit though, there's been more of a race consciousness on the.
Look, bottom line, I just look at these people, man. I'm saying to myself, you know, I got to ask you, Big Black, last show you was on. I said, look, do we have anything tangible in Africa that you know about?
What are you talking about tangible as far as
do we have any land? Do you have any oil? Do you have any gold? Anything? Do you have anything?
Well, as far as like African American,
do most as far as like land, but do most like Africans have access to oil?
Oh, yes, they do. Yeah, they do. You know, yes, they do. You know, yes, they do.
So the average person has access to those resources.
Hold up. The thing is, though, if the ones who do have it, right? There's not even people in our community that has access to that. None. Like I said, every group of people has a start. You know, they have something. America had 300 years of free labor. That was their start in life. You know, you can say the Nigerians started because they discovered oil. You know, same thing with Venezuela. They discovered oil. That was their thing. You know, the only African American has nothing. You know?
Let me say this, Carla. Here's the thing, right? There was a time, you know, as far as like the whole Liberia thing, right? You had people come to Liberia, right? And you know, there was a lot of bumping heads. But
Liberia never had a start. Had Liberia had the United States government, like I said, had they really financed the removal of Black people to Liberia, we would have a different world right now. Since they didn't, we sat in this country, right? And also we watched him build and whatnot. So he built his empire, whatever like that. Now his empire is at war with another country in Iran. We have to start reflecting, you know. Look, the bottom line is this. I'm saying, I remember in 1979, right? You guys probably wasn't alive when the Iran hostage situation happened, right? Well, I remember one thing that happened that the media tries to cover up, right? There were Black people working at the U.S. Embassy in Iran, right? You know what the Iranian Revolution students did? They released all the black people that was working at the embassy. And they said, why? He said, because these are an oppressed group of people. They're victims of America, right? They're not Americans, truly Americans, you know? That's what happened, you know? So that's the time period I came from, you know? Now I'm saying to myself, let's say if there is a nuclear war, why should I fucking die for this country, you know? Why should I? You know, I mean, why should I die for this country? You know, why? Why don't we have a situation? Why do people keep fighting me? Even I know it's not possible in my lifetime. Why do people keep fighting me on this idea that we need a land of our own that we could build ourselves or whatnot? Why do people keep fighting me on that, you know?
Because most of us are happy to be in the United States of America.
Because the bottom of the brainwash. Where did that come from? Brainwashing.
I don't think they're fighting. I think they're fighting you because of the tactics that you.
Oh no, hold on, Big Black. Address what he just said. Don't fight with me. Address what he just said.
What did he say?
He said, "Listen, you got waxy ears, you know."
I said.
He just completely what I'm saying. He just basically discredited what you're saying. He says he said most black people are satisfied with life in America. So that's Pan-Africans out the window. That means Pan-Africanism doesn't work.
Well,
I told you, like,
here's the thing.
Pan-Africanism is a fringe group in all black countries.
Pan-Africanism is rooted in black liberation. You can't be liberated.
That's true. But how many black people in the world want to be free, liberated, truly want to be liberated?
So the bottom of the means there's no Pan-African. The whole idea of Pan-Africanism is revolution.
No, it exists. It just exists in, it's not the majority of people, black people.
Nowhere basically what you're saying, but I said all along that it doesn't really exist. It's just something theoretic that people like talking about.
No, it does exist. It doesn't exist in the minds of.
It exists or it doesn't. You say black people satisfied in America.
No. Listen, okay. Well, I said most black people are satisfied. I didn't say there were some. There were some that weren't
satisfied. The majority of black people are satisfied. The Pan-Africanism is a farce. Then you know.
Well,
not really.
I would say this.
Not really. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You know. If Pan-African is real, that means majority of black people will be like down for liberation. You know, if it's not real, that means the majority of black people are satisfied Captain American Negroes. You know, and like you know. All right, let me get Kwame on. Go ahead, Kwame.
Yeah, I'm kind of trying to understand your argument, Kala, because in one breath, you're not really concerned with the Sahel countries because you're in America.
Yeah, hold on. What the hell does Sahel countries got to do with me? Am I gonna move?
But it's Pan-Africanist. It doesn't matter. You should support it no matter where it is, right?
You can't just say something is Pan-Africanist, right? And just say, what the hell has that got to do with my situation, my people's situation in America? Nothing.
But hasn't Traore called out groups of black people all across the continent, across the world, and whatnot? I mean, he's a Pan-Africanist leader, right?
I mean, look, I've been hearing talk before you guys were born. All I heard was speeches.
He tried to open up citizenship for the diaspora.
Said the nice speeches. Mugabe said nice speeches. And all this shit never translated to shit, you know.
But he's actually doing stuff.
Do you think? Let's say for instance, right? Let me give you an example, right? Let's say, in Africa, right? They start to be more Pan-African minded, right? And then, and being more Pan-African minded, they start to, as far as like the infrastructure starts to get better, right? They start to gain more power, economically and politically. You saying out of all those, and let's say this throughout the black world, even in the Caribbean, right? So you said out of all those 40-something continental African countries, right? If something was to happen, negatively.
I would think. Hold on. In order for Pan-Africans to work, every black person.
Can I finish my question, Carla?
To the continent.
So you think
they got 3 words out
those countries? Let me just say this: those countries, you don't think they would not use their political platforms to fight, against systematic racism in America towards us?
How are they going to do that? What power? They
I'm saying if they grow more politically and economically, you don't think they would use those platforms?
If yeah, that's a big if.
It's an if, but the if is better than us isolating ourselves. It's better than
So I was like this.
nobody.
I think
Countries,
every black
countries
person.
better than
I
countries
think
in
every black
Africa
person in
not being
America.
African.
At some point
It's
in
better
time,
than
I
countries
think every
in the
black person in
Caribbean
America be
not
black.
having a Pan African mindset. It is
Well,
better.
if your thing is black countries and like you just said, right? I think every black person at one point in time should have touched ground in Africa and basically show. And Africans will start taking Pan Africanism seriously. You can't be like, hold up, you cannot be comfortable in America, right? And then talk about because right now, I'm gonna tell you right now, 90% of Africans, for the most part, you know where they want to be? They want to be in America, you know? They want to be in America or Europe, right? You can't have a Pan African movement like that as long as nobody wants to be in Africa. Nobody wants to be in Africa.
Why is that, Colin?
Colin, did you see a poll that say 90% of Africans want to be in America? Is that
Okay, let's see. Let's look it up. Let's look it up. Okay, let's look it up.
Do they want to go to these countries because they want to be there, or is it because?
Okay, look, I'm just looking it up right now. Let's see.
Where you gonna find that information?
Yeah, I'll find out. Check it out.
I mean, if at least six West African countries is offering dual citizenship, and a few is setting aside diaspora cities, how much more you want to control they resources too, Colin?
No, I don't want to control anything.
But you asking for gold bonds
I was like, no, I say,
oil refineries.
that ship is sailed, bro. I'm saying, look,
Most
I want
Africans
to
want to go to these countries to find
and
a
stop
job and work.
embarrassing
They
us
want
when
to
on a
come back
global
to their
scale. They can do that. I'll be happy. I don't want nothing from Africa. Let's see. Chart. How many? Why? It says right here. A recent survey indicates that more than a third of Africans, that's like damn near 300 million people, want to permanently move to another country.
So not 90%.
37% of Africans express desire to migrate compared to 29% in 2012. Actually, it's going up. A separate survey focused on young Africans found that nearly 3/5, 58%, consider emigrating in the next 3 years. Damn, it's worse than I thought. Desire
No, it's better
But
than
that's
you
not
thought.
90.
Hold up, listen. The desire is often fueled by economic hardship, educational opportunities, and concern about corruption. Here's more detailed breakdown. A significant portion of Africans express desire to leave the continent permanently, with the figure high in 2023. The largest percent of young Africans, nearly 60%, are actively considering immigration. Economic hardship includes search for better job opportunities, higher pay as a primary driver, education opportunities. In Burkina Faso, you know what the annual salary is over there? $500. So North America, Europe includes
Colin, I think,
those desired. Hold up. North America, Europe, UK, France, Spain, Germany are among the most desired destinations. They go into the Wait, so it seems like more Africans are more pan-European, man. What's up with that?
But you said 90%, 1/3
Oh
or
yeah,
3/5 is
hold
nowhere
up.
near
So that's
90%.
good. 60%.
I'm sure if you ask some Americans,
Has a survey, and I've known this survey for a long time. That was 2 years ago. It's probably worse now.
But they're looking for economic opportunity, but you expect. I mean, what black group in the world
This is right. Hold up.
100% Pan
Check this out. This is from Alex Nukwe, evil guy, Nigerian reporter. He's doing the statistics. He says 1/3 of Africans moved to permanently when he did this survey. He's a Nigerian, saying European. This is a Nigerian. It's an African blog.
If most of us ain't never been Pan African, right? African Americans, most of us ain't been Pan African. A lot of people never heard the word Pan African. I'm talking about these people in their 60s never heard the word Pan African. How do you expect if that's the number in America? Wouldn't you think it would be the same sentiment as far as like on the continent in the Caribbean? Most of the people are not.
So you think Pan Africanism will stop their desire to come into Europe?
No, what I'm saying is you have this big
black. Can we agree that Africans would be best served if they stayed in Africa and built?
Yeah, but but you got to understand human nature, right?
Yeah.
Some
So
people,
hold on. So you're
But
saying
how are they going to do that?
what?
Like
what I'm saying is,
stay in their
Kyle,
own country and build.
Yeah.
if we not
Hold
going
on.
to
Stay
save,
in your country and build, right? Just like everybody else,
you have a large number of
The
Asians coming
Japanese
over
ain't
to
go nowhere.
America.
Japanese ain't go nowhere.
You have a large number of Indians
China's
people
built their country. They
coming
ain't
to
go nowhere.
America.
You know what I'm saying?
You have a
Yeah.
large.
So why is
Kyle,
it that when it
it's a
comes out
large
to
population
African,
of it's a large
hold on.
population of
There's a
Chinese.
billion. There's almost a billion Africans on the continent, right? You mean tell me out of a billion people, people can't figure out how to build shit?
They are building shit, Colin.
Okay,
You
then why
just
is it
undermine it.
60%? Oh, then why is 60% of them want to leave?
I mean, they probably want to leave,
Well,
like you
there
said,
might
for
not be.
Oh, come
education
on,
purpose.
man. You
It
guys are
might not
double
be at this.
talking.
It might not be at this.
Yo, just go ahead and take
Where
that L, man.
where
Just say,
60% don't want to leave.
Thanos is invincible. You're not,
Obviously, it's
All
not
right,
the
hold on,
speed where
let me get somebody
50% don't
who
want
I
to leave.
never agree with, but he seems like he's more balanced than you guys. Elvis, what's your opinion? Why are Africans leaving? You left, Elvis, man. Come on, tell us. You know?
Carla, you're a confusionist, man. You like to have
Yeah,
confusion
man,
on your
no,
platform.
I just had you. I'm going to get to the bottom of this, man, because I'm making really life decision here. I'm like, I want to look. I'm thinking about moving to Liberia and whatnot, but you stuck
Look,
here in America. You telling me
both
I
of
ain't
you,
got
both of
that
your arguments are right, right? Africans ideally should stay and build up their country so that they don't have to leave and immigrate to another country. Great. But there are other developed countries on your argument, to juxtapose your argument, there are other developed countries, way more developed than African countries, who leave their countries and come to the United States.
Yeah, but
Because
those are
infrastructure is one thing, but economic prospects are another. So, I mean, I just want to make one point. I'll give it back to you, Kyle. The point is that you can have a developed country, but your GDP may be far behind that of the United States. Employment opportunities may be far behind that of the United States.
Yeah,
So
those are
countries.
peer to peer things. Those are like they call expats. When you have
No, no, no. There's some of these people who are leaving relatively developed countries and coming to the United States for better
those people
opportunities.
usually receive as expats, not
So
migrants.
the point is, you even had Italians, right, who came into this country in droves. You had people from, from Germany, from the Netherlands who came here in droves. So these are countries that have been developed for centuries, relatively developed. So again, Africa has a issue. Yes, we should be back in our countries and developing, but just like any other country, have immigrants coming to the United States.
I would love to
Africa.
see Big Black, Kwame, and Steve. Get to Africa and start building, man. Start building something,
I
man.
wanted to make a comment on the whole Pan African thing, right? And the reason I think it's not going to work and it's not working is because ideologically it makes sense. It sounds good because I think the main focus should be economics when it comes to Pan Africanism. And this is a case in point. Like, how many black folks that have, not even just how many, but do we have a black shipping conglomerate that can ship things that had the technical to reach?
I had this one guy, right? One brother. I remember I met him, what was it, 10 years ago, right? And he was like unusual. He says, yeah, man, I bought a vessel. And and I didn't even notice, right? He says, yeah, man, the best place to have a vessel parked is, he says, Washington State, Oregon. I said, well, how do you get through Atlantic? He says, the Panama Canal. And he said, yeah, I'm into shipping, And he said, Baltimore, Elvis, do you understand that in the 1800s, right? Benjamin Anderson, you heard of him, right? He came from Baltimore, right? Do you know that Baltimore had a black-owned shipbuilding company in the early 1800s? People don't even know that. Okay, hold up. I got somebody trying to come in. Seafood Man, you got to put your camera on and let me see who you are. Oh, yeah, I can't let you on. Nobody's going to come up here and I don't know. I'm sorry. You want to come on? You put your camera on, show me who you are. He disappeared. So I ain't got time to play with these fucking people. So anyway, there was a black-owned shipping building company in Baltimore. Shipbuilding in the early 1800s. People don't realize that. Baltimore has always been a scene of black shipping. Same thing with Nantucket. Paul Coffey owned a fleet of ships. E.J. Roy, president of Liberia, at one time when I owned a fleet of ships. Black people have always been in shipping. We just basically never what black people in the world need is a base. They need one African country to say, you know something, we want you to be our main shipping. You got the knowledge, be our one shipping company, one shipping as a base of operation. It'll never happen in the United States because we live in an age of containerized fleets and stuff.
Kala, let me say this, right? I think, like Baruti always says in the comment, right, that the diaspora, those of us who are, African, continental Africans who left and came to the diasporas, and then those who were brought into the diaspora by force through slavery. Africa needed to be the hub, the economic hub where we have the economic might that we can buy things from our people in the diaspora to give them wealth, to build wealth in these other countries,
That's not
and they
happening.
too can supply us with goods and services and knowledge.
That's what
That
I
should be
thought.
the whole focus of Pan
Hold
Africanism,
on,
but it's
that's
just
what
by
I
talking
thought
and rhetoric.
Pan African focus was gonna be when I got online, right? But instead, I got my good brother Diane for Search for a Cuckoo, right? He's more concerned
Why you
about
keep talking shit about Dennis, Kyle? I thought you got a
I'm
good
just saying
voice.
he's more concerned about Jollof rice and freaking
Wow.
yeah, this Jollof rice really changed my life and all that. I'm like, you know, you
Maybe
know,
he just focusing on the culture aspect of Pan Africanism. That's all.
That's not the cultural aspect of Pan Africanism. Pan Africanism is just about you pretty
well,
much.
just like Elvis said, Pan Africanism would translate into major business.
Kyla,
Looks like you
what you
got
want?
Pan Japanesism, right? That's why I got Mitsubishi and Sumitomo Hitachi all work together as a conglomerate. You know, they work together as Team Japan. Pan Africa is supposed to be Team Africa. You know, it doesn't work like that. You know, this country does its own thing. This country does its own thing. But this country, it's all Pan Africa until it comes down to money.
What
Everybody's
about ECOWAS?
on the
Yeah,
money.
Africa should be the economic base for all African people in the diaspora on the continent. That's the key. But again, we're not working as one base and we're not utilizing our connection to our diaspora to be able to do shipping lanes, to be able to do communication lanes,
Chinese
service lanes, those kinds of things.
Chinese did that. Even in America, right? The Chinese community got behind these Chinese busing companies, right? Out of New York, right? Now they dominate the busing business on here on the Eastern Seaboard.
Well,
You
well,
know,
well, well Elvis, why don't you think that can never happen?
I mean, Africans were kind of individualistic, brother, and I don't know if other countries are like that. But we have, and the thing about it is colonialism to kind of separate us through language, separate us through cultures. So we see success in different lenses, right? For us in Liberia, for example, I think we probably see success in if we can build roads, if we can get the minimum development done, we think that's successful, right? Now in other countries like Nigeria, maybe building new cities, and having more entertainment, expanding your entertainment industry, whatever the case may be, however people classify success is different on the continent.
What
We're
happens
not
to the term with technology? The world is getting smaller, right?
right. I'm saying we're not speaking with one voice, and that's the key. If we're a hub and we send out a memo that we are the hub for Black people globally, if you have businesses, if you have services, come here. We have the resources.
my goal is to make Liberia that hub. That's my
Yeah,
goal.
we should be a hub. I think
I
that's the
mean, I
key.
mean, actually, to be honest with you, by default, the homeland is the hub. You
Yeah,
know,
but
it's not.
that's easier said than done. But the reality is, when you go to Africa, there's laws. You know that when you get off the plane, there's laws, there's rules, and there's already they got business connections and stuff like that. I remember one time there was one guy, American Liberian guy, right? He left for Liberia in 1980, right? He came back there a few years ago, about a decade ago, right? And he wanted to bid on a contract, right? And I forgot what he was doing, but he was gonna lay pipe down, something like that. He didn't get the contract, right? It was given to a Lebanese firm or thing, and he said, "I understand, it's just politics." So the idea, there's a lot of Liberians who basically lost out on contract what they were qualified for because Lebanese are taking the contracts, Indians are taking the contracts, and whatnot. The Pan African is a big black goes out the door because if you want the China Development Bank loan, you got to use their contractors and stuff. That trumps your idea about Pan Africa. That's the reality we're living in, bro. You know, so it is
Well,
what.
I would say, but don't you
Big
think?
Big Black, I got a question for you, right?
You
Before
think
you
like,
even get to
don't you think that's like again, Africa gets smaller through technology, right?
Yeah,
When we
but
talk
hold
about,
up,
but don't you think?
nothing. It's
Don't you
who has
think
the money, big
there's a
black.
lot of brilliant minds that as we have these talks, right?
It's like you said,
Hold
these
on,
minds are
let me
taken away.
finish, Colin. Let me finish, Colin, because we want this quick instant stuff. I know we're behind the 8 ball.
Dude, man,
right?
we're talking about 50 years, still the same thing, man. We ain't no instant stuff, man. I don't see no trajectory until we get to the point where something has to give, where Africa, and the only thing I could think of, right, is if Africa really started coming into a common market, whatnot, and if they basically, we had a way of pipelining money from the diaspora in the billions of dollars pouring into Africa as far as like stocks, bonds, mutual fund, mutual municipal bonds and stuff like that. That's tied to people's 401ks. So like this is trillions of dollars that could be raised. Until that happens, what Big Black, you're dependent on the Chinese, the Europeans, all this stuff like that. And guess what? You take their money, they want their money. You're gonna do what they say do. If you take a Chinese loan and whatnot, they're gonna make sure they get every last single one back, and you're gonna be pay that loan back. Now, if we was in a position where we had investment firms and stuff like that basically that could, sell African municipal bonds and stuff like that, and buy up treasury bonds throughout the world. We build our own economic system and whatnot. We get somewhere, but no one's building that. So what can we do? You're dependent on the West and China for everything. We got to build our own Black African infrastructure, financial infrastructure, and we put it out there with the BAO, but everybody's like, oh, okay, that sounds good, but not. But it's the same old, same old. It is what it is. I got one last chance for Liberia.
But what I'm saying is,
Liberia's my last
with
chance.
with the African sentiment that's growing, right? It's a Pan-African sentiment that's growing.
Yeah, but it doesn't translate to any sort of business.
That would that make it? My question is to you, right?
Let me tell you something.
With that Pan-African sentiment growing, right? Wouldn't that make it easier for the idea that you have? That idea that you have to come into fruition.
Big Black. I've been in these circles for years, right?
I hear you.
I've talked to all kinds of officials. I've met with everybody, this, that, and the other thing, and it all falls down to the thing, because the whole thing is this: unless you have the money, he who pays the piper calls the tune. We don't have any real money. We're not pulling any money together. We're not. All the they're Black Africans ain't stupid. They're like, yeah, my brother. Now, I learned something, right? I thought about this today. There was an old friend of mine. His name was Yembe Alongo, right? Love this brother. He's Cameroonian, right? Me and his brother were like real good, close and whatnot. When I first started online back in 2005, and he was a Cameroonian brother, right? But he loves African Americans. He really does love African Americans, right? He lives in Atlanta. Anyway, Yembe created a group like the BAL social network, the NING group like mine, right? Anyway, he created this group where he was the groups were what he called incubators, Pan-African incubators, right? Or Black anyway. But the thing is, me and him had a disagreement because he was letting white people in. And he told me, Colin, man, let me tell you something, man. He goes, I gotta freaking build something, right? He goes, I understand your zeal for Pan-Africanism, right? But these white people are tech guys and stuff like that. And also he was incubating. He had a Botswana incubator. He had a fucking Tanzania incubator. He had a Cameroon incubator. He had a Ghana incubator. He had South Africa. And he was bringing people from different backgrounds and whatnot. And they were linking with Africans on the continent and whatnot, And I said, no, man. And I came in there with my black to the black. And they ended up kicking me out, And he said, man, I'm sorry I had to do that because people were complaining about you talking all this black stuff and whatnot, but I understood. I learned from that. I thought it was. Hold on. I was stupid because when I created the BAO, I only put black. I said, I'm going to do, when I get my social network, only black people get in there. I don't care. But he's successful, right? He's doing software companies that he got operating in Cameroon now. He got software companies operating in Ghana, Nigeria, and they get major contracts with that because he incubated them. He put people together regardless of race, whatever like that. And I'm saying to myself, if I'm going to build this thing, which has to be done, right? Mm-hmm. And like whatever like that, I have to reach across racial lines or whatever like that to get the job done, get me over the finish line. I'm just sorry, So I no longer believe in just all black people because black people have let me down. The black race has let me down. Cause no people let people speak. Okay, go ahead. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Big Black. You go.
Yeah. I mean, well, what country hasn't used foreign help, to to you know
No, but
for bigger
when we
growth.
say social network, we get in our little bubbles, man. Like I said, this show we talk. I make this show just for talking to black people, right? But my social network, the BAL. Actually, look, I had a couple of people that wanted to join the
I'm
BAL.
not saying that what he did was correct, but what I'm saying is,
Okay, well, he had success though. He had success. He pulled it off. He had success.
okay,
You know, he's
so
putting
with
people
that,
to work. He's building businesses and industries.
so with that success, that was a great move for Pan Africanism, you say?
Well, I don't care. Look. See, you got to
I
understand
don't
something.
care. What do you mean?
Pan
I don't care?
Africanism is just
I
a
thought that's
meme.
the whole reason why you created
Hold
the
on. See, like I said, Big Black, what you're doing is this. You're going by the means, you know, and he's going by the ends. You know, he's trying to like this. He's basically he's trying to build Africa, you know, and so you're trying to build Pan Africanism, you know. Something that's what the problem is, you know. You got people saying, yeah, that's
so. But what I'm saying is, as far as like the ends justify the means.
Yeah, the ends justify the means because he got something done. Instead of
I ain't talking about something
instead
done.
of right now,
I'm talking about when you say
I'm ready to quit
would
the
you say that something done was a W for Pan Africanism?
Big Black. Let me talk. Because I'm ready to quit the movement because after years of dealing with people talking parents, nothing ever panned out. I asked people a month ago, can anybody that's in software like you say you have, right? Can you ultimately design me just a sketch artist of what a black trading app would look like? You know, nobody stepped up. You know, nobody stepped up. I put it out there. Nobody stepped up.
Yeah, but kind of those kinds of things take a lot of resources. For somebody to just do that on the whim, it's difficult.
Yembe, he attracted these people, Europeans, Chinese, Australians. They had the resources, you know, and he got shit done.
First of all, that's not a one-man job.
The bottom line, but he got it done. He got it done. And he put it out there. We had a whole bunch of black people.
What did he get done?
What
did he get done?
Well, he was building everything from cybersecurity centers in Cameroon, stuff like that, software companies and whatnot, hardware companies, computer manufacturing. He did a lot of stuff. I gotta get back in touch with him to see if I get.
So the white people had to join the BA, your group.
No, they didn't join my group. He joined his group, right?
So they had to join his group.
And I said to him, why are we bringing whites in? He said, look, man, and he said, I understand, blah, 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 you guys over here, but I don't have the same culture as you do. You know, so he didn't feel that way about white people because he said, look, I got business partners. And the bottom line is this. He was also doing youth development, stuff like that. He had people donating money to his STEM. He was mostly into STEM, you know, science, engineering, technology, math. He's an engineer, you know.
I mean, what I'm saying is it sounds like he could have got that done without letting.
Okay, big black. That's all even sounding good, but when you got black people out there, and he put it out there, whatnot, and nobody's stepping up and doing anything, so he had to go with who he had a lot of Asian people.
I'm just kind of confused because I thought your story was.
He was.
I thought your story was the whole they keep you up because
my whole thing is the fact of the matter is Pan Africans are gonna start stepping up, man. So people are gonna say, hey, look, you know what the hell's going on? I'm gonna tell you right now, the Pan Africans, you're gonna lose Africa. I'm telling you right now. Because right now, last time I was in Liberia, I did not see. The number of white people coming there doing business is striking, and Liberians will sit down with them. You know, they want to do a business with Black America, but the bottom line, they're not going to sit and wait on Black America to come there and do something. You got white guys there, white guys coming in, sitting down with these young Liberians. They're in the cafe and stuff like that, going over paperwork and setting up businesses together one night. I'm like, yo, that should be us doing that. But we're gonna sit in America online talking about Pan-Africanism, and these people are coming over there creating opportunity. Elvis knows I'm telling the truth.
Yeah, but I thought your whole reason why you left was because of disagreement with the subject of homosexuality. But
no, that was the first BAO. I'm talking this Yembe was before I joined the BAO. I was in the BAO. This is way before that. You know.
Oh, so it's not the BAO.
No. This is somebody else. Yembe, Elango. You know. He's Cameroonian, you know. Okay. So he was from Cameroon, you know, and so basically like this, I formed the BAO with the idea that I'm gonna do the same thing he did, right? You know, form groups and whatnot, you know, different countries and whatnot, And I look at the BAO and I said, look at him, man. I said, I have groups for every country in my social network. And, you know, I have a science group. I have a STEM group. I have all stuff like that. But for the most part, man, I'm saying black people think everything's a joke. They don't take science, everything seriously. And these guys, man, you know, Yembe was able to attract people, real engineers, real scientists and stuff like that. And stuff. And he got stuff done, you know. And I'm saying to myself, I tried for years to get black. I thought black people would come to, and it just didn't work,
Well,
man.
that sounds similar to the whole Chinese and other foreign interests that came into America thing that happened as far as like with your friend in that particular movement where basically
Well, he's not. Well, he was basically
the outsiders control it.
Yembe is a businessman. You know, he's in Atlanta. Okay, this 1776 guy want to come up here. You know, okay, you know, look at that. You want to
Kyle,
rumble?
when he get up here, let him talk.
I think that's America's first rifleman.
Huh?
I don't think so.
No, I think that's America's first rifleman. He's always one of those National Guard kind of guy.
America's first coon.
I think he's not America's first rifleman.
I think I might be wrong. I think that's him. I might be wrong.
Yeah.
Oh well, I thought American First Rifleman was a Pan African.
That annoying voice he got, man. You know, you can tell.
Leave the brother alone, man.
Who you talking about, Colin?
AFR.
Yeah, Kyle, I kind of believe your story.
What story?
The story that you came up with this time.
What story, bitch?
Well, I'm just telling you the truth, man. Look, I don't need to tell lies. I only like to make some stuff like every time I tell you a story, it's the truth. You know.
What story are you talking about?
The whole story was, he had this Pan African guy that called him.
I never said he was Pan African. He was a Cameroonian, right?
Oh.
Who was just having to love Black America, and we talked about Black politics. He saw I was interested in Africa, and I asked him all these questions about Africa and whatnot. I was enthusiastic about Africa. I said I want to visit there one day and whatnot. And he was telling me, he said, "Don't go to Nigeria." I said, "Why?"
Colin.
He said, culture shock to you. You know, you wouldn't like that. He goes, I encourage any African American to go to Ghana. You know, that's what he was telling me. Go to Ghana. He said, you want to go to West Africa, go to Ghana. He goes, that's more suited for you. You know, he said Nigeria would be too much of a culture shock. You would not like that. You know? That's what he told me.
Didn't Mary Shaw go to Nigeria? She said she liked it.
No, I don't think she said she liked Lagos. You know.
No, yeah, she didn't like Lagos, but she said she liked Nigeria.
And the only part of Nigeria I would go to is Calabar. You know, that's the only part of Nigeria. I love that place, man. That place is beautiful. I would love to go to Calabar. If I could find a way. If they had a direct flight, I'd have to go to Lagos, man. I'd fly there.
Oh, okay, you don't like Lagos.
Asaba and Calabar. Those are your Igbo adjacent people, Colin. You got their DNA.
776 mindset. You got to turn your camera on for 2 seconds. I want to see your face. Make sure it's you.
And then you can turn it back off, and he'll let you on.
You know, just put your camera on. Don't tell me you don't got a camera. You know, don't want to see it. You want to come up here and talk. You know, don't use that excuse.
If you do it one time, you ain't got to do it again.
In the real world of computer science, right? You would.
Okay, hold on.
The people that come up with documentation. Hold on. Let me tell you something. They give programmers documentation, right? That documentation is written up, right, and it's reviewed by many before they give it to like a software architect.
Hold on, Big Black. I got a new guest on. Okay, go ahead. 76. Go ahead.
Hey, what's going on?
What's on your mind?
The revolution continues. What's going on, fellas?
What revolution, man?
Hey, man, the revolution, man.
What revolution? You gotta state your revolution. What revolution? Negro revolution?
Is it Haitian revolution? Is it a nocturnal revolution? What revolution?
Like I was telling Kyler, in 1776, the Rhode Island Regiment, Black Americans built this country. You know.
Man, stop with that nonsense, man.
Kyle, let him finish. Let him finish, Kyle.
Yeah, but go ahead, man. Go ahead. You know.
Everybody, there's a lot of people who hate on America. America ain't this. China's this. Everything it is.
You kind of low, bro.
Hey, can you hear me?
P-
Yeah, you sound muffled a little bit. Go ahead, talk, but you sound muffled, man. You sound like you disguising your voice, man. Ain't nobody gonna give you up, man. We ain't gonna let the master, the boss man, get you. You know. All right, bro, go. You gonna talk? 1776. You gonna go? What? Guess he's fixing his mic. So go ahead, Big Black.
yeah, I was just saying, I just said in the real world when you talk about software development, there's people that get paid to come up with the plans, right, and do the whole the work of just mapping it out, right? Documentation. They give documentation to the software architects to build
Hey,
out the
fellas, can you
framework.
hear me?
Okay,
Can y'all
Big
hear me?
Black. This gentleman is on, so let him speak. He's first time caller, so let him
Hey,
speak.
can you
It
can you
took a
hear me?
lot. It took a lot of guts to come. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, man, it
Muffled,
doesn't
but we
take
can hear you, man. It took a lot of guts to come up here. So go ahead. You got the floor.
it doesn't take a lot of guts just to call in. But I'm saying,
Yes,
man,
you
this is
do.
the
Yes,
greatest.
a lot of people are scared to call in.
Like,
I got people that
like we
listen to my show for a year, still won't call in. Just too scared.
like for real, we have to cut a lot of this bullshit out, man. America is the greatest country in the world, bar none, bar
Okay.
none.
All right,
You
let me
don't
ask
want
you
to
a question.
go.
Let me hold. Let me ask
You
you a
don't want to
question.
go to China. You don't want to go to India. You don't want to go to Jamaica. You don't want to go to no Caribbean island.
How do you know how do you know I haven't been to these places?
Yeah, you've been to those places and you came back to America.
Look, it's like
1776.
hold on. 1776, right? Okay, let me say this, right? Now, I understand you're trying to defend America. I get that, get that, look, you're a rootin' tootin' flag saluting mofo. I get it,
Yes,
you
sir.
know, you're a
Yes,
MAGA
indeed.
motherfucker, man. It's
I
rootin'
wonder what black people were doing in America in 1776.
they were in
Hey,
chains,
see,
So let me hold on. Let me say,
we were fighting. We were
Colin,
fighting the New
Colin, you
World.
think this is Dusty brother, Colin? You think this is Dusty brother?
No, no,
I'm
that's not your brother.
I'm gonna break this down real quick, man. See, the Democratic liberals, they always try to link us to slavery and slavery this, roots
hold on,
this,
you
this,
were slaves
this,
though.
right? Right? But
Kyla, let him finish. Let him
you
finish.
had a lot of free black men before the Revolutionary War, particularly up north. That fought in the
What
54
about
Massachusetts.
1776?
Yeah.
Were there a lot of free black men in
Yes, there
1776?
was a lot of free black men. If you check the Masonic lodges, there was a lot of free black men in the north, particularly Boston and Rhode Island. The first blacks that came here were indentured servants. And when they came in 1619, those black men that came were not slaves. They were indentured servants. Black people were indentured servants prior to Anthony Johnson of Virginia suing the state of Virginia to keep his slaves for life. He wanted his niggas for life. And he was black. But three black men founded this country. You had the Rhode Island Regiment. You had regiments up north that was pivotal in the winning the Revolutionary War, right? This country was founded by white and free black men. You had our brothers who were slaves in the deep south, but this country is not just slavery, 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 slavery. They always try to make black people slaves where they can take away from our greatness, where they can take away from Benjamin Banneker, where they can take away from Prince Hall,
Can
where
I
they
ask a
can
question?
go ahead.
Alfonso Morris, I think that's the name. Asked a good question. Were they actually
Mhm.
black men?
We were men of African origin, black, what
Okay.
I defined as.
So when did
Okay.
Prince Hall Mason start? So Prince Hall start opening masonry. Uh,
That was don't get me lying, but that was in the 1700s. They were free black men. Coffee, some of the men that founded Liberia, they were all free black Masonic men, free and accepted men that built things because that's what Masons do. They build things, right? So all this slavery stuff, man, is overblown. It's to repress us to make us feel like we're nothing but slaves. But we was always free men. We were always free men. We were always builders. We were always precocious. We were the embodiment of the fair road.
Where are
and
all
black.
these? Where are all these indentured servers with these African names at? I mean,
You gotta take it. You gotta stop being
I'm just being
lazy.
real. I'm just. You said it was a lot
You
of
gotta
indentured
take,
servers. So
you gotta take that.
do they
You
still
gotta
have
take that
their
drive.
African names?
You have to take that drive to DC and go to the archive. You had a lot of free black men that was high IQ black men like Benjamin Banneker, who laid the foundation for DC. You and Baltimore had a lot of free black men in Maryland. You know, Frederick Douglass was enslaved, but he found his way to freedom. Harriet Tubman was enslaved, but she found a way to freedom. Maryland always had a lot of free black men that was well-to-do men, men of esteem.
Keyword you used was a slave.
Some were slaves, but you had free black men. They
That
came
were
from different.
slaves.
Yeah, but
That
Big Black, you got to give him some points on his argument, right? Of course, we know the history, but certainly there were some outliers amongst black people who
well,
were
yeah, there was some
intelligent
outliers,
people
but
who
a lot of
contributed
those outliers
greatly
were
to the development of this country. So yeah,
a lot of those
give him that. At
outliers.
least.
like
A
like like like
lot of those
like for instance,
outliers started off as
just
slaves.
look up on Google. The Rhode Island Regiment was George Washington's most fiercest regiment during the Revolutionary War. Man, they was killing redcoats left and right. Bow, bow, bow.
Bow,
Headshot.
bow, bow, and it was still black folks, still
Right?
slaves. After the
Listen,
bow, bow, bow.
see, big I
No, I
understand you're
mean,
big black. And hey, black. Listen, big black. You
almost
had
busted nut in
you had black men. You had
around.
black men who fought
I mean,
for
they were still
America.
black slaves after the
Listen,
bow,
you
bow,
had
bow.
black. Listen, you had black men who fought for the British for their freedom. You had black men who fought for America. In 1812, the Jamaican regiment burnt down the Capitol. In the War of 1812, they were free black men that came from Jamaica and burnt down the White House. Brother, you got to do some history. A lot of
Yeah, but
Negroes
I'm
like to
saying,
read.
meantime, back at the ranch, right, it was
Listen,
still a lot of black slaves, and they
I'm
didn't get
telling you
free.
about.
They didn't get
Look,
free
look,
after the red, white, and blue was made up. You know,
What
listen, man.
percentage of black people were free at that time?
I would say, don't get me wrong. I said roughly around 25% of the black men was free in the North. The North always had,
this motherfucker right here.
the North always had free black men and women.
Yeah, you gotta
So
source that up, brother. You just can't say
That's true.
25%.
look, listen, man. You had well-to-do black people in North Carolina that founded HBCUs. You know, all
I
through
would
North
say
Carolina. You always had a business class in
25%.
North Carolina. You always had a business class in Virginia and Maryland and Delaware, stretching all through the Carolinas. These black men was building shit from scratch. Come on, man. These black men was building shit from scratch. You know, black people are great. Black slavery was just something we went through for a small period of time, but we
Yeah.
existed
I
for
agree with
thousands of
you. I agree with you.
Yeah,
you know,
1776, 25% of black people were free.
in the North. The North always had free black men. Because it was
Nah,
indentured
I,
servitude. Slavery,
you would have to show that number.
slavery, slavery didn't become chattel slavery till like the 1800s, and that was in the deep South. But all through the North, proceeding to like Virginia, North Carolina, you had a lot of free black men and women that were some were mulattoes, some were mulattoes.
1776,
What's going on?
25% of 1776.
Let me tell up north had always had free men. Like Frederick Douglass.
I just disagree with that particular number, brother. I just,
Listen, man, if you look at Marine
He
Corps
said
history,
25% up north.
yeah, if you look at Marine Corps history, you had black
Nope.
men before they were ostracized. You had black men in the Navy and the Marine Corps all in the 1700s. What do you? This slavery thing is just like overblown to keep us repressed, depressed, upset. You know, I got a heart and blood pressure out of control because we upset, but we don't understand our greatness, man. You had great black men in the Caribbean, great black men in America.
Well, why did all those free?
Black men,
Why didn't all those free people that came over here that was free? Why did they maintain their African last names?
come on, man. I mean, listen, man. I don't know, man. You acting some what if
They probably just wanted to
What's
integrate into society the same way how white people from those countries Americanize their names.
Oh, you really believe that shit?
I mean, I'm just
Yeah,
saying, like, White people did the same
25%
thing.
of black people in the United States were free in 1776.
Yes, you had free. I told you about the Rhode Island
We had
Regiment.
some
I said,
people that were free, but not
brother, it's
25.
not going to kill you to read a fucking book, brother.
I
Go
don't read
read
a
what I'm
book.
telling you.
What?
Go read Google,
Source
man.
up. You the one
Go get
came
an
up with a
audio book,
number.
man.
You
I'm
just
telling you
came
what.
up. You just came up with a number out of thin blue, and I'm supposed to believe it.
I told you, look up the Rhode Island Regiment in the Revolutionary
No,
War. Throughout the
source
Revolutionary
up as
War, you
far as
had
like
free
what
black.
percentage of black people were free in 1776?
There were many. They were many.
But don't lie and just throw out a number 25%, because that's a bold faced lie.
Christmas Addicts was the first black man to die for this cause. He
Yeah,
was a black.
I've heard that before.
He
Yeah,
wasn't no mulatto. He
but
was black as an ace of spades. You
but you
know,
don't
all
have
through
to,
the Revolutionary
brother.
War, you had.
You don't have to lie to kick it, though, brother.
Listen,
25% and 25% black people were free in
Christmas
the United
Addicts.
States. You have to source that up, man. 1776, 25%
We
of
are
black
the only we are the only group of people who are told we are slaves, and that takes away from our greatness. Yes, we had brothers in bondage, but we had a lot of free blacks that did everything they could to get the brothers out of bondage. During the Civil War, there was a lot of black men that fought and died
most of
for
us,
liberty.
the truth is the truth, and most of us was enslaved in 1776. I have a hard time believing that 25% of black people were free.
I said up north,
He
up
said
north,
up north.
Vermont, Maine. You know, you had black men in Canada. I think the men who created hockey were black. You had free black men in Canada, free black men up north. What are you talking about? It's called read, nigga. Read.
So you saying, but if you average that number in with the total black people in America, right? That makes the number extremely small. That's the
All right.
reason we just concentrated on the North. It said
Big
25%,
Black, Big Black. What he's saying is accurate. What he's saying is accurate. You're trying to use the national number when he said 25% in the North.
He first said
The North.
25% of black people were free. And then
No, he always said that.
He said in the North.
No. What I'm saying is when he first got on, he said 25% of black people in America were free. That's what he first said. Then he switched it to the North.
Listen, man. Listen.
But when you play around with numbers like that, you sometimes you can get a false reality. The reality is majority of us in the United States were enslaved.
Let me tell you something. Segregation.
Big Black, what you're saying is common sense. You're not educating nobody with that information.
I'm not trying
the majority
to
of us was.
listen, bro. That's like okay, you saying 25%. When he first came on, like I said, when he first came on, he said 25% of black people in America were free, which was false in 1776. Then
please look up Anthony Johnson. Anthony Johnson, a black man, I think of Angolan origin. He sued the state of Virginia in the 1600s to keep his slaves for life. Slavery in America, you would work 7 years and you would be free, just like an Irish, just like a Scot Irish. But that black man from Angola wanted his niggas for life, and he sued the state of Virginia. You can look it up. His name is Anthony Johnson. And that's when slavery in America became a lifelong institution. Before then, it was indentured servants. The people who came in 1619 were indentured servants. They worked 7 years. They married Native Americans. They married white women. They married black people. People were not slaves for life until Anthony Johnson sued the state of Virginia to have his Negroes for life. The people that came in the North were free. They built institutions. They built the Black Church, the AME Church. They built HBCUs. They built the Negro League. Black people have always built in this country and has always been part and parcel of this country.
So that excuses the Martha?
What? What the hell is that?
He talking about the transatlantic slave trade. The transatlantic
slave trade. This is what happened. Europeans, pirates, whatever they were, you can't bring a ship into the interior Africa. They were docked at the shores. They made treaties with their different warring tribes that went into the interior, grabbed slaves, and sold them to the Europeans. That was slavery. It was a trade of bodies, right?
That's a fact.
It lasted 300-400 years. It was a collaboration of African kings. I wouldn't say the people, but African kings in collaboration with the Europeans that created that slavery institution.
Okay.
I'm not going to blame all Africans,
Hold
but I'm going to
on. Let me stop you right there. Okay, let me ask you a question. This is where it gets interesting, right? And this is the college Genesis talking, right? Look, now what your moniker says 1776. Do you believe that America is an exceptional civilization?
America is the greatest civilization.
Yeah, all right. Stop right there. Okay, we got you, right?
I'm not.
Hold on.
Question, I'm answering you.
You said I accept your answer. It's the greatest
But I'm
civilization.
saying to this point in history is the greatest, I would say, constitutional republic that has ever been created.
Okay, that's duly noted. Duly noted. Let me ask you the next question, right? Now, do you believe that America was an enlightened civilization?
Oh, enlightened?
Yeah.
What do you mean by enlightened? What are you talking
about?
I
basically, hold up. You know, so America came, really from the Magna Carta. It's a culmination. America was placed that basically the culmination of Western civilization, the most evolved part of Western civilization. That means the separation of church and state, all those things, freedom of religion, everything like that. The whole idea of the Age of Enlightenment, right, was put into practice on these shores right here in America, right? Can we agree on that?
Yeah, you can say that.
And that was wrapped up into the American Constitution, right? Right. Now, when you just said a few minutes, hold up, let me say this, right? You said a few minutes ago that they went over there and they were purchasing slaves from things. Now, does an enlightened civilization engage in human bondage and trafficking and stuff like that?
All right, it's like this. This is the way I can explain it. Like in our society today, right? We have people who sell drugs. We have people who participate in prostitution.
But hold on. But slavery was the law.
Sir, you have people in every society who participates in the underworld, right? America, right, could have prolonged slavery.
But that wasn't slavery. Wasn't the underworld?
Brazil freed this.
Let him finish.
Slavery was a legal institution. It was institutionalized.
He's slavery explaining. But next part, I'm going to crush your argument. Go ahead.
No, I'm not slavery explaining. Slavery was a horrible institution, right? But then you had the Great Awakening, right? A spiritual event in America, right? Where you had abolitionists. You had you had the Quakers. You had abolitionists who said this shit is wrong and we need to change.
After 300 years later, brother, it was institutionalized as a legal instrument in this country. So yeah, I agree with some of the things you're saying about great black men, but slavery was an institution that was legalized in this country.
Like if you read the Constitution, it tells you this institution was placed on us by the British Crown. Slavery only existed in America for I think 80 years.
We hold up. We
right?
understand.
The British instituted.
I understand that, but the thing is,
the British.
This is the part you don't understand, right? You know what slavery was so thing wasn't it was about the labor, right? Slavery was the most the institution that built America. Let me show you. Let me explain to you why. Give me 5 minutes. Let me explain to you why. Right?
The capital from slavery.
Yeah, you heard me say it the other night, but let me explain it to you in detail. Okay. Not only does like when the Dutch first started, the first stock, right? Stock and insurance, like your life insurance, was built around the trafficking of human bodies. If you bought a stock at one price, right? You were going to basically make money when that slave dock landed, right? Your stock is going to go with the use. It also began the thing of speculation and buying on margin. That means when you bought the stock, right, you could take money out of the money you're going to make and invest that even more. That's how you created the first millionaires and billionaires were created through the trafficking and slavery, right? They knew what they were doing. But the bottom line, it was just so lucrative and everything, they couldn't stop it. It was like a disease. It couldn't be stopped, right? Now,
all the countries in the world, America only participated in slavery for 80 years.
But that 80, hold up. They
I'm saying is, hold up. You had the Dutch, you had the British that were engaged in slave trade in Angola, in South Africa, right? America is like the least.
Point. You're missing the point. The point I'm trying to make is, okay, and this is not to condemn America, like you said, inherited from the British, the Portuguese, Spanish. It was institution that was inherited, right? Had they basically said the Constitution, when they wrote the Constitution in 1776, had they tried to get rid of slavery just like that, the country would have went to war right there, would never have been formed. So they said, we're going to kick the can down the road for a generation, agree to like stop importing them after 1816, something like that. And then basically they said, hopefully it'll die out. But guess what? Slavery over the next few decades actually grew. They thought it was going to die out, but it actually grew. And now
I'm a quiz your historical. What caused the slavery to be extended in America?
Well, it was a growth of cotton, growth of tobacco. America basically wasn't under European.
The people in the South didn't want to give up their slaves. That's why they extended it.
Yeah.
No, it was one invention. There was one invention that was seminal to causing slavery to extend for another 100 years in America. It's one invention by Eli Whitney. If you've been there and been
is it a cotton gin? Is it a cotton gin?
We already know about the cotton gin. We already know about that. You're saying to the choir. But the whole thing, it wasn't that. Hold up.
It wasn't that,
bro. 1776. Do you know America produced 2/3 of the world's supply of cotton? The whole entire global cotton industry, when that America produced 2/3 of the world's supply of cotton. Wall Street banks made fortunes off the slavery, cotton, tobacco trade, even rice, in the Carolinas and whatnot. So America will be the richest country the world's ever seen off the human trafficking of slaves. Because slavery, the slaves fetched 7,000% markup.
Tyler, let me ask you this question.
You can't refute that.
Who was the biggest slave owner in the South? It was a black man.
Oh no, well, that's another lie. That's another lie.
Oh, brother, you had
that's a lie.
Bro, you up here being dumb now.
There's no evidence. That's what they run around with. Because if you
read this book. Read this book.
That's a bunch of nonsense. I researched it. It was a lie.
I'm giving you the name of the book, brother. I'm giving you.
Wait, hold on. It was not a lie. That was a lie. The whole.
So this book is called The Free Master. Look this book up, Tyler. Look this book is called The Free Master.
You can't look. I know you're here to protect the white man. I get that, But the whole thing is this.
So Kyle, ask him the question if he's saying that slavery was perpetrated by black people in this country. Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't say it was perpetuated. I said
no. How could a black man be the biggest slave owner?
There's no evidence.
Look up.
Participating in the slave.
I'm giving you the
capitalist
system. In order to be the biggest slave owner, that black dude had to be the biggest rich motherfucker in America.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's the point.
How
did he get all that money
right now?
A lot of times, some black people bought people's families and everything, freedom. They weren't slave owners.
I'm giving you the name of
a lot of free blacks. He just talked about free blacks, right?
Unless
a lot of free
blacks. What's the name of the book? What's the name of the book?
It's called Free Colored Masters.
Yeah, no, that's another lie. That's put up by white supremacists. That's
hold on, Carla. Who wrote that book?
In America, you had two distinct.
Okay, who wrote the book?
You had the South. In the North, you had free. In the South, you had free men.
You can't do, bro. You keep running your mouth.
The first legal slave owner in America is Anthony Johnson of Virginia. Am I lying, nigga? Am I lying?
You are lying.
I'm lying.
The first thing that you said was that all these other people started the slave trade, and then out of nowhere, you're going to say the first person that owned the slave was a black person.
No,
you don't hear the contradiction in that yourself?
Listen. Look up Anthony Johnson.
There's no listen. First you said the white people started it. Then you said the first person that owned slaves was a black person. Use your brain, nigga.
I believe he started what's it called? Like birthright slavery or something. Not birthright. What do they call it?
Free colored masters.
Chattel slavery. Yeah, he started chattel slavery.
He was
from Angola, though.
The first
he was a black man from Angola.
Yeah, he was from Angola.
So was he? Hold What's
Slavery
the
would have never. Slavery. No, no,
hold
no. All right, go ahead,
on.
man. Because you keep cutting me off. I'm telling you, white supremacy. White.
First place
Listen,
came right there in Hampton, Virginia, Fort Monroe, 1619. When they
and they
would
were
drop off out
indentured
of the country
servants,
when
nigga.
that's
I
how the
keep telling you,
that's how
they
the
were indentured
slave trade
servants. They were
started.
not slaves.
Right there in
They were
1619.
not
Those were
slaves.
indentured. Those were slaves. You know.
Okay, you want to be a slave so bad, nigga. I'm telling you that they were free. You want to tell me slaves,
I'm not
nigga?
trying to erase my history to make you feel better. You want to erase
Yeah,
my
and
history.
Dean Calloway wanted to run away from the history so much, so it's on both sides,
You want
brother.
to run away from that
You got to be
history.
Let me
balanced
tell
in
you
your
something.
analysis when you're
Let me
talking about history,
let
brother.
me tell you
But
something.
Carla,
Let me
I
tell you
thought the
about.
first slaves were indentured servants.
He a slave.
Wait,
No,
wait.
I said,
Nah, indentured servitude is in the Bible. It's for
hold on,
7 years.
I said the first
Right,
blacks in this
right.
country.
That's
I
what I'm
said
saying. I
the
thought the
first
first black
blacks
people in this
came
country
here.
were indentured servitude.
First blacks
Wait.
came
Hey,
here.
How
let me tell you.
so? They were
Okay,
kidnapping people from Africa to become indentured servants in the United States or
No, those people
in
came
this
from Europe.
hemisphere?
Those are the black people who came from Europe. Who lived in
Right.
Europe.
let me tell you
They
something.
weren't capturing no
Hey,
African to come
hey,
and pay back any debt.
The first
fellas,
Africans that came here were slaves.
let me tell you something, fellas. White supremacy, slavery is only exists because of black incompetence and black collaboration. If those kings in Africa, through Nigeria,
Okay, so
through
slavery
all the
existed
west coast
because
of
it
Africa,
was the black man's fault. Okay, we get you, brother. Black man is
no,
the
no,
reason
no,
that
no,
But
I
slavery
brother, you
didn't
exists.
say
gotta
that.
you gotta
I said
you
it was
gotta
a
at least start
collaboration.
with the
Hey,
paper
nigga, do you
bulls.
know what
No. It's
collaboration
our
is?
fault, bro. It's our fault.
No,
Black
no,
people
no,
should blame
no,
themselves that
no,
they got enslaved.
not the African people, the African kings. They were the ones
Yeah, the
ordering.
white man didn't go there with the intention to buy other human beings to make them slaves.
White man fully wanted to buy it, but the kings were the ones who was grabbing these niggas like DoorDash.
So
The
So
kings
who?
was like,
basically, the white
the
people
kings
Like
would be like,
DoorDash.
this is
they
what
were
the
going there
king
buying
said.
flowers. White people looking for
Listen,
flowers, right?
listen. The king, African king, the white man would come with that Hennessy, that whiskey, right? Some pillows, some bitches, right? And the African kings wanted the white woman. They wanted the whiskey.
I
They
mean, are you
wanted all that
crazy?
No,
shit,
You think they were
right?
trading white women for slaves? Is that what you're saying,
Yeah,
bro?
I doubt they giving
What's
them
wrong
white
with this
women.
dude, man?
Hey, hey,
Listen, when,
That's a problem, man.
1776. Are you with a white woman? I'm just asking.
no, I love snow bunnies. I love African women. I love women from Ghana,
Yo, man,
Oh, you
Nigeria.
love all women. I
Nigerian
got you.
women
I
have.
got you.
I love Nigerian women, Ghanaian women. I love women, man. I don't make no distinction, man. I love some women.
We ain't even got to go
Italian.
down that deep. The point is, brother, they weren't trading no white women for black men
Listen,
as
those
slaves.
kings used to say a special word. They used to say "ala kaka,"
They,
right?
they
And they would rush into the interior. These niggas
A
was
la
swimming.
what? A la
I
caca. What
like
does that
"Ala
mean?
kaka." Go get those niggas,
What
right?
does that come from? What
Go
language is that?
and it's something "ala kaka,"
Through
and they
Shinaga
would.
Lager.
What is this dude talking about? I mean, at first I wanted to listen to what you're saying, but now it's like you're trying to be a comedian. I don't get it.
No,
What
but
you
I'm
saying?
saying those African kings. I hold those African kings and the white people responsible for
Well,
the
yeah,
Holocaust.
slavery.
I
Yeah,
agree with
slavery
you.
was
I agree with
terrible.
that. I agree with
But
that.
I
when
don't
you're
just say
talking
I
about
don't
when
say
you
the
try to
white
point out
man.
that the biggest slave owner was a black man, what does that say?
And his name was
That
William.
black people was more fervently enslavers than the
Was
white
he
men.
black or was he a mulatto?
I think he was a mulatto. You think he
Oh,
was a
okay, there we
mulatto?
go.
So he probably
There we
inherited
go.
his father's slaves.
He was
I
the
saw a
son. He
picture
was
of
the
the
son
guy.
of a white slave
I
owner,
look like
probably,
a,
right?
Yeah, that's probably what
he
it
look
was.
like a white man. He look
Yeah,
like a white man.
All
yeah.
throughout Louisiana, you had a lot of mulattoes that owned slaves. We had
Yeah, they
mulattoes
probably
that
inherited
Exactly.
them
Those are
through their
not those.
fathers, who probably raped their
Yeah,
mothers.
exactly. Those they were not black at that time.
I'm saying that the issue of race in America is complex, right? That's why the Constitution really never mentions black or white, right? Because the founders, which were black people also,
No, they weren't.
wanted
There ain't
that.
no black founders. Yo, get the hell out of here with that shit. There were no black founders in this country.
So the first
There
black
no
man who
black
died,
men at the
the first,
Carla,
Philadelphia.
the first man,
let him make his case for it. Make
first,
your case that it were black founders. Tell us who they were and how they helped found this
My
country.
tap on rewrite history. There
Hold
were
on.
no
I'm gonna
black
ask this
people
question. Hold on,
violated.
Carla. Hold on. I'm gonna ask the question
listen,
again. Were the founders mulatto or were they black?
they will. You're talking about the ones who signed
There
the
were no damn
Declaration of
black
the ones
founders.
who
Make
signed
the
the
case,
Declaration of
brother. Give us the historical fact that these people helped found
like the
America. Give
road.
us the names.
I told you about the Rhode
nah,
Island
this is
Regiment. Right? All through
revisionist
the
history on
North,
another level.
you had black men who fought in
No, people
Massachusetts,
who did a
Rhode
piece of
Island,
job for the white men are
Vermont.
not founders of the country. People who sat together, wrote the
Listen,
Constitution, wrote the Declaration of Independence. Those are people who
fight for
founded the
something,
country.
if you fight for something, right, you are a
It don't
founding
matter, man.
element of
Yo, black.
No. You can fight for something on the the command of somebody else don't mean you founded that thing.
I
So
mean, doesn't it
Let's
come
be
back and
realistic.
forth to
Rhode
fight on the
Island,
side of the Confederates?
the Rhode
Yeah, to
Island,
found something means you have to come and concoct the idea with a group of
the Rhode
people.
Island
Then that makes
Regiment,
you a founder of that thing.
the Rhode Island Regiment was so vicious in killing the British, right?
Yeah, they're under the command of somebody else. Fighting is not the same as founding anything. You can say they fought for the United States, which is true,
Okay,
but don't say they helped found the
let's talk
country.
about the American Empire. You had the Buffalo Soldiers. Those guys settled the West. Without the Buffalo Soldiers, Oklahoma, Kansas, the
They were
Midwest would
under the
fail.
command of the white
Black
people. They were
men,
telling them to
the
go out there
black,
and clear out
the
those
black
Indians from those lands
African
so that
American
the
men was
white people
killing
could take over
soldiers.
the land.
African Americans
So that's
were
different
killing
than founding a country, brother.
African Americans was killing so many Indians. The Indians just said, "Watch out for those niggas," because they
Yeah,
was killing
under
so
whose
many.
command were they killing those soldiers? Was they just doing it arbitrarily under their own volition, or were they getting a command from the white people to go out there and clear the lands?
Brother, I can't answer that question.
Oh, you can't answer that question?
We know
No,
what it was. We know what it was.
He said,
I
I
mean, we're
can't.
not stupid on the platform, brother. We want you to come and make your points, but don't think
but
you're
I'm
talking to
saying
fools. We have
the,
brains. We can think.
the black men who fought with Teddy Roosevelt was able to win in the Philippines, to win in Cuba,
And what
right?
about all
That
the black
extended
men
the
who
empire.
deserted the
You
United
had
States
you.
to the Philippines? What about the
Man,
black men who deserted the United States to the Philippines, fought for the
listen, man. I
Filipinos?
mean, sometimes Coochie makes you do certain things, man. I
No,
don't know if
no,
they
ain't
had
no
family.
Gucci was nothing. They
Do you
said,
see those? Do you see those men as traitors?
you didn't want to fight this white devil's
Listen,
war,
this
and
country would
basically
not
we
be this
covered the
country if it
Filipinos.
wasn't for African Americans, man. African Americans are integral in founding this country
Yeah,
and sustaining.
and that's why we're cursed. That's why I think we're cursed. You know,
Hey,
God cursed
What
us all.
what's the name
I'm
of
not
the
cursed. I'm not
what's
cursed.
the name of the black founding fathers he's talking about? I ain't hear him name him yet.
That's
I
what I
told
want to
you,
hear.
black
I was
fathers.
just naming the regiments that fought, who won pivotal
Yeah,
battles.
but that's what I'm saying. Regiments are not founding fathers, brother.
That's
Okay,
that's why
I think you got to take that point back.
time out.
I guess the guy
If
who was
we
cleaning the
lost the
streets was a
Revolutionary
founding
War, would there
father.
be a country?
Outside the Philadelphia Hall was a founding father.
What's the brother name? Elvis. If we lost the Revolutionary War, would there be a country?
What you say, Colin?
I said the guys, the Negroes outside cleaning the streets during the Constitution, they were actually founding.
You're out of pocket for that, Con.
I want to. This nigga wants to be
1776. Let me
so
ask you a
bad.
question. Do you know about Junto?
I
Do you
can't.
know about Junto?
He asked me a question, and I think he thought I was a gotcha question. But let me tell you this, brother. The mindset was that they probably promised them freedom after they.
Someone were kidnapped and sold back into slavery.
Brother,
Yeah.
the Buffalo
So
Soldiers fought for
let me make
America
the point.
after the
You asked a question. Let me answer you. Relax for a second, right? So when you ask the question where those guys who fought in the Revolutionary War aren't they considered founders of the country? No, because after that, or even before the Revolutionary War, there was a group of men who went together and declared their independence from the British Empire. Those are the guys who formulated the idea of a United States. Those are the founders of this country, not the men who helped them fight to defend the country. Those are two different things.
It was only two men who was writing for the Declaration of Independence. That was Thomas Jefferson and Ben Franklin and
None of them are black men.
Colin, did you see what I put in the back chat?
John Adams,
None of them are
and Thomas
black men.
Jefferson wrote the whole thing.
None
There
of
was
them are
only two
black men.
people.
So the idea of and the formulation of the country was formulated in the minds of white men, not black men. Black men was conscripted
Yeah,
to
what?
fight and
It was
protected,
cleaning the
but they
streets.
didn't concoct the idea of
So
it.
basically, the whole origin of this channel is to say niggas ain't shit, huh? What
Oh,
is
that's
this
all I'm
channel?
saying. I mean, you want to give some historical facts, be factual. That's all.
We acknowledge what the
I'm
free
giving you
black
about
people
Colin, you
did
see
in
what
regiments
I
in
put
the
in the
Philadelphia.
back chat?
I'm giving you about regiments in the North who fought bravely for this country from the
And
Revolutionary.
I give you that. Yeah, they did fight, but when you say they're the founders, that's not the case. That's the point I'm
They
making.
were not the founding fathers, but they were the founders. It's just like
What
with a
does that mean?
fraternity.
What does that
Whoa,
mean?
What
whoa,
does that
whoa.
mean?
No, come on, man.
With like a fraternity, you have the founders, then you have the charter members, right? So
Okay, what
they were the
what
Yeah,
white
fraternity
people.
fraternity
do we know
members who
about?
join Kappa, Kappa, Chi, whatever. They're not the
Seven,
founders of it. They're just a participant in
se-
in that fraternity.
seven,
They can't call
se-
themselves founders. They can call themselves pledges or whatever they call themselves.
I
1776. Do
think
you
he's
know
one of
about
those type
Junto?
of people that work for a startup company in the early phase and think he's a founder.
Yeah, I agree with that, sir. I agree with that, sir. I'm not going to
That's
argue that.
crazy work.
The
Yeah,
founding
but
general.
what I'm going to say, you can nitpick, but black people was instrumental in this country. If you take black people out of
No,
this
I
country,
agree with you on that
There's
point.
no
Yeah,
doubt about that part.
It's dead. This
You're
country
not
is
trying to
made
convince
up of.
nobody up here that Black Americans were
17,
instrumental in this country.
Yeah, I mean,
1776. Do you know about any of the early
But you don't have to
American
lie and try to be
societies?
like, we're the founders of the country. That's crazy.
like you gave a great example of being a startup. That's how I look at it. You gave a great example. You feel like
Yeah, but
I
if I
feel it.
start a company, I'd be like, hey,
Example,
nigga, come work with me. That'll mean you a founder.
Right.
respect, respect.
They might give you a couple of shares if you're lucky and you hold on to it, and it matures into something great, but it don't make you a founder of it.
I'll tell you about my uncle. He was started with Southwest. He was like one of the first flight attendants with Southwest, and now he's rich because he was with them
Yeah,
from the
that still
start.
don't make him a founder. That's the problem.
Well, did he get
Okay,
The
shares in the
founder is
company,
the
or
person
was he
that
just a
creates
worker?
the company.
he
You
shares in the
you being around or you being hired afterwards doesn't make you a founder because you were there essentially in the beginning. That doesn't change the fact you're not a founder.
1776.
I respect that.
Where you from?
Maryland.
Oh, Maryland.
I mean, I appreciate your love for your country, brother. I mean, I admire it. I mean, just don't
No,
try
I
to
don't
push this shit.
appreciate it. He loves it
Honestly,
too much.
You try
honestly,
He tried to say America ain't had slaves for that long. America's the country that
no,
had slavery for the least amount or some shit like that. Just like, bro, these
England
dudes were British too.
Constitution.
Leaving one country and going
England
to
was
start
that.
another country
England,
doesn't stop your history of enslavement.
England was that institution on us. All right, I'm not gonna argue about that. All I'm gonna tell you is that from the onset of this country, African Americans have played a pivotal role in it becoming the behemoth that it is. Right?
I agree.
African Americans, no, African Americans are part of the foundation. If they're not the founders, they're part of the foundation of this country. This country is a great country. I see Africans, I see Ghanaians, I see Nigerians, I see Puerto Ricans, I see all types of people come here, get money, get along. Ain't no other country in the world like that. You go to China, they said, nigga, go clean some shit. You ain't gonna have no freedom in China. You ain't gonna have no freedom,
They do it.
right? You got
You
freedom
ain't got
here.
no freedom in America like that, bro. Calm down.
Um, you know what kills me? Everybody who makes six figures say they don't got freedom. That's the craziest bullshit I've ever heard, man. You get money
Well,
here,
according to you, with all due respect, there are people who became millionaires in this country during the times of Jim Crow. Just because you
yeah.
can be an excellent person and become successful, that doesn't mean a damn thing, bro.
Okay, can the panel, can all the panel right here go to Cote d'Ivoire and become rich or become anything? Outside, if you can't dribble a ball on your fucking head and go play for FIFA, you done. You
Have you ever
done.
tried to leave? Have you ever tried to
You
leave America and do
you said, can
anything?
a person go to what country and become successful?
Cote d'Ivoire. If you
Ivory
can't play
Coast.
soccer,
Cote d'Ivoire, Cote d'Ivoire. Yeah, they're millionaires in Cote d'Ivoire.
No, no. The
People
interesting
become
thing is
millionaires from
that
selling cacao, from selling
this
cocoa
guy
plants.
said that can Black Americans leave America and become successful in other countries, as if Black Americans had never left America and became successful in other countries,
Yeah, you could. You
which is
could.
completely
Black
false.
Americans became successful.
Yeah,
Black Americans
what
became
about the
successful
black people in South Africa? There's a lot of black Americans in
in South
South Africa.
Africa,
What about the Black
Liberia,
people who went to Nigeria and helped
Nigeria.
them start up their oil fields in Ghana too? What about the
Yeah,
Black person that went to go serve in the Ethiopian the war to help them fight off the Italians,
Buffalo Soldier,
and then help
Buffalo
start up
Soldier.
Ethiopian Airlines? Bro, you smoking a pipe. You might need to calm down a bit.
I,
You don't know as
I'm not
much as you
arguing.
think you do.
Why you sound
I
like
do.
that, Jonathan? You had a cold? You've been sick these few days, huh?
Man,
You
I've been
got a new
sick like
phone or
hell,
something.
bro. The rain is
You
too
got
much out here, bro.
Too much
You
bush.
sound different.
listen, man. At the end of the
Yo,
day,
I get
man.
it, bro. America is an exceptional country, but black people can find
Brother.
success in other countries too.
Hey, the guy who's talking, where you from?
Liberia,
Okay, where you live at now?
Minnesota.
And he ain't
Are
never
you
going back.
right? You're making it in Minnesota, right?
I mean, yeah, I'm doing pretty well. Well,
Okay,
relatively
you
well.
living a good life, right?
No,
You lived a good life.
I don't know if you listen to the channel. I'm not somebody that dogs America. I appreciate the United States. I'm not somebody that dogs it. I'm just saying.
I'm saying that I appreciate America too. I
All
mean,
right, check this out. Hold on. I want to play a video about blacks in the Revolutionary War. Let's watch this video. Then we'll come back and we'll have say I want to hear what 1776 had to say about this. You know.
The answer to this question can be found in the letters, diaries, thoughts, and reflections of those who were there. Their words are relevant to every American and speak of courage, honor, duty, and sacrifice for love of liberty. I'm Halle Berry, and this is their story.
Why is she talking so seductive to give us a history thing?
Platform for agencies and enterprises.
Who knows?
Built to meet any brief. When your project calls for bulk.
"5 years before the American Revolution, on March 5th, 1770, angry Boston citizens confronted British soldiers who had been sent to enforce English tax laws. A black man shouted, 'Be not afraid,' and led the protesters into the fray. The redcoats raised their weapons and fired. In that one volley, Crispus Attucks, an escaped slave, became the first man to die for a cause that would become the War for Independence."
Who set the example of guns? Who taught the British soldier that he might be defeated? Who dared look into his eyes? I place therefore this Crispus Attucks in the foremost rank of the men that dared. John Hancock.
When Patrick Henry said, "Give me liberty or give me death," Negroes accounted for nearly 20% of America's population. Most were slaves.
I was born on the eastern shore of Maryland in the year of our Lord, 1753, in a state of slavery, and belonged to Francis de Shields. He was a colonel in Washington's army. I was with him through the whole course of the Revolutionary War. There, human blood ran down in torrents till the waters of the river were red as crimson. Revolutionary War veteran James Roberts.
In the spring of 1775, England sent a detachment of 700 men to Concord, Massachusetts, to destroy the colony's military supplies. Paul Revere passed the word that British regulars were coming and Minutemen, both black and white, were waiting for them at Lexington. Prince Estabrook was among those patriots who were wounded. He was a slave.
At Lexington they did appear, arrayed in hostile form. And though our friends were peaceful there, yet on them fell the storm. Thrice happy they who thus resign into the peaceful grave, much better there, in death confined, than a surviving slave. Poet, soldier, preacher, Lemuel Haynes.
2 months later, the British once again took the offensive. Free men of color were among the patriots gathered at Bunker Hill to stop them. England would eventually win the day, but not before the militiamen, despite being badly outnumbered, inflicted devastating losses. Eyewitness accounts of that day are contradictory, but in 1818, historian and author Samuel Swett would write,
"Among those who mounted the works was the gallant Major Pitcairn, who exultingly cried out, 'The day is ours,' when a black soldier named Salem shot him through and he fell." Writer Samuel Swett.
George Washington took command of the Continental Army 2 weeks later and promptly called for volunteers. Black men, however, were specifically forbidden from enlisting.
Neither Negroes, boys unable to bear arms, nor old men unfit to endure the fatigue of the campaign are to be enlisted. General George Washington.
Among the assumptions were that blacks were too cowardly to fight, that armed slaves would be a danger to their masters, and if they fought, then they must be freed. Still others believed their service to be undignified and beneath the great principles of the Revolution.
Is it consistent with the Sons of Freedom to trust their all to be defended by slaves. General Philip Schuyler, Continental Army.
Not all the founding fathers.
See, that's what they thought about you, bro. You know, they ain't even want you fighting in
Yeah,
their war.
I think that puts your narrative that they didn't even think you were worthy enough to fight for them.
Agreed with those sentiments. John Adams noted in his diary,
they say if 1,000 regular British troops should land in Georgia, and their commander provided them with arms and clothes, and proclaimed freedom, 20,000 Negroes would join from Georgia and South Carolina in a fortnight. John Adams.
The English came to the same conclusion, and Lord Dunmore, the British governor of Virginia, issued a proclamation inviting slaves to join the royal forces.
I do hereby declare all Negroes free that are willing to bear arms, for the more speedily reducing the colony to a proper sense of their duty to His Majesty's crown and dignity. Lord Dunmore.
Despite the many obvious reasons to serve under the British, the Negro's primary loyalty was to the principle of liberty. A slave poet named Phyllis Wheatley expressed those sentiments in a letter, which was published in the Connecticut Gazette in 1774.
In every human breast, God has implanted a principle which we call love of freedom. It is impatient of oppression and pants for deliverance. Poet Phyllis Wheatley.
Alexander Hamilton held such beliefs went to the heart of the revolution and pressed the Continental Congress to allow black men to enlist.
I have not the least doubt that Negroes will make very excellent soldiers. An essential part of the plan is to give them their freedom with their muskets. This will secure their fidelity and animate their courage by opening the door to their emancipation. Alexander Hamilton.
Okay, so we know you're going to watch this demo at double speed.
Oh, do you know after this Revolutionary War, all those blacks who joined were turned back into slavery? That's reality. That's what happened to our ancestors. They volunteered, helped defeat the British, and they basically were turned back into slavery.
All software engineers do. Buckle up, we're keeping it quick. Here are 5 Monday dev features to plan, track, and ship software fast. Manage your sprints on flexible Kanban and Scrum boards. Fully customizable, no need to call your admin.
Hello?
Performance dashboards, roadmap
Can you hear me?
and capacity planning, all included. Full visibility, zero micromanaging. Use the hierarchy views to link multiple boards and view different teams.
Yeah,
All
we're
in the same
playing
place.
the video now.
No addition.
Wait till the video's done.
Desperate for soldiers, General Washington agreed.
As the general is informed that numbers of free Negroes are desirous of enlisting, he gives leave to the recruiting officers to entertain them, and promises to lay the matter before Congress, who, he doubts not, will approve it. General George Washington.
During the long and bitter fight that was the American Revolution, 5 all-black units would shed their blood, the most famous being the 130-some men of the 1st Rhode Island Regiment. They received their baptism by fire at the Battle of Rhode Island. Samuel Harris was among them.
The regiment to which I belonged was ordered to what was called a flanking position. It was opposed to imminent danger. They attacked us with great fury, but were repulsed. Again, they reinforced and attacked us again with more vigor and determination, and again were repulsed. Again, they reinforced and attacked us the 3rd time with the most desperate courage and resolution, but a 3rd time were repulsed. The contest was fearful. Our position was hotly disputed and as hotly maintained. 1st Rhode Island veteran, Dr. Samuel Harris.
Slaves served the cause of liberty behind the lines as well. In 1781, the Continental Army, assisted by a French officer, the Marquis de Lafayette, was preparing to fight a decisive battle. The British commander, General Cornwallis, believed he would be victorious. What he didn't know was that in his dining room, mingling amongst his officers, was a black servant named James, who also happened to be an American spy. His information helped the colonists defeat England at the Battle of Yorktown. Lafayette would later write,
"This Negro spy properly acquitted himself with some important communications I gave him. His intelligence from the enemy's camp were industriously collected and more faithfully delivered." Marquis de Lafayette.
After 8 long years of war, America had won its freedom. The ideals of the revolution were permanently enshrined in a national motto, E pluribus unum, out of many, one. For some, that included blacks.
Holding fellow men in bondage and slavery is repugnant to the golden law of God and the inalienable right of mankind, as well as every principle of the late glorious Revolution. Maryland plantation owner Philip Graham.
Southern political leaders disagreed, and in 1787 made their views known at Philadelphia's Constitutional Convention.
Religion and humanity have nothing to do with this question. The true question at present is whether the Southern states shall or shall not be parties to the Union. If the Northern states consult their interest, they will not oppose the increase of slaves, which will increase the commodities of which they will become the carriers. Constitutional Convention Delegate John Rutledge.
The argument prevailed. When we, the people of the United States, finally ratified the Constitution, it promised to secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, yet did nothing to eliminate slavery in the South. Some black veterans were reclaimed by their former masters as property. James Roberts was one of them.
Honor, justice, and the hope of being set free with my wife and 4 little ones prompted me to return home. I was soon after separated from my wife and children and sold for $1,500. And now will commence the statement of my wages for all my fighting and suffering in the Revolutionary War, for the liberty of this ungrateful, illiberal country, to me and my race. Revolutionary War veteran James Roberts.
In 1794, Eli Whitney unveiled his cotton gin. Within 3 generations, America's slave population would grow from 700,000 to 4 million.
I would never have drawn my sword in the cause of America if I could have conceived that thereby I was helping to found a nation of slaves. Marquis de Lafayette.
Thanks for watching. If you'd like to help us produce more...
That's how I ended, man. Fought for the American Revolution, returned right back to slavery. So what is 1776 talking about?
Hello?
Yeah, how can you explain that? You got some explaining to do.
Well, you did a hand-picked documentary
No.
that's going to come to your acceptable end, brother.
After slavery, most of them were turned after the Revolutionary War. The thanks they got was they were turned back to slavery and sold.
So how many Masonic lodges that Black Prince Hall Masonic lodges were all across the?
You lost all credibility.
Hey, brother, I see how you play. You play a dirty game, man. You handpick stuff that's gonna substantiate.
He's just talking about your point. You made a point that after we fought, find the dandy.
The founder of the AME Church, right? He was no slave. The founder of Prince Hall Masonry was no slave, right?
But the bottom line is
there was. I said there was
people who fought. People who fought for this rotten, ungrateful country, like he said, were friggin' betrayed.
Okay, but what about?
Look, I'm saying that's unforgivable.
Right.
That's the way we see it.
Hey, brother, how? No disrespect. How old are you, sir?
I'm old enough.
How old are you?
Wait. Okay, you're old enough, right? Time out. You're old enough, but you're still in this country. You said this country's the devil, right?
Yeah, it is
right.
It is, man.
But you're still in the you're still in the devil's living room.
Look, I didn't look. My ancestors had no choice in coming here. So,
okay, so we're all here. Some paid to get here. Some came. Some.
I choose not to get along with these people.
Right. Some people came here through blood. Some people came here through immigration. But we all Americans now.
Look at all the white racists talking to us, man. Them some white racists.
Hey, brother, where the hell you? Hey, Big Blackie, where you from, Darky? Darky, where you from?
Now I'm Darky, huh? Yeah, let it out. Let it out. Let that racist white lady out.
No.
Is amazing.
Like, listen, everybody on the planet. Everybody on the panel live in America, right?
Listen, man,
everybody on the panel live in America, right?
Give me the exorcism, man.
So this country has been good to all of us, right? And I appreciate this country. I appreciate this country, man. And it's not. Go ahead.
Why'd you call him black?
His name is Big Black. I call him Big Darky.
Are you paying mulatto?
Nah, I'm dark skinned, man. I'm just saying his name is Big Black. I call him Big Darky because he talks stupid.
What about if you're dark skinned? You know, you'll be deemed to be a slave back then, right? You were just by being dark skinned.
And this man, like I have a different knowledge of American history. I study free black men that were integral in creating this country. Slavery existed, but you also had free black men like Benjamin Banneker, Frederick Douglass. All these people were free.
Never slaves, huh?
Listen, man, do you want to be a slave today? I can take you to Libya. They'll have you upside down. They'll have you upside down like a big black. I'll ship your black ass to Libya, and they'll have your black ass upside down like a banana.
Colin, step in, Colin.
1776. So see, I'm kind of hurt, man. He's saying I'm cherry picking, I set people up or not. Like he's like setting
but can you show a documentary about the Buffalo Soldiers, about the men in the Philippines, about the people? Can you show a documentary about the black people who founded?
You said the Philippines. I'll find one. Give me a second.
You have black men who settled the Midwest, the Buffalo Soldiers. You have black men that fought in the Civil War. You have black men who established communities in Los Angeles, Oakland. I mean, all over the world, man. Why do we always have to just stick with our lowest point? Why do we have to magnify our lowest point in history?
What they motherfucking do?
This coconut head nigga, man. What do you gotta say, man?
Oreo ass motherfucker.
Oh man, can we all get along, brothers?
Listen,
let's get along, man.
I agree.
The Black Buffalo Soldiers.
Big coconut head.
Hold on. I agree with both of y'all. Both of y'all are right at certain things and then wrong at certain things. I agree with both.
This big coconut head was like a nigga who didn't make it to the NFL. Now he on just talking shit, big and strong for nothing. Go to school and become a PE teacher.
Christmas after the white people send him off, and he was the first one to get shot in the chest. Get out of here with that shit.
Hey, you had free black men that burnt the Capitol with the British. Black history is remarkable. We got to stop dealing with just slavery, man. That's why I'm so. I wish reparations happened and we could just have a year zero. So we just go forward, man.
You would have told on that Turner. I could tell you would have told on that.
Oh man, you would have told on that Turner.
Listen, man, the big coconut head Negro would be in the kitchen cooking. Big Black would be one of those. Big Black would be one of those big. All the big black people in slavery were cooks. You probably be cooking biscuits and shit, man.
Oh man,
cooking about 30-40 biscuits, man. I wish slavery existed so I could put your big black ass in the kitchen, man.
Wow.
Go cook some gumbo, Negro.
He was stealing extra biscuits out the kitchen.
Yeah, but you know, the big black ones was always doing everything. He was changing the pamper, running across, picking cotton, cooking, oh man, cleaning. That's what your big black ass would be doing. I'm trying to tell you something different. You telling me about slavery. So let's talk about slavery. What would you be doing? Your big black ass would be picking about 800 pounds of cotton, nigga. Stop, man.
What would you be doing?
Big black, you would be so big. You so big and so.
What would you be doing?
Listen, big black. You know where they send your ass? You would be in fucking Mississippi, right in the hottest part of the South, just getting nice and crispy, man. Get the hell out of here, man.
You'd be glazing massa, huh? You'd be glazing.
Oh man.
Massa?
Oh, man.
Massa, can I hold
Big
some
Black,
balls and
Big
let
Black,
give
you
you some secrets?
Big Black, you said 76 would have been cleaning Master's gun and whatnot. He would have been
Man,
cleaning.
they would have Big Black doing everything. They would wake his black ass up at 3 o'clock. That nigga would make coffee, biscuits, eggs, milk. He would milk the cow. He would make cheese, and 12 o'clock they send him to the field. Pick cotton from 12 to 10, nigga. No sleep, nigga.
Why you sound like a New York dude? I guess he's from
Big Black, you will be sleeping standing up. You be on call. You had the first cell phone. The master said, "Get Big Black in here." You would have the first cell phone in the You would have the first cell phone. The master called, "Give me Big Black." You wake your ass up at 4 o'clock. Nigga, give me a manicure, nigga.
All right, so let's move on. I want to ask a question. I want to ask a question. Hold on. I want to ask a question. Let's get back to the topic, right? I said I sometimes regret joining the Pan-African Black Liberation Study struggle, right? And the more I'm hearing some 76, man, I'm saying to myself, God damn, it's worse than I thought. But anyway, 776, brother. You asked about showing blacks in the serving in the Philippine War, right? So I got just that.
Yeah, I was saying the Buffalo Soldiers. Just something.
This guy was a Buffalo soldier.
Yeah.
So
the Buffalo Soldiers went to Liberia, they went to Ethiopia, you know.
Let's say he was a Buffalo soldier who went to the Philippines. That's why let's see the story of David Fagen. Let's see the story.
Of the Philippine-American War, one of the units sent by America to fight the Filipinos was the 24th Infantry Regiment, an all-black regiment part of the famed Buffalo Soldiers. Among these men was a young corporal named David Fagen. Facing racism both at home and in the army, and recognizing he was being ordered to fight fellow people of color who were only seeking their freedom, Fagen defected to the Philippine side. He fought with distinction against his former comrades and was made an officer in the Philippine Revolutionary Army, which was labeled as insurgents by the Americans. Thus, David Fagen was the Buffalo Soldier turned Philippine insurrecto. The Buffalo Soldiers was the name given to the army units of black soldiers serving under white officers. These were the 9th and 10th Cavalry Regiments, as well as the 24th and 25th Infantry Regiments. These units were formed mainly from freed slaves after the American Civil War and were assigned to guard American interests in the western frontier. The Native American tribes they fought against were the ones who named them after the buffalo, in part due to their dark skin and curly hair, but this was not meant as a racial slur. In fact, the name was given as an honor. The buffalo were not only a major food source, but also provided the Plains Indians with material for clothing and shelter. They were also revered as a symbol for the warrior spirit. So when the Indian tribes saw that in battle, the black soldiers, just like the buffalo, kept on fighting even when shot full of arrows, they bestowed the name as a sign of respect. In 1899, at the height of the Philippine-American War, the battle-tested Buffalo Soldier regiments, veterans of the Indian Wars, and fresh from the battlefields of Cuba, were deployed to the Philippines to reinforce the American Army fighting Philippine revolutionaries under the command of General Emilio Aguinaldo. The 24th Infantry Regiment was assigned to Central Luzon, where they were part of General Arthur MacArthur's push north along the axis of the Manila to Dagupan Railway. They participated in the Battle of Angeles and the subsequent breakout from that perimeter. Among the soldiers of the 24th Infantry Regiment was a young corporal named David Fagen. Fagen grew up in Tampa, Florida, part of the American South, gripped in segregationist Jim Crow laws of racial discrimination and bigotry. Fagen experienced firsthand this racism, both at home and from the white officers commanding him in the army. He came to realize that he was being made to fight a war of oppression against a fellow people of color. The white Americans calling the Filipinos gugus and niggers, the same insult hurled at his own race. The Philippine Army also used propaganda targeting the black soldiers, urging them to join the Philippine side against their white oppressors. It was not surprising that Fagen decided to heed the call of the Filipinos and abandon his army. One night, he left his camp and rendezvoused with a Filipino officer, and they both escaped on horseback to the jungles of Mount Arayat. Fagen joined the Katipunan and served with distinction under the commands of Generals Jose Alejandrino and Urbano Lacuna. He participated in at least 8 different engagements against his former comrades, the most noteworthy being a raid on a supply barge on the Pampanga River, where he and his men were able to cart off much-needed rifles and ammunition, as well as other supplies. He was commissioned as a lieutenant and later promoted to captain, attaining a legendary status among his Katipunan comrades. Out of respect for his leadership, his own men referred to him as General Fagen. So notorious was he to the American forces that a bounty of $600 was offered for his head. Later, at least 20 more American soldiers would join him in defecting to the Philippine side. Emilio Aguinaldo was finally captured by the Americans in March of 1901. In the following months, other Katipunan generals and their men would also lay down their arms and surrender. This option was not available to Fagen. He knew he would be executed if he surrendered. 2 other Buffalo soldiers, defectors from the 9th Cavalry, were hanged as punishment, so Fagen kept on fighting for many more months. In December 1901, a former insurrecto named Anastasio Bartolome sought to claim the bounty and brought in a severed, slightly decomposed head he said was that of David Fagen. It seems even the Americans doubted his story. The report on the incident is titled The Supposed Killing of David Fagen. In any case, the American military closed the case and his death was written about in newspapers back in America, though there is no record that any bounty was ever paid, and reported sightings of David Fagen continued for years to come. So it isn't hard to imagine that Fagen lived on. Bartolome served with Fagen in the same Katipunan brigade. They could have conspired to fake his death. Fagen had married a Filipino wife and perhaps wanted to live his life without the threat of being hunted down and killed. It would be a beautiful end to the story of the Buffalo soldier turned insurrecto if this Filipino hero indeed got to live a life of peace and happiness with his wife and family deep in the hills of the Sierra Madre. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to click like and subscribe and share with your friends. Salamat po.
Yo, 1776, do you like that story?
Wait a second, real quick.
That makes your blood boil, don't it? He's like, motherfucker.
Wait a second. Let me get this done. Of all the documents, hey brother, is that your name, Kala? Brother Kala. Of all the documentaries on YouTube, you found a documentary of the Black Benedict Arnold. Ain't that a coinky dink, right? You found the one documentary of a Black Benedict Arnold.
How dare you do that to Massa? Buffalo soldiers, right?
Listen, man. Listen, you found the Black Benedict Arnold. Benedict Arnold did the same thing in the Revolutionary War. He won a lot of...
if you were getting called nigger, spit on, beaten up and whatnot, and you had a choice to join the Filipino army.
Brother, why all your brother? Why all? Time. This is what I gotta go. Hey, brother, but why does all your talking points sound like the Antoine Fisher movie, man? Listen, when I hear you talk, it's like a purple Antoine Fisher.
I think you got the Star Spangled Banner tattooed on your ass cheeks. I really do.
All right, Big Black.
Wait, what?
I want to hear what you have to say, Big. I got to meet you, Big Black. I'll bring you back up in a second. Oh, okay. 1776. Okay.
What's going on?
Let me ask you one question, right? Now,
yeah.
Mexico fought the United States over Texas, right? One of the things was Mexico illegalized slavery, right? Texas said we're going to keep slavery. If you was a black person in Texas,
it's more complex than that. It was more complex than that.
That wasn't more complex.
Mexico had the reason for the revolt was Mexico had a law that if you came to Texas territory, you had to become a Catholic and you had to become a Mexican citizen.
Hold on,
right?
That's for white people. That's why your reality was when the white people settlers start bringing their slaves there. That's when Mexico said no, and that's when the Texas independence movement, it was over slavery. Now, which side would you have been on?
Brother, I would have been on the Texan side.
Which side would you have been on?
I would have been on the Texan side.
You would have taken the Texas side and be back to slavery rather than be free. Are you saying,
brother?
You can tell me you're joking, right?
Brother, like I was saying, that was more complex than that. The American settlers came.
I gotta get Big Black in here, man. Big Black, did you hear what he just said? He said he was literally side with Texas over Mexico.
Yeah, I told you he's possessed.
The Texans had a right. Like I said, the issue with Texas was more complex than that. The Texans was being oppressed. You had David Crockett. You had Davy Crockett and Bo, right? Those were pathfinders, trailblazers, Americans that went to Texas. And then the Texans started being oppressed by the little Mexicans, right? The little Mexicans.
How were they oppressed?
Because they wanted their independence. They wanted their independence.
Okay. You want me to play a Texas video? Independence video? You want me to play that?
No. We just chopping it up. Right? Anyway.
You don't want me to pull out that video, do you?
That was a part of Manifest Destiny, that America was supposed to go from.
Manifest Destiny. That's not yours, nigga. You know?
Sounded like you white. You like, that's our Manifest Destiny.
Manifest Destiny. Come on.
He possessed by a racist white lady.
Oh, man.
Yo, 1776. Captain America Negro, you are.
Listen. Like I said, the Texans that illegally went into that territory and overpopulated, they felt oppressed by the Mexican government. They felt that they were American. They spoke English. They had American culture, American way of life, and they wasn't about to be oppressed by little Mexicans in Mexico City. And I think really our country. Right, our country was magnanimous because we actually conquered Mexico City. We could have taken the whole of Mexico, right? But we decided to give them money. What's that?
Captain America. I'm gonna play it again for you.
Yeah. Hey man, listen, we don't have time for jokes, man. Listen.
Yeah, we do.
So America.
All those who chose to oppose this shield must yield.
What you saying, bro?
Listen, like I said, that issue with Texas, they were being oppressed by the Mexican government, right? Santa Anna's government wanted them to convert.
Your black ass was in chains. You care about Texas being oppressed, man? Come on. You love
listen, but I'm saying America paid Mexico reparations after conquering them. They turned around and paid the hoe. You know, they paid them. You know, so we conquered the territory and we paid them. So that's a if you study the Battle of Texas, it was a remarkable. It was just pure strategy, American ingenuity, American excellence that was displayed in that war.
Kept chains, man. You know,
right? What's all that French we type of stuff? What we talking?
Listen. You showed me something about the Buffalo Soldiers. You had hundreds of thousands of Buffalo Soldiers. You showed me one dishonorable black man that turned on his country, and that's the documentary you picked.
20 or 30 joined them.
Like 30, but how many men are in the regiment? How many men are in the battalion? You're talking.
They would have joined them. The rest
of them. They was hunting.
Yeah, a lot of them only stayed because they were getting fed. They didn't want to learn.
Oh man,
come on,
man. All right, man. Listen, man. If you watch some of the black schools after slavery, the free black schools created by the freedmen, all those kids pledge allegiance to the flag. All those kids had fidelity to the country, the Union.
Man, they didn't know any better.
You had black schools all through the north, all through the south.
Now we're teaching people better. Don't salute that damn flag, you know.
Yeah, college teaching people how to hate.
So listen, man. All right, I'm gonna give you this. You showed me that guy who ran away to the Philippines, nigga. When are you gonna run away from this country? You free? There's a boat. There's an airport. There's an airport. I want big black. I'll pay for a ticket for that nigga to leave, man. Send me your cash app, big black. What country you want to go to? Listen, I will cash app you, big black, to get the hell out of my country.
If you don't like it,
big black.
Listen. You know where I was sending. You know where I was sending. I would send Big Black to the Sahara Desert, man, with 1 ounce of water.
776. Whatever happened to our liberty and freedom of speech? Whatever happened to that?
We have freedom of speech.
Oh, and I say
we have freedom of speech.
I choose not to support the American flag. That's my freedom of speech, right?
Listen, you don't have a choice when it comes to that. When that flag come on, nigga, you better stand up. You better salute or put your right hand over your heart.
Hey,
straight up.
Hey, 1776. Let me ask you a question.
So, no,
yeah.
I don't think so.
Are you a real American?
Am I American? Like,
no, I'm talking 1776.
What do you? I love America.
I told Kyle I'm a real American, but he said I'm not. So I'm asking you, are you a real American?
Man, listen.
Hold on. If I gave him the real America test, this nigga will pass. You know.
Yeah. What's the real?
I asked him one question so far. He got 100. You know. All right. Let me ask you another question. No, seriously. 1776. I got another question. Test you're a real American, right?
What's up, man?
Okay. All right. Like 2 more questions, right? When you look at the men on Mount Rushmore, what do you see? How do you feel?
You know what? Having a lot of family members that's Marines, man, it brings the tears in my eyes, man.
I didn't ask you that. When you see what do you feel when you see that Mount Rushmore? Do you feel proud and patriotic when you see those men up there?
I think it's a work of art. You know, I think it's beautiful, man.
Think about those men.
I mean, those men were men of their time with character flaws, man, like every other man. You know.
No. What do you think about George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, men like that? What do you think about them when you see?
I think Thomas Jefferson. He was a conflicted man. You know, about.
Okay. All right. You failed one. Okay.
He was a conflicted.
Okay. Let me.
He was a conflicted man.
Oh, let me ask you another question, right?
Yeah.
Do you think when I say Hiroshima and Nagasaki, was that justified?
That was the right thing to do, man. We had to drop that shit on them, man. They refused to give up.
Yo, check us out, Steve. He's an American. You're not. You know.
Yeah, we had to. That World War II would have been extended. World War II would have extended for like.
Actually, I was rooting for Japan. You know.
Not Japan. They were fierce fighters. They did a lot of wicked things to the Koreans, like that. The Hiroshima and Nagasaki was just karma. It was just karma. You know, the Japanese were.
4th of July.
Kyler, how can you be rooting for Japan when you wasn't born in 1945?
Exactly. How was he rooting for Japan? He wasn't here.
Let me say this, right? On 4th of July, you know what I'm saying? You know, when I was a kid, man, I was the most patriotic. I didn't know any better, right? I was the most flag-fluting motherfucker in the world, right? But now on the 4th of July, you know what we're doing, man? I'm gonna be watching videos of the Japanese bombing of Pearl Harbor, man. That's my favorite video.
All right, Kyler, that's doing too much.
But Kyler, you have to understand. You have to understand that those bombs that was dropped on Japan was necessary. Japan were fierce fighters. That war would have been extended.
You passed, man.
All right.
You are a bona fide flat rootin' tootin' flag saluting motherfucker, man. You know.
I mean, we all love America.
You failed, man.
America
I'm
may
a real
be.
American as well. 1776.
Oh, you failed though.
Yeah, man. I mean, like, listen, man. This guy, he's a contrarian, man. He knows he loves America, man. You know, he knows he loves America like the rest
Kyler,
of
will you
us.
say the best thing about when you go to Liberia?
Well, like I said, I'm conflicted, right? You know, I said when I come to Liberia, I love it, right? But the only thing I wish is that we would have built Liberia, so I would never have to come back.
No, Kyler. What's the best part about when you leave America?
Yeah. But I say one day Liberia is gonna be the country.
No, Kyler. What's the best thing about leaving America?
Right now, Liberia was destroyed during the war or whatever like that. So one day we'll get a.
Tyler said the best part about being in Liberia is when you have to come back to the United States. That's the
there
best
you
part.
go.
I mean, like that's what we are. Like even Africans that come here and they assimilate into the society and like the DMV and like in the DMV, they're Americans. They cool, man. Pan-Africanism is established in America.
Let me say this, bro. Because I got expertise in this, right? The reason why Africans come here because they're getting food, they got running water, they got a flushing toilet, they don't have to shit.
That's being condescending. They come here like every other immigrant group, whether the Irish, the Scott Irish. Everybody comes here for a better life, and we all become Americans, man. You know.
Here because America got great infrastructures developed, you know.
No, they come here because of liberty. They come here for a better life. They come here for education. They come here.
America got toilets.
But listen, no. America is easy. Like if you want to become a plumber or an HVAC or a truck driver or a professor or a nurse, you can go to school.
Wait, 7-Eleven. So Primo Big says some of us don't love. He's an immigrant. He's an African immigrant. Some of us don't love America. So what do you think about
that nigga need to go. That nigga need to go on a sailboat, on a canoe, and if he die in the Atlantic Ocean, he died, nigga. If he like Drago said, like Drago said, if he dies, he dies. If he dies, he dies. You know? I mean, listen, man. If you come here. Yo, listen, like for me,
76. I think you need to go, join the army.
Big Black, Big Black. I'll put
with Chris Adams tattooed on your forehead.
Big Black. You know what I would do to you? I'll put you in a cup in the Atlantic Ocean. I know your ass can't swim because you can't even swim, man. Your big black ass is gonna be down there at the Atlantic Ocean with SpongeBob, nigga.
Where you find this nigga from, Tyler?
Funny, I give you that one.
I don't know, man. Like I said, I'm the ringmaster, man. I deal with a circus of deadly.
Listen, man. Like I feel like what's that lady in Minnesota? She went from going through the desert on a camel. Now she's a congresswoman. What country could you do that, man? America allows anybody with talent
from Somalia.
And now she's a congresswoman making $300-400K. What other country can you do that?
240,000 a year, not 300.
That's good money. That's good money from a camel. From a camel to Congress.
What are you talking about from a camel, nigga? She was from Somalia. She was
on a damn camel. She was on a damn camel with Aladdin. Right?
She's not Arabian, nigga. She's Somali.
She was on a camel with Alibaba and the 40 Thieves, right? Now she come to America. She's a congresswoman.
She's not from that region. She's from Somalia, bro. She's not from Arabia.
Did you join the army in 1776?
Yeah, I joined the military.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yep.
Well, I got a question for you, Big Black. Can you swim, though, Big Black? Is he talking shit, or you can't swim?
Big Black can't do shit but run his fucking mouth. He can't do nothing. He's not competent. Man.
Calm down for a second. Let him answer. Can you swim, Big Black?
No.
I can't swim either. So shit, nigga, I can't swim.
I can't swim.
Listen, You put Big Black in a pool, he goes straight to the bottom like an anchor.
Man, what you gotta get Big Black, man? Leave my brother alone, man.
He's not. I don't think he's a quote unquote right a real African American. He swam over to this nation, and now he's.
Man, yeah, real.
He got his practice he came from Cuba. So because I don't want to Florida.
1776. Defend
on,
your
man?
people. Tell me you're a real African American.
Man, this is the best country on the world. Listen. Sometimes I don't even want to die because heaven can't be better than here. So, like, I'm telling you,
Oh wow,
this is heaven. This is heaven, man.
America's
Listen, I don't even want to die.
Can I ask you a question? Let me ask you a question. If I told you, that
this is Captain David.
This
Hitt,
is
U.S. Marine.
Yeah, Captain Hitt. So let me ask you this question: of the, if you were going to ask me the incarceration rate of people that look like your black ass in the world,
yes, sir.
where do you think that where do you think that Black Americans stand with per 100,000 people incarcerated?
Well,
all of the countries in the world, where do you think we stand?
Well, brother, that's a complex answer that deserves a complex question to deserve a complex answer, right? The rest of the world, right, don't have the police force that we have in America. We have county cops, we have state police, we have sheriff. We have so many cops here. So if your black ass is doing something wrong, you're going away. Okay? In South Africa, they got one police for the whole country. South Africa got 3 police for the whole country, and it's murders everywhere. Nobody going to jail.
Where do you think
Africa got 10 police? Go ahead.
They only got 10.
Where do you
10?
Where do you think that we would stand? 10? No, we're just right below El Salvador. We're number 2. El Salvador's
what and what? Hey, brother, man. Right. Listen, I don't have time for Russian propaganda, brother. Look, Black America, we're in a state of decline, right? Black America is in a state of decline, right?
If I told you that I want you to come to, I have a country, I want you to be 12% of the population, but I want to make you 40% of the prisoners. Would you go to that country?
Hey, Blake, let me tell you something, man. A lot of black people get away with crime. The population of prisons should be a lot more. It should be a lot more. A lot of brothers get away with crime. Huh?
So you saying it should be more of us in prison?
A lot of black people get off.
Okay, so who do you think has got the most incarcerated people on the planet of all the countries in the world?
I would say those orange people in China, man. Those orange people, they just kill you, man. But they got a high incarceration. They got concentration camps in North Korea, China, all those Asian countries, man. They don't play with crime, man. Like, I mean,
no, you're wrong.
Africa.
The United States is number 1 with 1.7 million, and China is number 2 with 1.69. But they have 4, almost 5 times the population that we do,
brother. So you're telling me if you go to prison, right, to any prison in America, you're going to tell me that 99% of the people there don't belong there?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that 99% of the people didn't belong. But you talk about freedom. But in this country,
are you saying that lady justice is unfair?
No, I'm not saying that at all. We're talking about when you talk about true freedom. We as African Americans, especially, our freedom is the one that's been taken away most of anyone. Like I said, we are ranked number 2 in the world.
Hey, brother, I'm gonna tell you like this: grab a pillow, grab a ice pack, because I'm about to split your head with your life. You're a captain, right? In the army, right?
Yes,
right? You wasn't time. I'm about to split your head with your captain. You're a captain in the Marine Corps. Oh, okay, now I'm gonna break your life down for you. You went to officer candidate school in Quantico, Virginia, right? You right? You went to NROTC?
Nope. I went to
so you were a Mustang? Were you a Mustang? You started enlisting and became an officer?
I was not a Mustanger. Right out of high school, I did pretty well in high school. Went straight to Annapolis. right out of high school.
Okay, so you went to the Naval Academy. Nigga, you are the elite of African American. You had a silver spoon in your mouth and your ass the whole time. You went to the Naval Academy in Annapolis. That's a prestigious Ivy League institution, right? You can't get in the Naval Academy without having
Annapolis
1,500
is
on your
not an Ivy
SATs,
League
right?
institution.
Now he's a black
It is equivalent to an Ivy League school. When you graduate from West Point or the Naval Academy, that's on the same level of an Ivy League school. So you had a silver gold spoon in your mouth and your ass, right? You had 1,600 on your SATs, right? You to go to the Naval Academy, to get to the Naval Academy, you have to have a congressional approval. So you wrote to a congressman who wrote in for you to vouch for you to go to the Naval Academy. You graduated from one of the most.
Hold on. Let him tell you about his story himself. Hold on. 1776. Let him speak for himself.
Actually, sir, it was Senator D'Amato. That's who it was.
Okay. So you got a congressional approval, senator, congressman to vouch for you. That means you did well in school. You were exceptional. You had a high SAT. You went into a prestigious institution, right? And you graduated, probably top of the class, right? Then you joined one of the most prestigious. Wait. The lowest man in the Naval Academy.
Captain here, bro. Don't tell his life story for him.
The lowest man in the Naval Academy is the highest man in any other institution, right? So you got a commission into the most prestigious fighting force. You shed blood for this country, nigga, right?
Yep.
And you right? And you a devil dog, a leather neck, right?
He became a Muslim. That's what changed his perspective.
Yeah, he's a devil dog. He's a devil dog.
At 15 years old. I've been a Muslim.
He's a devil dog. He's a devil dog, a leatherneck, a mean green fighting machine, right? Right? A sharpshooter, expert man badge, right? So you are the creme de la creme of the African American society. So what happened to you, brother, to make you go astray? Okay. You are a sick Negro. You are a sick Negro, right? Because when you graduate, you probably get together every year, play golf. You play golf with all your classmates, right?
I went to go see one of my. I went to see my classmate in June. Smitty. I went to go see Smitty. I was with him. Yeah, he living in a couple $1 million house. I go hang out with those guys. Yeah, I do.
Listen, brother, this is what you need to do, brother.
I got my classmates with a couple $100 million. Yeah, I got
So, brother, I'm going to give you the blueprint for the rest of your life. I want you to get off this site and start running for the mayor of New York. You need to get into. You need to start your political career, man. Leave Collar alone. He's gone. He's done. You need to start your political career, man.
Yeah. What did Collar do to you? What Collar taking strings, man?
I'm from Maryland, so I know Naval Academy. Y'all are prestigious. Annapolis. Y'all are the top of the top. So when you graduate from the Naval Academy, man, I salute you, man. You're 1776, man. You know.
Check this out. Can you get him talk for a second, man?
Now I'll explain where there a transformation happened. Of course, because in my class, out of 1,050, there was only 40 of us black folks that graduated from the class. And of course, during that time, we experienced. Of course, a lot of racism at the time, but I never, I got a pretty good reputation amongst my classmates because they know I didn't give a shit or didn't give a fuck at all. So I always stayed hard, listened to my music, our beats. Didn't listen to theirs and all of that. So I made sure I represented us. However, when I started to live around the world, and especially when I started in Somalia, that was a very hard mission. And a hard deployment, one of the hard. I couldn't even believe that, what I saw there in Somalia, and being a recon platoon. Then, brother, I was a recon platoon commander. I was one of the few. At one time, I was the only black recon platoon commander in the whole entire Marine Corps, and I could swim. So we got to swim a long way. I can tell you that. But,
you was force recon.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I just want to say thank you for your service, brother.
It was my honor to serve, sir. Now, what happened was when I got outside of America, and I lived in Singapore, that is when a political awakening happened to me. Because when I got to Singapore, that country had just started celebrating its 30th year of independence. And if you've studied Singapore and Lee Kuan Yew, essentially it's a very tiny nation, but it is the cleanest, safest place in the world. Kids do very well. They're very wealthy. They have no natural resources except their human intelligence. That's all they have. So what happened was when I was there and I started to see what is possible, then I started looking at the numbers as African Americans. And where I'm leading to you, brother, is this. As an African American, when we are able to create a nation of our own for those who wish to go. And what I'm trying to say, 1776, is this. Imagine if we were able to find a piece of unoccupied, undeveloped territory in Africa, and we bring people just like what you're saying with the mindset that you have and the mindset that I have and a lot of some of these other guys. No riffraff. We ain't talking about dumbasses. We're talking about competent professionals. And then if we are able to then build something for ourselves and keep our dual citizenship, I'm not saying be like Israel. I'm saying find a location of unoccupied and undeveloped territory. I have all of the confidence in people like us, like you, that we can build a nation just like Singapore. If Singapore can do it on 450 square miles, 20 miles by 15 miles, we can too. And we have the population of 44 million people. And then this is a place where we can then own everything in that society. Because what the problem here in America, what we run into, and the way the laws are written, if you go to prison right now, every job says, are you a felon? So, and then how are you going to get a job if you're a felon? Where do people go? And then that cycle continues. And I believe that we can if we take some of the best competent professionals, the pioneer force, to be some of those best,
video right quick,
and then build this thing.
Hold up.
Go ahead.
This is you 15 years ago, right?
Yeah, this is a while ago. But Lee Kuan Yew didn't play games.
This is not a dream. It is inevitable.
So 1776, what you're seeing is this, and I honestly believe that African Americans, we take the right people, we build a nation for ourselves, we become better than what these Israelis are in the sense of technology and all of that, then you will see that we will help create better Americans. Black Americans will be better.
But two things, right? I want you to inform, because you're a Navy, a Marine guy, Marine devil dog. Can you inform Kyla on the history of Black Americans in the Navy and the Marine Corps that's been there since the 1700s? Could you break some history down to Kyla about the Montfort Point Marines? Can you break that down to Kyla? And two, I kind of believe like the Nation of Islam, right? That we can create a nation within a nation. We can create a settlement in Guam where you can create right, because you can declare independence in America and create a reservation in Guam, in the Virgin Islands, in Puerto Rico, in the Marianas.
That's Negro.
Like Elijah Muhammad wanted to have a piece of territory in Mississippi for Black people.
Elijah Muhammad only had a third grade education.
Yeah.
So what does that mean?
What I'm talking about is, I understand that, but we have people that can fly F-35s. We have architects. We know how to build and do everything on our own. And I wish it could be done here in America, but the federal government will continue to control the roads. They'll continue to control the fuel, electricity. I mean, all of these places that are companies that have the power plants, they're not going to give us those power plants. And I'm saying that this project that I'm talking about doing, this is for those who wish to go. But in this nation, then, brother, 1776, imagine the school system that we can create. Kids go to school in uniforms. Our kids will be required to learn another language. Our kids will be required to learn math and English. There's not going to be no playing games and having phones and being disrespectful to teachers. Getting back to what we are. And remember, we as African Americans are the only people to have fought and died for the sovereignty of other nations. In every war in France, there are African Americans that are buried there in France. All over the world, African Americans have fought and died for the sovereignty of other people.
I'm gonna quiz you. What is that? What is the element on a Marine Corps officer's hat from the French War, from the war in France? Is on top of an officer's hat. What is it called?
Hello? You mean on the Eagle Globe and the French Forage?
No, yeah. You got it.
Yeah, I rate the French Forage because I was attached to a unit that earned that one. So yeah, I do rate it in my uniform, and so I do wear it. I do wear it on my uniform. So yeah, so our history school, we have contributed in 1776. I'm with you I'm so with you in many ways, and I'm like this. I'm like, if we take this group of individuals, let's go build this and use modern technology, and we can then negotiate with American companies, with European, Asian companies. We can say, okay, here's a project. We want these roads built. We want this built. We want that built. And I'm telling you, I've witnessed it myself. I saw in Malaysia an entire city built within 3 years from nothing but palm trees.
Malaysia and Singapore are exceptional countries, man, with just the innovation, the people, the will to work. I mean, those are exceptional. Even Vietnam is uplifting. So
you're right.
Those are exceptional countries.
Look at Dubai. Look at Dubai. Dubai is unbelievable. And in Dubai, only 10% of the population are true Emiratis. So the Emiratis, they only make up. Yeah, and they import all these other people, but they can't vote in the country. They cannot be citizens. The Emiratis are the foundation. They say this is the way the laws are, and people from all over the world go in there, and that place is clean as a whistle. That place is growing like you can't even believe, brother. Can't even believe. And it's safe. You can put your wallet on the car. All of the Ferraris and Lamborghinis and all that stuff, the keys are in the cars. You go up, you see those the Audi, whatever, G10s or whatever, the R8, whatever it is, they're all in the Rolls Royces, G Wagons. You can go right up to the car, open the car, press the button, and go. That's how it is over there. And imagine if we had a place like that. You know how lit it would be if African American men, competent professionals like ourselves, imagine what the world would say. Wait a second, the whole world would want to come hang out with us. The whole entire world would. And this is something that, once again, I know, being a Naval Academy grad, I understand that this can be done. I know it can be done. And what's wrong with African American people having a beautiful, clean, safe place where everyone's respected? Our women are respected. Our teachers are respected. We reinstate the family unit because our families have been destroyed over here. And you see what's on TV with these young girls and all that, and what's being promoted. That's being promoted on purpose to keep us anesthetized.
But I see, like in the DMV, I see a lot of successful African Americans. I don't really see that devastation that other people talk about. Montgomery County, Prince George's County, Anne Arundel County. You have a lot of affluent.
But a lot of people are working for the government. I mean, they got GS jobs there. They got they're GS 11, 12, 13, 14, 15s. You're in a great place in Maryland, Prince George's County and all that. But those guys are making money. They're doing a lot of government jobs. My aunt was a U.S. ambassador to the Central African Republic, and she retired and all that. She did very well for herself. Very well. But those are the GS jobs.
Let me just say this. So 1776. What do you think about it? Would you join?
Yeah, I think it's an audacious. Everything's with a dream and a plan. So yeah, I think it's an audacious thing, man. You can always, you always want options.
To give you an example, since you've not seen this before, let's see if I can pull this up. I'll give you a quick example of what I'm talking about. Let's see. But no, brother, I'm listening to what you're saying. I'm confident that we can easily do this. There's no question about it.
Because like if you look at Charles County in Maryland, you just have affluent black people everywhere. So I don't really like, the whole suffering black man, like the whole slave, like that's not like, I know what happened, but we transcended that. There's more things in American history than slavery. We had so many pioneers and trailblazers. Like, to reduce it just to change is like, sometimes it's kind of like disconcerting to me.
No, I understand what you're saying. And what we can do is this. Let's see. Hold on one second. I'm gonna present I'll just give you this quick, and I played this video many times before to these guys. Just so you can get an idea of this thing. Hold on.
So you don't think this government is doing any like indirect attacks on us on 1776?
Like I said, like from where I stay at, I mean, there's a lot of well-to-do people who's really doing their things in every field of human endeavor. So it's like, I don't see that, like that suffering you see in like Newark, New Jersey. That's not like, or New York City or something I don't see that. I don't see that.
No, you don't. Definitely.
Like Maryland, you have country black people on the Eastern Shore.
And 1776, the reason why the flag was designed this way, as it proposed. Hey, Kala, can you share my screen? Can you share the screen?
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, because I asked for to share the screen, and the reason why it was, and the reason why the flag was designed this way with the 13 stripes and the star is because that represents our creation as African Americans in 1776. We were the original advocates for the creation of an independent nation in America for freedom. We have been there since the start. That's why I put this flag like this. And the one green star means us coming. We as one people. All right. So this will give you an idea. We want, in the end, the city will be able to defend itself. Okay. So what you see in the background is the city that could be built 50 years from now, 30 years from now, 40 years from now, that could be built. But we are going to have the ability to defend ourselves. So now this is the unoccupied ancestral land that we want to find in Africa. Nobody there. Absolutely, completely empty, devoid of people. Only thing is maybe some animals there. And then from that land, we negotiate, and then we start to then bring our forces there, and we start to bring our material, our containers, and we start to then build this nation itself.
But I see that's a nice idea, but like, would you really trust somebody like 1776? He's a Christmas Atticus type ass motherfucker, where that,
No. Good point, brother. We'll monitor everyone that's a part of this. Now we understand COINTELPRO. We understand that there'll be people that may try to sabotage it, and we'll be prepared for that.
Probably put a couple of monitors on 1776,
So 1776, the port is created. Then in parallel, we're creating the airfield. So an airfield in parallel, port and airport is then created while we clear the land using the latest, greatest machinery. Then that aircraft comes in, and that can land, like, for instance, like you need C-17s and military type of aircraft. And then as in parallel, we start to build housing, hotels, all of that stuff for our people. And then this will give us jobs. In 1776, we own the DMV. We make the rules. We make the laws. We decide every name of every street, every building. We decide what cars are going to be in the country. We own every single dealership in the country. African Americans own everything. The hospital, this is an example of a hospital. We build the most modern, elite hospital in the world with every latest technology, etc. Nuclear power, since we have to use AI and all of that and create data centers for AI, let us be that data center on the continent of Africa. And I have 100% confidence in us 1776 that we have the expertise to do this and make it nice and clean and pretty, just like you see here. I like shit to be nice, okay? I don't want to be living in no. And so in the future, then we start creating neighborhoods, we start creating our own housing, schools, all of that type of stuff. So this gives you an idea of what we can do in the future. And then we're creating jobs for us and we control everything.
What do you think about like a test run in an American territory like Puerto Rico? Like we try this in Puerto Rico or Guam and then find another place and do it on a continent. What do you think about
the thing called the Monroe Doctrine by James Monroe? America sees any provocation in West Africa as a state. That's why they invaded Haiti. That's why America has nothing but poverty surrounding it. Japan took its wealth and they developed all of Southeast Asia as equal partners. America took its military power and impoverished and exploited the whole entire Central South America and stuff like that. So no, you can't do anything in the proximity of America. This could actually happen if it's away from America.
Yeah, we have. This is the way we have to do it, brother. Yeah,
like I said,
this is the way we have to do it. Clean.
I think we
land.
We tried.
Clean unoccupied.
We tried. Land. But I think it will have to be like a real. You know what? Anything you need to push or a pull. I think like this region from like Delaware down to North Carolina, a lot of black people are really really comfortable. You know, like you have a high education.
I'm in Virginia.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm a businessman. I know. Hold up. It's those comfortable black people who like this. You know, it's those people like that like this.
Come what we asked. Yeah,
comfortable black people want better. Look, my friend Mark Blanton. Hold up, my friend Mark. I'm gonna play Mark Blanton, right? Him and his wife come from Culpeper, Virginia. She was a doctor. He worked for the Secret Service. You know where they live at right now? They live in a mansion in South Africa. So don't get it. There's a lot of middle class black people who want to leave the country, want other options. You know, this is a culture of America.
1776. People can come once in a year. Come for 1 week initially. Come for 2 weeks. As time goes on,
you're pretty much talking about like. You're pretty much talking about creating like an Israel in Africa, like a state of Israel in Africa, where sort of like.
I hate to say that. Yeah, I hate to say the word Israel, but because we are not looking to one, we have the right to go back there because our ancestors were taken away in a crime against humanity. So we have the legal right to do that, and And Africa's reparation to us as African Americans should be, okay, guys, here's a small piece of unoccupied land. You guys can go ahead and do your own thing, and good luck with it. And we would be fine because we have so many people that we can access to. And we have
I was telling the people earlier that I hold like whites and Africans collaborated together for the institution of slavery.
Yes,
so I don't really think that I don't think that African leaders would provide land. They sold us, so I don't think they'll provide a refuge for us in Africa in 2025. You know, no country in Africa has ever extended a welcome to African Americans to come back and settle. So I think it's like that will be a tough go. You know, I mean, I could see this country being built in Asia before I can see it being built in Africa, because the Africans,
I get what you're saying. Yeah. I get what you're saying,
love
sir,
them,
but
we love Africans, but sometimes they don't. Like the Africans here in the DMV are real friendly and good to go, but like the African governments, they have never really reached out to us and said, look, man, we're sorry. They never even apologized. We're sorry for selling you. Mm-hmm. When you go to Ghana, Sierra Leone, they're profiting off of us going back and showing us the slave mansions where they sold us. So I think it will be, we will need a olive branch from an African government first to even make this a viable situation. You know what I mean?
The first thing that would happen is when we form our government here, we have a constitutional convention, form our government. That's when we will go, because there's many benefits to the host nation that would give us this land. Because in the end, we're not paying for nothing. This land is going to be ours no matter what. This small piece of unoccupied, we're talking like 100 miles of coast, give us 100 miles deep, 10,000 square miles, nothing. We're talking a tiny, tiny piece of land. And on that tiny piece of land, that's where, once again, that host nation, we can give them favorable trade agreements. Their people can work with us and no pay, no taxes. They will have access to our healthcare system. There's a lot of things that the host country that, once again, releases that piece of land, and they will gain a lot. Then there'll be a massive investment into their country too. We can, of course, hire them to do work. So it's a win-win situation.
I got a couple.
Now,
I got a couple questions. Like, in the 1820s, when African Americans bought that land from Liberia, they should still have the deed for that land. Where we can modernize that area and take back that land that we had bought in the past. That's feasible, because if you, we already purchased it. We already purchased it, so you have the deed for that land in Liberia.
That's not how it works.
Huh?
That's not how it works. The land belongs to the country now.
But I'm saying there's a deed. African Americans bought that land. Wait, brother. I'm not going to cut you. America bought the Virgin Islands in 1917. They bought Puerto Rico, I think, in 1899. So if African Americans purchase land in Liberia, that still belongs to the African Americans. That
it
whatever I don't know,
the Liberian government. Yeah.
And I get what you're saying. Now, before this even happens, and I'd say this is one of the things that amongst ourselves, because I am putting together a book on this one. And the first thing that has to be released is that we as African Americans must have a nation first mindset. And what I wrote here is that we need to have, before this even happens, we need to have a mental transformation to be able to come together to build this sovereign, self-sustained, and globally respected nation. And I'm reading from what I wrote. While historically marginalized and systemically divided as a minority in America, we do stand at the threshold of a new era, one that requires a shift from individual survival to collective destiny. And I'm talking going from because right now we are individual survival, and now we need to go to collective destiny. And so what has to happen we have to replace the toxic psychological conditioning instilled by generations of systemic oppression, social media division, glorified dysfunction in music and film, and internalized self-hate. All of those things, we can start.
But Dave, what I'm trying to tell you, to create a collective body, a homogeneous body, you have to have collective suffering. And in African American society, suffering is not equal. Like from Delaware to Virginia, to North Carolina, people are living good. So it's like they're not feeling the effects of racism and white supremacy like I guess somebody in like Louisiana or Mississippi or Texas. You know what I mean? So
some of those people. What percentage of the population do you think that would go for something like this, of the African American people? What percentage would you think?
I would say you always have a tithe to the offering, 10%. You always have 10%.
If 10% of the African American people decided to pursue this, we would have a nation with an individual population greater than 100 countries. 100. We would be just as big as Singapore. We would be bigger. We would be just as big as Kuwait, Finland. We would be bigger than Luxembourg. We would be bigger than Puerto Rico, Jamaica, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, Namibia. We would have a population bigger than all of those countries. Swaziland, bigger than all of those countries, just with 10%. Even if 1% decide to go, just 1 out of 100, that is still enough to start with. That's a nation that has an individual population greater than 60 independent countries, like Guam and those places. and like Tonga. Those got a few hundred. Like U.S. Virgin Islands only has like 60,000 people. That's it, and it's a beautiful place. I love the U.S. Virgin Islands. So
Yeah, that's why I was saying, like, like some place like St. John's in the Virgin Islands, nice, beautiful, uninhabited place, really. Like that's. But I just knowing the nature of an African, they would give land to China, to Germany, to India. But if an African American comes back to the continent, they're gonna get fucked up, man. Though Africans are not.
Have they given land? Have they not given land to African Americans who, when they're asked for it or bought it?
Now we gave land to you in America. You're an American citizen. We extended land to you. But Africa has never extended anything to us.
I mean,
but
with
come
all
as
due
a
respect,
tourist.
brother. With all due respect, right? Every African that come here and buy property, they pay for it. You know that, right? There's nothing that's
Yeah,
given.
but like I said, African Americans bought land in Liberia, but you said you don't honor it. So like
No, that's not what
you
I'm
come
saying.
here and
That's what
buy land.
you gotta understand what I'm saying. The country was incorporated. There were other counties and other lands that was not incorporated into the country. Eventually,
Hold
over
on,
time, they
Elvis.
all
Are
got
you saying people that
incorporated
bought
into a
land?
nation.
Elvis, are you saying the people that bought land in Liberia, the land was taken
The
from
A,
them? Is that what you're
the
saying?
ACS
No.
bought.
He was saying that initially, when the black folks came back to settle, they bought lands, from the people that they met there. Those chiefs that was living.
So they don't
They
own
bought
the
a
land
plot
no
of.
more.
Yeah, they
Everything that
bought a
David
plot of.
Hicks is
Hold
talking
on,
about.
let me finish, brother. They bought a plot of land that eventually became, Liberia. But then there was independent territories that was surrounding them. Eventually, they incorporated these people into the new nation. So
No,
now
what
the
I'm asking
government
is,
own all of the land in the country.
the individuals that came and bought the land. Are
I
you saying
mean,
they no
initially it
longer?
was the
I
American
understand.
Colonization Society that bought that plot of land for them
No, yeah,
to
I
settle.
understand. Like starting a country, I get that. Like when you start a country, government of the country own the country, but that individual begin to purchase real estate, properties, and stuff like that. So
Yeah,
what
all the
I'm
people that got
asking
their
is,
land, they still got their land. Nobody took the land
okay,
from them.
that's what I'm trying to clarify because
Yeah, no, they got the land.
yeah, because he may be mistaking that.
But
Oh,
you can't go there and buy the land for them, and then try to start an independent, a country within the country of Liberia without its consent. So I guess what you're saying, like you should go to those people and ask them to buy their land or to use their land and make an independent state. That's not going to work. Just based on international laws, you can't do that.
I mean, today
No,
anybody can go buy land anywhere and create his own community. But
Yeah,
yeah,
you can start your own community, but you can't declare your own country within another sovereign country.
that's the only thing. Yeah.
So Elvis, no, what will happen, Elvis, is that when we have our government to negotiate, once again, there are many reasons why. Like if we hit 5 different nations, and then all of a sudden each nation is going to figure out, hey, wait a second, these guys are going to invest in us, or we can make money for ourselves. I mean, and their population will have a tremendous social, economic, and political growth because of us being right next to it. There's so many benefits offered to the host nation, such as revenue sharing, infrastructure investment, educational programs, healthcare access, tourism promotion, technology access, job creation, etc. So local contracts, all of those type of things that the host nation, they will benefit from us
You
as
know what?
African Americans who are still U.S. citizens. We are U.S.
So
citizens that
You know what? If you
you're talking about a settlement like Damona in Israel. A
no, not
settlement
like
like
you.
that.
No.
DH,
We're talking
you know
about.
why we agree with you, DH? Honestly, there is no country in Africa that you will approach and show them these things, and they will see how feasible it is that you can actually come take a piece of their country and turn it to this that they will all benefit. I don't know any country in Africa that will reject
Yeah,
it. I'm
God
telling you.
forbid if you
In
take
fact,
it, actually
hold on
build
now,
something.
Kala,
Yo,
let me get
I
across.
know,
Calm
like,
down,
that's
Kala,
unacceptable,
calm down.
man. Actually
Go
build
ahead,
something.
Mike.
Kala will
Go
never let
ahead,
me
Mike.
talk. I don't know why Kala never let me speak. I don't know
Yeah.
why.
No, go ahead, talk, Mike.
If you look at the reason why I say that is because history has proven it. Because one of the reasons when the colonial era, when the Europeans came, one of the reasons why most of the African empires, kingdoms, allowed them, really give them room, open door for them to even establish. It was because when they got there, they showed them these things you're talking about. They like literally brought these infrastructures in those areas, and the Africans literally opened the door for it when they saw it. Nobody will reject anybody that's bringing something good. So if you say this thing you're saying, I'm telling you, like literally, but the only thing is, it's not going to happen if you're only talking. You have to be able to show it. You understand?
No,
You
of
have to
course
be
we
able to show
understand
it.
that. No, we understand.
And so far, to me, where you will get to a point where anybody will buy into it is if you now present to me, let's say, Black American manufacturing agent companies and institutions that exist right now, where you manufacture all these things that you need. You understand? And you want ready to bring it there, that's when they would buy it. But if you're just saying, "Oh, you're gonna do it once you start, once you establish," they're not gonna buy it. You're gonna have to show them what you have right now.
Why?
Let
me ask you this then. Let me ask you this, Mike. Because Africa has 11 million square miles. Africa is so large that the United States, Russia, China, England, India, all of those countries can fit into Africa itself. Why would the Africans not want to see people who were actually that were sold by their ancestors to white people? Why wouldn't they want them to have ask for a small piece of unoccupied, undeveloped territory? Like the coast of Namibia, Mike, is 1,200 miles, and there's nothing there. So why would Africans? Why would you, as an African, not want us to have a small piece of unoccupied land and build a nation? Why would you be against that?
DH, like everyone has been telling you, even Elvis has been telling you, no one will stop. If you go to Africa today and you want to live your life, you want citizenship, you want to
no.
Calm down. I'm asking you a question, but allow me to land.
But I want to be. Why can't I be, Mike? Why won't you allow me to be on my own? I mean, I'm different than you. I respect you as an African.
It's a simple answer. You're black. If the German government asks for 500 square miles of any country in Africa, they would give it to them. But Africans are not
true.
going
That's
to
a conjecture that is not true. That's not true, brother.
You're gonna have to give me an example of German or Chinese. He just came to ask for a country in Africa, and the Africans give them the country. You're gonna have to show me that. If that example doesn't exist, then
you check this out. Right now, they're citizen country to make Western Cape an independent white country.
Where?
Western Cape.
Western Cape. Where's that? Western Cape.
South Africa. That whole Western Cape province.
Oh, that one. You can't say no. If you give me the case of South Africa, you can't say the blacks gave them. South African situation, we know that those people came to conquer and they got to power.
Oh, that's
but
still
you
African
can't tell
soil.
me that.
That's
Hold
still
on,
African soil, and they want to create a white homeland in Africa. But the bottom line is, you guys, Africans will sit back and be like, okay,
I've always said, the continental African and the European always had a symbiotic relationship with each other. They love each other. The continental African and the European, they have always worked against the African American and Caribbean man. They didn't want it there. That's why we're here.
Give us examples.
So, okay, slavery, the institution of slavery would have never existed. Collaboration of African chiefs and the Europeans and Africans, they work like ball and glove, lock and key. So if a European country like Switzerland comes and said, look, man, I need 300 miles in Nigeria, they're like, oh yeah, we give it to you today, right? If an African American, don't matter how much money you got, they're gonna be like, hell the fuck no, nigga.
No,
that's how Africans perceive an African American. It's like adopted child that wants to go back to his mother, and she like, I moved the fuck on. So a European and an African have a better relationship than any African or Caribbean person. An African and an American and a Caribbean person are only there to spend money as a tourist and get the fuck out. But they're never embraced and assimilated into African society. No, never.
1776. Have you been to African
American and the Caribbean to come to spend money, but they don't want you to be a brother or a part of their family.
Have you been to Africa before?
Asked a question. You said something. I asked you a question. You said the Africans always work against the
Hello?
Caribbeans and the Black Americans. And
Yeah, can you hear me?
well, yeah, we can hear you, but let me just make this point. And then I ask you, when is that? Give me an example. And the only example you gave me was slave trade. They sold people, right? So now,
Hello?
that's not. Everybody can hear you, but just wait. So are you guys following me? You following my points? You make
That wasn't me, Mike. That was the other dude.
no, yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's the one. He said the Africans continent has always worked against the Arabians and the Black Americans. I asked him to give me an example when that's happened, and the only example he gave me was slave trade. That they sold the slave trade, they sell it. Now that's not a good example because the people that were being sold were not Caribbeans and African Americans. They were other Africans. So that's not Africans selling other Africans was not African continent working against Black Americans and Caribbeans. That's you can present an argument as because those people that were being sold, it's not like they were Caribbeans and African American living in Africa and then were being sold. No, it's just Africans selling each other. So Africans worked against each other when they did a slave trade. Now, if you want to present the argument of when the Caribbean was established, when you guys now became Caribbeans and Black Americans, and then African now working against you, then that would be a valid, point. Now,
so Mike,
with the second point you're making, that if Europeans come to Africa and say we want 100 acres of land for free, and the Africans will get it for free, you have to give me an example of that has happened, where that has happened.
So Mike, let me ask you this question. So Mike, so you don't see that any African nation that would have massive tracts of unoccupied land would ever want to allow a group of African Americans to return back with their own government to create a society that would keep their children safe? No, we would have no drugs, no pedophiles, reinstate the family values, make it one of the cleanest, safest places on the continent of Africa, be able to build pharmaceutical plants and industry like that would help and distribute that stuff to the rest of Africa, that would also want to be a part of helping develop the infrastructure, have a good banking system, instead of Africans having to put their money in a white bank such as in Switzerland. We can have an African national, we can have a bank on the continent of Africa where we can keep our resources. So you're telling me that no African nation would want to support a group of people that would like to aspire to do such a noble effort?
Again, give me an example of when you've ever proposed that to an African country and they reject it.
The government that when we propose, but what I'm saying is this: would you agree with what I just said? That if we come there and that's what we want to build, would you say, go ahead, do it? Or
why would I be against you building something progressive in Africa? Why would I be?
Okay, that's good. Okay, thank you.
So no one is against it. But what we're saying is, my argument is, the argument I've been making all along is, you're saying you're going to do all this, but you haven't shown the capability of you being able to do it.
We will, when we have the land ourselves. See, I don't need to go there to show you under your rule. I will show
it's not under my rule. Hold on now.
Hold
on. It's like, hold on. Okay, let me use this simple analogy. It's like I have a property, right? And I have a backyard, right?
Yeah.
And then you're telling me that if you come there, you're gonna build what can I say? You're gonna build a nuclear plant, right? Mm-hmm. Let's say I have a big property, right? And you tell me you're gonna build a nuclear plant and I'm gonna benefit from it, you're gonna benefit from it. And then you're telling me to just sign the land over to you, right? Then when
wait,
hold on, calm down.
Yeah,
calm down. Just focus on the main point I'm trying to make. You come to me, approach me, it's like, hey, Mike.
Yeah.
Your property. If I give you a portion of it, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna bring this. That's gonna benefit you and I, right? Which is, let's say, I'm just giving you an example, like a nuclear plant, something like that.
Okay, I got you.
Okay, but let me just land the point. Now, I will agree that, oh wow, that's a good idea. But however, you're gonna have to show me the feasibility study, right? That the feasibility that when I give you, you can actually build a nuclear plant. I'm not gonna now say, okay, take it, sign the land over to you. Because at the end of the day, if you're not able to build it, I just give you my land for free. You just count.
Okay, so let me give you my response. First, I would say to you, Mike, that the land that you have, my ancestors were owners of that land, and your ancestors actually sold them and shipped them off to and sold them off for money into the slave trade. So we lost the land in a crime against humanity. That's the first thing I would say. The second thing is, I would say to you, Mike, now that I'm coming back to claim a piece of my ancestral land, and once again, the unoccupied, undeveloped portion, Mike, I represent 44 million people. We are a people that have been instrumental in building the most powerful country on planet Earth, the United States of America. We have in our population, we have the captains of every industry. Mike, we fly every plane in the world. We manufacture everything. We know how to manufacture cars, build nuclear power plants. We can show you all of the expertise that we have in America right now. We are running governments. We are mayors of city. We know how to do this. So we already have that. The proof is the United States of America.
Can you really show me these things, or are you just telling me?
I mean, Mike, you don't think that African Americans are not running things and building things and having companies in America? We do.
No, everybody got company. No, you mentioned
Mike,
things.
We are the rich. Mike, we are the 13th largest economy, 18th
that's
largest
fine.
economy in the
that's
world.
not the argument.
We make more money, Mike. We are worth more than Namibia, Angola, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, all of them combined.
Yeah, that's the rest of American economy. Oh, but calm down.
Yes,
let's try to have a conversation.
What I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is, we're not asking. So that's my response to you. So why do I have to prove that to you? So
DJ,
why do you have to, when your ancestors, when you're living on land that was stolen?
But David, have intellectual conversation. We're not disagreeing. We're just trying to understand each other. That's all. There's no. We're not
hey,
fighting.
Dave, what you gotta understand.
We're trying to educate one another. Mike, so can you allow each other to at least, just exchange? I'm not disagreeing with your project.
Mike, what you gotta understand, the black man, his core is rotten. Like Israel has a country and they invite every Jew back to that country. There's never been an African country to extend the olive branch to African Americans or Caribbean. The African man is a selfish man. That's why he sold you. The African man only thinks about himself, what he's going to eat for that day, and he doesn't give a fuck about the future. So you got to understand the African the African man only thinks about him. He doesn't even care about his own countrymen. That's why Nigeria is fucked up, right? Because they have oil and only 10% want all the money. Every African country is corrupt because the African man only thinks about himself.
Have you heard about the year of return? Have you heard about Sierra Leone inviting African Americans to get citizenships? Have you heard about those things, brother?
No, I haven't heard about that.
That's what's frustrating about having conversation with you guys. It's like you guys present like 10 different points and express someone. It's like you shoot a bunch of shots and expect me want to stick. That's what you guys do. If you want to have a conversation, let's tackle one point at a time. Like DH make like 5 different points before I even get a chance to even address one. My brother here came in with another whole different. So what are we doing here? Are we trying to have a conversation, or we just spilling our frustration?
No, we're just trying to get to the point. We're just trying to get.
If you make 20 different points, I'm not going to tackle all 20 points.
Now what I'm saying is,
I think the point that 1776 is making is this.
No, you made a point, though. I didn't get a chance to
Africa is not.
It's almost like you guys are not really interested in.
Carla, are you watching a movie in the background? Or is that you, Captain Hit?
Wait, hold up. No, it's not me, sir. It's not me.
Give me a chance at least to your point. If you're confident about what you're saying, because if you're really confident, then you allow others to give a response. So you made a point. You said because I asked you. I said, hey, if you're gonna come and you telling me the reason you want to come is because you want to put this here and it's going to benefit you or not. But then I respond to you like, oh, okay, that thing you come to present to me, show me. But then you're not telling me that, no, you don't have to show me. That all you just need is, you shouldn't have to show me anything. I should just give you land because your ancestors were taken. And I'm like, well, if that's the conversation you want to have, then that's not a business conversation. That's more of a personal. You should have discussed, oh, you want to bring this. You shouldn't have to.
That's amazing.
Hold on, DH. Hold on. Just give me a second. DH, if you feel That all you want is just
This is the
land.
African mindset.
But can you give me a second, please? DH, if you feel like you just want to land simply because your ancestors were taken, then tell me that you just want land simply because your ancestors were taken, and then we know that we're having a more of a humanitarian or whatever charity or social conversation. We're not having business conversation. But if you're not come with the disguise of presenting a business to me, telling me that, hey, I want to come put this in your community, or you will benefit you and I, this and that. And then I'm thinking, oh, wow, okay, good. Okay, let's go for the project.
Okay,
and then
so
I begin to see that.
Mike, if that's what you say, then help. Okay, give us the land and charity. Then I'll ask you that.
Okay,
if
then
you
that's
say,
what you should have said. Instead of telling me all, telling me all this
give
other
it to us in charity. Give it us.
Okay, exactly.
Okay, no, but what I'm
that's
but Mike,
what you got to
Mike,
present.
what will happen? Mike, what will happen though, Mike, is this. Mike, with modern technology, we are going to build a great city.
You don't need to tell me that you're going to do it. If you want land in charity, just say you want land in charity. You don't need to start selling me all these other things.
Give us some land. Give us some land in charity, and then we will build our own government. That's it. But
okay, that's what you got to say. But don't try to convince me that you're going to all these other things. Just say, I want land in charity.
You made it very easy.
And then we can go from there. You know?
You made it easy.
There's a deal. With land with charity, there's a deal.
You're asking for a miracle for the African man to give an African American man anything. You got a better chance of just going up, jumping to heaven, and sitting, in heavenly places. The African mind is not of giving; it's of taking. So he's telling you to show and prove. He's telling you to show and prove what you can do before you can come. See, the African man only takes; he never gives. That's how you.
What about you?
Once you live around him.
What are you giving anyone?
What?
Do you give anybody anything?
Listen. I gave you a place to come in America through the civil rights movement,
you gave me a
right?
place for free to come.
Can I chime in?
You gave me something for free in America? Really?
Brother, you came through the civil before. Like, you can ask Donald Trump. Donald Trump don't want anybody here who ain't from here, right? But because of African Americans, he knows he can't treat Africans the way he wants to treat them because of us. So the African American man has always been given. In Ethiopia, they founded the airline. In Liberia, the Buffalo Soldiers went to help. I can remember growing up in our church. Time out. In our church, we always had given money for Africa, some refugee. The way African Americans is always given to Africa. African Americans and Caribbean love Africa, but Africans don't love us, and it takes two to tango. And that's the big problem. The African man.
How you come with that conclusion that
the African man. If you're not going to Africa to spend bread, they don't want your black ass there.
1776. You sound like Collar right now.
But hold on, can I chime in? Because that's a false notion. Even here, guys don't want bum Africans and bum Caribbeans here. So it's the same notion.
Listen, African Americans eat more Caribbean food than Caribbean people here. Come on, man. Stop, man.
That's not. I don't think.
And it's really no division between African Americans and Caribbean. Caribbean's been here a long time, so it's really no distinction.
There's mild distinctions, but like my overall point is this, man. What you doing right here is slander. I heard people talking about stolen land. What's stolen land? You guys are both descendants of both oppressive Africans that was warring against tribes that were just chilling. So you guys are the product of both of this, not just one. You try to make a fake victimhood analysis, and it's false. Even in Nigeria, welcome back.
Big black, you're big and you're stupid, and I know you don't read.
That is not big black, man. Stop attacking big black. Big black, we sleeping, man. Stop attacking.
When you get this, aggressive DC bounce nigga, man. Where you get him from?
Listen. If you read the Ashanti, you had the Yoruba, you had a lot of tribes in Africa, man, that was chasing
Yoruba.
And they came here, right?
Yeah,
Yoruba,
yo, they
Yoruba.
was
They
chasing,
came here,
man.
though, right?
Listen, all
They came
these
here.
Africans, because listen, white people can't run fast. So our ancestors was running. You had Africans running a 4.240, running through the
Right.
jungle to grab our
No,
asses, man.
hold on. Stop right there. Stop right there. Stop
What's
right
up,
there.
man?
No, stop right there.
Limping us up, man. Because Africans can
Hold
run
on.
You
fast,
gotta,
man. They running
you gotta
all
be
through the
quicker than
jungle
that, bro. You gotta be
barefoot.
fast.
Man, the Africans was running all
Stop
through
right
the
there.
jungle
Stop right there.
barefoot, man. Barefoot, hitting us in the
Stop
head
right
with
there.
coconuts, man. I'm telling you,
That's not
man.
what happened, brother. That's not what
Stop right
happened,
there.
man.
What's wrong with
That's
this
Stop right
not
dude,
what
there.
man?
Let's
happened.
go
Before you
in.
heard the white man.
This is what you call slander at its finest right there. But hold on, stop
We
right there.
we
So those people
I
didn't
don't
come
know where
here? Those people
California
didn't
this
come here?
comedian from, man.
He's a comedian right here. But those people didn't come here? The Ashanti,
Listen,
the
man.
Fula, the
Listen,
Yoruba, they didn't come here? They ain't got aggressive
I
tribes, they
read
come here?
British journals, right? British journal. The ships can't go into the interior Africa. The white man stayed on the
Exactly.
shore, and then you had these go hard niggas that was chasing us all through, man. Burn like man, just chasing us all
Again,
through the jungle. We
hey,
run 300 miles. This
we
nigga 350, man. I'm
1776,
telling you,
where you get these running stats from, man? Where you get these numbers from? You got
1776.
the
Can I
radar
ask you a
gun?
question, bro?
man. Listen, man. You
You got
had
the radar
tribes on
gun?
the coast, man. All they was called catch a nigga tribe, man, and they was just
Yes, you
running,
did.
man, catching us, man. Listen, they
That's
was.
like
I'm telling you, man.
this,
Catch a
Listen,
what
man.
tribe were they from?
Catch a nigga tribe, man. Click, click, click. You know,
1776.
I'm
We all
telling
agree.
you, man. The white man for slavery. The white man. I put 40% on the white man and 60% on the African man
Hell
because
nah,
we knew on
hell
the
nah,
highway, man. Listen,
hell
listen.
nah.
We hiding in the
Kyle, you agree with
bushes.
that?
The catch a
Wait,
The
nigga
white
Kyle, you
tribe.
man
agree with that?
They
traveled
cut it down,
thousands of
man.
miles across oceans to go buy African, brother. They were deliberate on that
No,
term,
no,
bro.
no.
Okay, 1776. Can I ask you a
The
question?
white man was not. The white man was not able to penetrate the jungle till they created certain things for malaria and yellow fever.
Yeah,
The
that's
white
true.
man would die
And the
5 miles
guns.
in Africa, but to catch a nigga
Yeah.
crew, the catch a nigga crew told the white man, just drink something, man. Just drink something,
Hey,
man. Just leave a
SJ,
bottle of whiskey. I'll be back. I'm going to catch
man.
them niggas, right?
I got a question for you,
They
Richie, man.
listen,
You see
man.
those catch a
They would
nigga?
give
You see those catch
these
a nigga crew?
Africans. They would give these Africans 3 bottles
You
of
see
whiskey,
those
and
catch a
these
nigga
niggas would bring
crew?
about 300
Hey,
niggas, man.
You can't do
1776.
anything
What
All
to
tribe
them.
did we belong
They
to?
all dead.
What tribe did we
man,
belong to?
we
There's
belong to
nothing we
the
can do
capture
about them.
tribe, man. They would just raid these
Only the
Africans,
capture
man.
tribe?
The catch a
Only
nigga
the
crew
capture
that
Listen,
tribe?
was catching
listen,
slaves, they all dead.
listen. What
We
an
can't do
African would
nothing.
do for a bottle of Hennessy is unbelievable, man. You climb a tree,
Africans
that
don't
nigga
drink
climbed a tree
Hennessy
to
like
catch
that,
you.
bro.
But
You
you guys
swim across the river. The
you the
nigga
guys who
swim
love
across
Hennessy
the
today, man.
river.
You the guys who
Man,
love
you
Hennessy today.
climb.
So you telling me none of the catch a
That's
nigga
because
tribes
that's
Yo,
drink
because
like
some
Hennessy?
of the catch a nigga tribe made it to
the white
America.
man was just recruiting fast niggas, man, and they would chase us,
No,
man. They
you do know that there's documents written here about people that were allied with the whites that were freed because they were part of the catch a nigga tribe and they have children
Man, you
here.
guys went
You
to
do
slave
know that, right?
conversation, man. I was enjoying
Right? So
DJ was
you
making
create a
some
hold on, Mike.
intelligent.
You create a fake notion of
We're talking
victimhood
about nation building, Kala. Why we go back? Why we
both
going into
tribes came
slavery? All
here.
this.
So how are you going to reconcile with your African cousins when you believe a fake notion that don't exist? It was tribal war,
listen.
right?
Everybody in Africa today on the coast, those were part of the tribes that was catching other tribes.
Okay, but
Everybody in the
some of them
Caribbean
came
and
here too. So
America,
you're the children
cats.
of some of these people too. You're the
No, no,
children
no.
of some of these things. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. So you got
That's a fact. That's a fact.
you
Listen,
can't be
man,
with
you
these
don't
fictional
understand. You
victimhood
don't
narratives,
understand
bro.
about the. Listen, the catch a nigga tribe was catching whole families, man. It was no.
You don't even do
It
your
was no
DNA.
like.
You find out
So
from the catch a nigga
Mike.
tribe.
When they grabbed you, they were like,
You never heard of Mendeka fighting?
when they grab
Mendeka
you,
fighting?
they listen. When they
You
grab you,
never
they
heard of
said, "Who your
Mendeka fighting?
mother?" They said, "Who your mother? Who your father?"
Oh,
And they was
he
just
got caught.
man,
He got
man, they
caught.
was.
You know, if you do your
He got caught.
DNA, you're gonna find out that you come
Colin,
from the catch a
Colin, you
nigga
gotta
tribe.
warn us before you bring this nigga on the next time, man. It's too funny
Hey,
as hell.
say it again. 1776. Say it again.
He got the quote.
Yo, these catch a nigga tribes was interrogate. They used to interrogate you. Who your mother? Who your cousin? You know, man,
Are
and
they speaking English?
they wiped
They
out
don't speak
whole
English.
villages, man.
This nigga stupid,
My son got catch a nigga tribe
So what's
quotes.
the way
Where you get these
forward, man?
catch a
What's the
nigga
way
tribe
forward?
quotes from?
1776.
What's
Oh
going on?
Where do you
man.
get the
What's
quotes
the
from?
way
Where you get the
forward, man?
catch a
What's the
nigga
way
tribe?
forward?
Listen, man, they was all them tribes on the coast, the Ashanti, the Alkans, All going down, man.
So what do we
But
do with the
Khan,
tribes,
They
some
man?
of
got
Khan's
they
came
got
to
they got
America
Ashanti.
though.
Exactly, they got
Huh?
Ashanti symbols in the burial ground in New York, right? If you go to New York, they got Ashanti symbols there. So
Yeah,
that means those people came here. The
the
Mandinka probably didn't exist here because they came here.
you had the
They have
Fulanis, you had the
exactly.
Yeah, a
Yorubas.
lot of
You talking
Fulanis
about hold on,
came through the
some of
slave trade too.
Yeah,
exactly.
that's
So
when
your
that's
ancestors
when
are
the white
also
they did.
aggressive tribes.
Nah.
Yes,
We
it
was
is. Yes, it
man.
is.
No,
No,
we
no,
were
no.
victims as
Some of your
well as victimizers.
So how do we punish all these tribes now for what they did? I mean, so
Listen, you
what's
can't. You
hmm?
know, reconciliation. It needs to start with an apology. It needs to
Benin
start with
has
an apology. It
apologized.
needs to, huh?
Ghana
Apologize to the white man
apologized.
or to who? To themselves?
No, no to your brother. Like, see, African
But
Americans
Benin
like the
has
story.
apologized.
Hold on. The people that were selling with their own people, so well they need to the
We
tribes need
need
to apologize to themselves
we
for
need
what they did to themselves.
reconciliation and compensation. Reconciliation,
Do
compensation,
you
man.
do you listen to Dennis Perlin?
This is how selfish an African is. They won't even give you a land with a plantain tree. They don't want to give you shit. You know? They're like, damn, they don't even let you fry plantains, man. I mean, a potato, man,
But
a fucking guava.
nobody
They
give
don't even
anyone
want to
anything
give
for
you a
free.
banana tree, man. They just want you to come back and spend fucking paper.
Why would you want something for free when you haven't gone through anything?
For
I mean, come
free,
on.
nigga.
What did you go through that you want something for
Listen,
free?
you give the Chinese man everything for
You
free.
didn't
You
give
give the
Chinese man
fucking
That's
anything
not
for
you
free.
true, man.
you give the Indian red dot
But you
nigga.
didn't
You
give
give
them
him
anything.
something.
We
You give
don't give
This
anybody
everybody.
man
anything for
funny as
free.
hell, bro.
So why are you
The
like
Chinese man is
let me
bringing his money. He's bringing his money to invest.
Listen, man.
ask you a question.
Listen.
You got to bring your
1776.
money, man. You
Yeah.
got to come
So
invest,
why
man.
you got
You
more
can't be
energy
asking
for
for free,
Africans than you do for
free
white
stuff.
people?
Because the
We don't
white
do
man,
welfare in Africa, man.
listen, I'm going to tell you something and put this in your brain housing group. The white man can only win with the collaboration of the natives. Everywhere he goes, he collaborates with tribes. It don't matter if he goes to India, Africa, Asia. He collaborates with something. Even in the Middle East, he collaborates with something. And you always
That's
have
true.
a real
That's
indigenous
that's true.
native, who's going to work with him. The white man can't conquer. If the white man came to Africa and all the tribes came together and said, hoo and pushed them
That's what
into
they
the
all
sea,
okay.
right? They wouldn't have succeeded. But you had the African was like, I'm tired of these niggas because they could just tell an African American in the Caribbean and
So we
they
was
hated
African.
us,
So we
man.
was African Americans over there in Africa.
Yeah, they could always
How,
tell us just
hold
something
on,
about these niggas we don't like. It's
how could
like,
they
yo,
tell? How could they
African
tell,
was
man?
like, it's something. I don't know if like we smell good, we look good, but the African always
Oh,
could tell
okay.
that nigga.
So they hate you
I
because you
don't
smell
like
good and you
him,
look good. That's why they hate you. They hate you
This,
because you smell good and look good.
Kyle, this where you learn from? Is this your professor, Kyle? Is the way you
Yo, are
got
you
your
a comedian, bro?
ecology degree from?
Now,
This,
you know,
1776. Are
he
you a
sound just like
comedian?
you, bro.
I'm just listening, man. Old
Yeah,
kid,
but
You
old.
sound
he
like
sound
Kala
just
right now.
like
They
you,
were
bro. Yeah, he
disagreeing at
sound just
first, but
like
now they
Kyle.
sound exact. They sound
That's
just the
what
same now.
No, I don't
that's
sound
why
nothing
Kyle
like
knew
him.
his mic. He knew his mic, man. That's his prodigy right there. He
Kala
Hey,
sound
got
just like you, bro.
you say, don't try to put that on me, man.
Kala got somebody to take over for him.
Hey,
He gonna Kala has said that he might stop doing this. I guess he gonna let
Kala,
1776 take over.
elders like you, the one
But
that
I
you
was
want the
just
young one think like
saying
this.
it's
Because
2025,
Kala, I
man.
heard you earlier say the same thing you
It's
just said.
2020. It's
Hold on. I was hold on.
2025.
Let me
It's
say this.
2025. The African man can't even give you a
In
banana with some
2025,
ice
nobody
cream.
give
He don't
anybody
want to
anything
give
for
Okay,
you
free.
well, I
shit.
would say like this. I would say my whole thing
Listen,
is
you
like,
got all Nigeria has all that oil.
check this
Nigeria
out.
has all that oil, man. They got all that
Hold on,
gold.
let
They
the
don't
host
want to
speak.
give
Let the
us
host
shit.
speak.
How we
Let the
gonna
host
give you
speak. Let
something
the
for
host
free?
speak.
Are you kidding
Let
me?
Kyle speak. Let Kyle speak.
Everybody, let me say this. Now, I've been saying for months, right? Even though I don't agree with what he's saying, but I think the fact that what he said, saying some stuff that's legitimate. I said for years ago, I said, look, I've been in this Pan African movement for 35 years, right? And I'm saying I thought by now we net, Black America will have a consortium. There's no Pan African consortium, where Africans, Nigerians, Black Americans working together and everything. So what am I doing Pan Africans for? If Africans don't want to work with us or whatever, they don't want to share. That's the whole thing. Like you
Kala,
said,
you want free stuff.
Like,
You
Africa,
know,
they don't want
Kala, you
free
guys
stuff.
always use the word work together, but at the end of the day,
It's not. Look, Mike.
Kala,
Nobody wants anything for
Kala,
free. Nobody wants
Kala,
anything for free.
you guys always use
That's
the
what you
word
got.
work
Hold.
together,
That's
but at the end of
hold
the
up.
day,
Hold
you've
up.
been demanding
Hold
free
up.
stuff.
Hold
listen.
up.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you what the next scam is. It's called a Ghanaian scam, right? Because Ghana owns land, right? So they letting these stupid African Americans build shit up, and they like, nigga, we gonna take it, you know? So they just letting you build it up, and then the African is just watching you. The African in Ghana is just watching you through the bushes, like that is beautiful.
Kyle, are you sure you
I'm
don't know
going
this
to
man?
take it.
I never heard of
Man, unfortunately, a sister who went down there. There was a sister that went down there, and her life savings was taken away.
When Trump wants to
They
hand the
took it all
welfare
away.
culture, the welfare system.
Hey, let me tell you something.
Hold up. Dave, hey, I've known him for 15 years, man. This guy is a friggin' military. Indianapolis.
And you've been knowing 1776 for about 5 years.
Dave and I are in business together. So for you to come up here and talk about welfare, Mike, and
I didn't mention your name though. I'm just saying, some people are so jittery, they just
see when you live in the DMV, you get to study Africans. Africans have a hustler mentality. They just want shit for today, 24 hours. They got a 24-hour mentality. So the African man on the continent, when he gets saved, he has to get baptized like 7 times to get a righteous heart, man. I'm telling you, they don't have
7 times. Okay.
Where you get that number from, man?
Hey, bro, where you do your stand-up comedies at? Like, where you?
I'm telling you,
he sound like Pastor Manny right there when he said that shit.
On the white man's
let me get Kidola
and documentaries.
I want to hear from Kidola. Kidola,
Carla, thank you, man. You see, so how is about the African man? That dude that talk about, I like his joke, but somehow we don't really know who you are really. Are you Indians, Choctaw? Because that become confusing now. Out of the blue, you African, they say that, but tomorrow, look, Ghana invite you, the people at the Tareka shit spring up for somewhere. They spring up for somewhere. All kind of gay shit started moving over to Africa, promoting.
You trying to say we brought the gay stuff? Come on,
I like
he did all kind of gay shit.
Kidola, can I ask you a question?
Get out of here.
Kidola, can I ask you a question?
Who brought the rainbow flag to Ghana, man?
No, it was you.
Hold on. I want to ask Kidola a question. Are you from the Catch a Nigga tribe?
Man, I can be anything, man. The person like
Kadona said he ran a 3.4 in college. He was fast.
He probably
got that quick twist in.
Don't be surprised because you that is picking up, you also saw by being even for the catch a nigga tribe.
That's what we're trying to tell 1776.
I don't think right here. This dude, people saying he's Nigerian, he's cosplaying as African American. Is it true? Are you a Caribbean, Nigerian, 1776?
He can't be. He gotta be.
Hey, Elvis, you know when you go to the hood, those guys that really sell crack to people's kids for $10, they come from the Catch a Nigga tribe in Africa, man.
Oh man.
They still do the same thing in America.
What make you say that, Mike?
I mean, for you to go as far as this, that's selfish. Where you want to destroy someone's life for $10,
they'll do anything to make money.
Catch a nigga tribe, man. Come on.
What's
the difference between
that's true, Mike.
Umbrella and
it's in the blood. They can't help it.
But Mike, too, they're the only ones that's asking where you from, where you go. You go to the West Coast. That's what they be doing out there. Where you from? Where you from? So that's the same. Y'all still quoting them. What's the original quote? What's the accent in the original quote?
Who was your mother? Who was your father?
Where your grandparents from?
If you're from Red neighborhood, they'll shoot you.
A lot of people pretend like ancient Africans were stupid, man. They had censuses. They knew all. They was getting the whole family the fuck out of there, man. I'm telling you, man. They like, who your mother, who your father, brother, sister. They got niggas out of there, man.
What village you from? What your tribe? Ask you all those questions. You can't speak the language.
If you have chicken and goat, what do you expect? If your neighbor cannot sleep because you ask to come and steal chicken and the goat and the yams they have in their backyard, you will be that big sheep. You know, that's just it.
Damn, Cordona saying they was catching niggas and enslaving them because they're still ghosts and yams and shit. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
that's it too. You know.
That's a high
Hey
price to
man,
pay for
the
theft.
world back then was fucked up, man. Even I was reading the story of even Asia, Europe, the way people were treating each other, man. But thank don't gotta give it to the white man. He's the one that kind of brought the rules of law today. That
No, but hold on, but
I
Mike, isn't it
mean,
the same thing?
they're the
Isn't
one
the
that
same
created
thing
the
they did too?
humanity laws that we follow today that make it civil
No, no,
or
no. But Mike, no, that's not true. Even in Australia was criminal. They sent criminals to Australia, right? After the Crusades, they packed a bunch of people that they felt was divisive in Europe, aka the small hats, and they
exactly.
told
They
them to
dumped
either
them in Australia.
convert
Yeah.
or they put them on boats and they shipped them off. Am I correct? Do you guys
What
have
about
history,
these
bro?
Slavic people? This was Slavic slave now. They were they were enslaving each
It's
other.
the
Even
same
the
thing.
British were
If you
enslaving
look
the
at
Irish.
the origin of America, some of the original whites that came in were elites, and the second group was people that were criminals or had death in Europe or was persecuted from religious reasons. Those were the people that came over here. So this illusion that the
The
white man
world
is
was
just so
barbaric
kind and
back then. The
sweet is
whole world
fake.
was barbaric. The whole world
No,
was
it's not
barbaric.
barbaric. What do you do with your criminals? This idea of housing them and feeding them is a new concept. In the back in the days, you put them to work or you kill them.
Yeah, it's the law that today the laws that we created is what makes everybody kind of like put people in order because human being can be barbaric, man. Even today with all these laws, you still have people that are willing to freaking do human trafficking, kidnap girls. I mean, it's still going on, man.
It's
It's
still
law
going
that
on,
just
exactly.
make things, rule of law where they is what make everybody just kind of behave because when you do something crazy, somebody can arrest you. Got a police system. They will arrest you. They will put you in jail. But back then there was no police. So somebody can tell him, hey, if you can catch another human being, I'll pay you money. And he knows that, hey, there's no police that's going to stop me. They're gonna do it. Even
I
if
mean,
you was
they'll still
African and
do it
went to
today.
Europe and show money to some people to kidnap other Europeans, they would have done it. See people that won't do it, but you'll find people that are desperate for money that would do it. So it's
But,
just there's no difference, man.
Mike, it's only in America. I see that if you have a case like person like Puffy that have a very big case problem, even they will even put charges on you with that court just for you to breathe alone. They add more sentence, more case on people's fight. Man, that place is crazy. I don't understand. Okay, he take a walk during this case, 5 years or 10 years type of fire upon fire. One team I bring you to the American court before you know, man, you have 20 charges just for nothing. That was surprised me. It seems like
Trump built charges.
the criminals they brought from Scotland and Wales and everything to the United States, they were very good in adding these sentences. Like that is the law you see today in America. And they brought the Africans there. Shit, what do you expect? The criminals in Scotland and Irish and the Wales, they see the Africans like, okay, we're going to start sentencing like the way they were doing those to us also. So,
Hey, you got to stop all that African excuse, man. Like the African man was more complicit in the slave trade than any white man, because
Yes,
he
he
was the
was.
one. He was
Hold on, but
hunting. Listen,
there was
the
no such
African
thing as the
man,
African man.
the
There's
white
different
man was
tribes, man. Different tribes.
the white man was scared of the bush. He was scared. It was a dark continent. He was scared of the
Yes,
voodoo, the hoodoo.
absolutely,
So, but the
absolutely.
African man was running through the fucking jungle, jumping and just
Yes, he
kicking
was.
niggas, man. I'm telling you, man. Like, listen,
Kicking
some of these Africans was like superheroes, man. Listen, they was looking
What
at.
do you think
Listen,
T'Challa came from, nigga? We're the real Black Panthers.
they was tracking, like they was looking your foot. Oh, that nigga size 11, run. They knew all that shit, man. Listen, man, they know how to. Oh, they was tracking your Adidas everywhere, man. I'm telling you, man, that African man really owes us an apology and nigga a hug. He needs to give us a hug and
Hey man,
money
no,
ain't
and
nothing,
Hey,
something,
next
man.
time you
ain't
see an African in
no.
DMV, give him a
What
hug,
those
man.
Mexicans
What we
bring that
need is
track to
our
the hood,
land.
man.
That's what
The
we
African
need.
man,
Give us
the
our
black
land,
man in the
and
hood,
that's it.
Listen, the
they
African
didn't think
man is
twice when
just
they
mad
saw all that.
because, like the story of Joseph in the Bible, the brothers how they sold Joseph into slavery, but they never saw the African American man rising or the Caribbean man rising to the extent he has. So he like, God damn, what do they do?
You know,
Like so they like fuck,
but
so they
Say it
fucked up in
again.
the
Say it
mind.
again. Say it again.
God damn. He said, God damn. Because they see how much shit we built, right? So they like, now I'm going to come and show the white man that I can go to school and I could be better than them. So they got this mentality, man.
That's
Like
what they
they
do.
always want.
I actually know a black American guy that was selling crack to his mom. I'm like, dude, you from a catch a nigga
Yeah, but
tribe,
that's
man?
not the
Yeah, he
that's not the
was. He was
majority.
niggas
That's
to
not the
catch the nigga
majority.
trial.
He's
That's
from
not the majority.
there's so many
But
those catch a nigga tribe. They were the one that were even sold the most because
Man,
and their descendants is just like them,
shut your Nigerian
No, I'm
mouth
just
up.
being honest, man.
You got
Like
more
if you
oil.
selling crack to
Got
your
more
own mom,
oil than fucking.
that's
You got
some
more
catch a
oil than
nigga
fucking
tribe
Saudi
shit, man.
Arabia and Dubai put together, and you don't even share with the other niggas. You ready to sell the rest of the Nigerians
hold on,
into
but that's not
slavery,
that.
We
man?
got a lot of them in Nigeria
That
that
hold
know how to
on,
catch a
hold on,
nigga too.
I like this guy.
Like
hold on. But
Nigerians, man, Nigerians would have 8,000 fucking Mercedes Benz before they give their own brother an apple. That's the type of niggas you dealing with, man.
Yeah, we
These
got a lot
man,
of catch a
listen,
nigga
the
in
African,
Nigeria,
I
man.
can't deny that fact on that one,
that's
bro.
funny.
Listen. When an African goes to the hospital and they put the thing on their hand, they don't even hear no blood moving because they don't got no fucking heart, man. I'm telling you,
Okay,
man.
that's too far,
Oh
nigga.
wow,
That's
you
too
go
All
far.
right,
there.
Pastor Brandon.
That's too
All right,
far.
Pastor Brandon.
But hold on, but you don't think this false victimhood kind of narrative, because even today there was a meeting between ECOWAS. They talk about unity and being together and building and development and coordinating, right? So this notion that you're selling is false. They have more meetings amongst themselves to organize themselves than African Americans do. Africans are more organized than African Americans.
African get together is a
I beg you,
And
powwow.
all the
Caribbean,
same, man.
they're
I think we're all
It's
the
just
same.
it's just when an African man gets together in any type of governmental thing, it's just a powwow to see how he's going to be more corrupt.
Those guys, those people represent. Those people represent.
So you have somebody in Ghana like, yo, I'm exploiting the people. I'm exploiting the people 80%. Then the Nigerian said, I'm exploiting them 100% They like, what? You know what I mean? That's all they were.
They got Michael Blackson. They got him good, bro. They got him good. He lost $1 million.
Yeah, because he's African American now. They don't even respect. If you've been in America 10 years, an African be like, yo, you one of them. That's how it is, man.
Oh,
Hey,
don't
what comedy club you perform at, bro? I want to go see you live.
Don't tell me that.
Hey, Carla, I feel sorry for Michael Blackson for losing that $1 million.
No, what happened was he went in there in good faith, invested in Eurobonds in Ghana, and Ghana took the money and instead of paying like the
So you want to
principal
swim with the piranhas?
money and basically paid off debt to China when that was fucked up, man. And so he lost his investment.
He didn't go to school and he want to become an investor.
Akala, they were even threatening him. They were even after they were even threatening him.
If
you talk, he's finished. There was no Eurobond in Ghana. That was just a scam. They just scam him.
Yeah. Check this out. This guy, the President Nanu, that Lewis loves so much, he came to America trying to sell that scam to Black Americans in Maryland. People gonna put their pension funds in that. There's no
I'm telling you, Africans were scamming even when we was coming up, talking about like invest $3,000, you're gonna be a king and shit, man. Africans always up to some shit, man.
Did you put your money in it?
Bro, it's not just only in even support money was a bit. I think that's just black people's mentality sometimes.
Listen, man.
Listen,
when I was
genetic.
It's in the DNA, man. The African is just a selfish creation. I don't even know when he was created, probably on the 8th day or something, man. I'm telling you,
I'm telling you, this is Dusty Brother, man. This is Dusty Brother from the chat, nigga. He came to life.
Brother out, he appears. He appears right. I kick Dusty. You're a Dusty Brother, aren't you? 776.
I'm not a Dusty Brother. I'm a brother.
You Dusty Brother too, man. That's
it's like when I blocked him, you appeared the very next day, man. So
I have a good career, man. I can't complain, man. I'm just trying to get on these Africans, man. And
brother, you got a PhD in niggerology. That's for damn sure.
Don't say that. That's Colin's degree.
Listen, man.
I don't think we can go further on anybody else except Collins.
The African man is one of the most selfish
He's
men.
studying under Kala right now. He's studying.
Hold on, but you saying what you're saying is it's not real, man. Because even we look at African Americans, that's how quickly they came together. You look at how Africa, how quickly they came together post colonization. It's astounding. Most of them are working with fictional fake ass contracts from Europe, where
Listen,
most of the money goes to European companies, man.
Come on, man.
The notion of selfishness.
One thing you overlook, right? For every corrupt contract that you say is exploiting people, there's some Africa living in Dubai and Zurich, Switzerland.
Listen, that hush puppy spirit. The average African is like hush puppy, man. Just real corrupt, man. Like the African man.
No. You live in DC. DC got a lot of corruption. They got lobbyists and all that. What are the lobbyists doing with their money? You in DC? What the lobbyists is doing with their money? They taking money from back door. They tell
listen. This is the difference.
Lobbying is legal.
This is the difference.
They're taking gifts and money, just like the African citizens and presidents or whatever.
Listen, this is the difference.
Why never call corrupt?
This is the difference between a white man and an African. A white man will go to an apple tree and steal about 6-7 apples. You know what the African gonna do? He gonna steal 6-7 apples and cut the fucking tree down, man. I'm telling you, man. They gonna steal the whole thing, man.
Nah, the African will root that apple tree up and take it in his backyard and plant right there.
That's not true. There's more educated blacks today under black leadership, both African American.
I mean, we're just fucking around. We're not taking this nigga seriously. He's talking shit. We're not taking it. You ain't gotta.
No, I think he believe it, though. I think he believe it, man.
Nah, we just indulging him. He knows that shit. We're not taking it seriously.
I think he believes it. I think he believes it. He's from DC, man. That's what they do out there, man.
Like let me tell you something, man. This ain't no joke, man. The black African man, he ain't right, man. I'm gonna tell you that, man. Like, look at every
man. Listen to Pastor Man.
He does sound like Pastor Man, doesn't he? Right? He's doing Pastor Man and talking funny.
Can I ask you a question in your city? You don't think the African has been a net plus in your city in terms of teachers, doctors, Uber drivers, people working regular shops? You don't think that's a net plus in your community?
Many of them there doing anything.
In DC, is a lot of African. I got cousins in DC, bro.
They real good.
I got cousins in DC, bro.
Yeah, everybody, every African is working 6 figures. They're all rich.
Not everybody. Carlos. There are 2 jobs.
Hold on. When we go to executive meetings and whatnot, they don't say, "Oh, we're going to find African American family." No, they call us. We must be Cameroonians or something. Like I said, I'm like, what the hell?
You look like a Cameroonian.
Be an African American.
Hey guys, I'm going to hit it, man. I'm going to go, guys. It's a pleasure, man.
Any progress?
David, before you leave,
I'm going to call you today, man. But I'm going to call you tomorrow. Any progress on that thing?
Yeah, let's talk tomorrow, Kala, because I just got out of my training class, this other training class.
All right, bro.
So let's talk tomorrow.
I'll work on you tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Who is that, Principe? Yes, sir. You got a question?
Yeah. So can I ask you the same? Is Africans not a net plus to the African American community? Do we not add value and assist the same way Europeans support the Europeans?
That's for David Head. That's for David Head.
Man. We was here long before when you guys got here, and we did just fine. So stop making yourself seem important to us. You're not.
It's like
we like you. We love you.
Let David Head answer.
Don't make it seem like you're important.
I mean, can we add value to it? I think that if we get there, when we do get there, I think that it will be a benefit not only to, of course, the Africans from a social and economic and political side. It's like you guys, like what I couldn't understand essentially when I was in Somalia was how can these people be killing each other when they look exactly like each other? And I can understand the difference between tribes, the Tutsis and the Hutus. I get that where you have some physical difference, but we as African Americans are an amalgamation of every single tribe in Africa. And I think that once we get over there, I think
Every
we may have
tribe.
a very positive impact. Very positive impact. So
Y'all gotta
yeah,
organize, man.
Amalgamation of every tribe in Africa.
I think so. I think we do. I mean, we have light skin, dark skin. I mean, I'm light skinned. I have cousins that are blue, black, dark skin. I mean, we have the whole tribe. We have every tribe in the world. We do. We have every tribe in our families.
Can I ask one more question? Do you
Yeah.
guys believe you need to reconcile and organize before you sit with the African leaders?
We are reconciled with each other.
We're gonna have that's a different day, brother. We're gonna have we will go there once we.
Kyler, you gotta reconcile with Dollar Bill, man.
We're gonna have 1776. We'll have a constitutional
wait, why are you trying to instigate me with Dollar Bill? There's no
that we'll go ahead and negotiate.
Dollar Bill.
So, yeah.
What are you talking about? There's no beef between me and
Dollar Bill was a boy, man. He was working along with you the after stage doing videos. He just disappeared, man.
He still is my boy, you know, and he can come on his platform anytime he wants. He's ready to, you know. Everybody stopping him, whatever like that. He'll come on.
All right, guys, I'm out, man. I'm out.
All right,
God bless you, David. God bless you, David.
I'll tell you tomorrow.
Yeah. Hey, that avatar picture, that is me jumping. That's my jump. I was on a jump and I caught that. So I do that. I still skydive. Yep. I'm that nigga that comes from the sky and from under the sea.
Yeah. You want to catch a nigga tribe. You'll be hanging the tree, try to jump on a nigga head and catch it for the white bit.
I'm coming from the sky, brother. You damn right. I'm coming right from the sky. They're gonna be walking down. I'll be dropped right down on their head. That's right. Catch it real good. Okay, brother. I wish everybody the best. All my best to everybody. Everyone, I wish you nothing but peace, success, prosperity, and great health, everybody, okay? I wish all of you guys.
God bless you, man. Same to you, man. God bless you.
Receive it. Be blessed.
Yes, sir. You too. Bye-bye.
Be blessed.
Big Black always fall asleep on the show, man.
It's a nice guy. I'm a mean guy.
But Kyler, you got to be real, man, because that's the same notion y'all be selling. I really want to apologize for you guys because I feel like we put African Americans onto more legal hustles than you middle class elite African Americans.
What are you talking about?
We add a lot of value. We got hold on. We got whole black families. Hold on, we got black families doing Uber.
No fucking African or Caribbean has ever contributed anything.
Who's this guy, Principe? He's a part of the Fugees?
Hey, I don't know.
What's wrong with this nigga, man? Are you part of the Fugees, Principe?
Now I'm a lost member, man. They ain't let me in, bro. They ain't let me in, but it's cool.
Man, why are you so funny? 1776.
Hey, but the thing is, man, like I'm saying, like America is just a great country. I think everybody from different countries come here and get along. Is really the evidence of Pan-Africanism. Everybody come here, everybody eat, everybody get along. But like, so I think America is just, the manifestation of Pan-Africanism, man. You go to Philly, Jersey. You go to Florida, Miami, Chicago, is a mix of everybody, everybody getting along, man, So that's why I love America, man. It's just the greatest country, man, where everybody come from different places and just become one.
America, it works. That's why I say I always wanted one country first to be fucking dynamite,
See, we got a Haitian on the panel with dreads, gold in his mouth. You know what I mean? Just living a hard knock life from Florida. We got a Liberian. You know what I mean? We got a Liberian. You know what I mean? We got a collar nigga from Virginia. You know what I mean? Like everybody get along. You know what I'm saying? Only in America this can happen, man. We looking at Africa.
Actually from Barbados. Carlos from Barbados.
I'm not from said that.
And then you got
goodbye, Steve. Good night. I tell you, one thing I will not tolerate is somebody came to tell me I came from the fucking islands, man.
What's wrong with Barbados, man?
Dude, man, I am not from the islands. I'm not from
Okay, but what's wrong? Why you kick him off and say you from Barbados?
100% African American. I don't even like.
Carla, we know you know we all just having fun tonight, man. Don't be so hard on
I
me.
don't like people joking like that. You know, that I'm from the fucking Barbados. That's not even funny.
You know,
Next thing you
we
know, you're
got
gonna tell me I'm Nigerian and shit. You know what the fuck, man? You know when does it stop? You're gonna tell me I'm Nigerian. You're gonna tell me I'm
but
fucking.
I'm just
We
saying
didn't
like
say that. You
everybody.
said you was Nigerian, Carla. You said you're 13% from like southeastern Nigeria or something like that.
Never saw fucking Nigerian. Not even one drop of
He
blood.
he from the catch a nigga tribe. He's not proud. He's from the Canaries, man.
Yeah,
You sound like you come from the Congo was selling people too. They came over selling
even
people.
even when African,
That notion
e-
that dumbass notion that black people in America were selling slaves, then we got kidnapped. That's bullshit. You know, some white people
No, but
and rape
you're a mixture of both. Who's regulating which tribe is going to
black
marry which
people
tribe in America?
in the United States, they were victims. They had nothing to do with that. It was a between
So
some
I beg to differ, man.
and white European gun dealers and whatnot. You know, not everybody was engaged in that shit. You know, that's a fucking lie, man. You know, that's a lie. You gonna
You
lie?
got your
and
DNA test shows that you're a mixture of both the aggressor and the
No, I was
victim
not no
tribe, man.
aggressor, no damn aggressor. That's
like
bullshit.
like
You have no evidence to that.
like I
You
heard
check your
I don't
DNA
know
test.
if it's true or not, but Africans invented tattoos. Like every time you caught a nigga would get a
No,
tat
I'll
on,
tell, I'll tell you,
like so certain.
I'll tell you what happened. I tell you what happened. One tribe, I think one tribe, the Crew tribe, were putting tattoos on their face, right? And in those tribal markers was a treaty with all European countries saying, if you see these,
Not true. That was the Yoruba and the Kanoris.
no, it was also it was a Crew tribe too. They
Oh,
said these tribes and those tribes basically cooperate with the slave trade, right? And they say if you see these tribes, you catch one of them, right? Release them, and every last
Yeah,
single one. What happened is over years, over a
I'm
decade.
telling you, it was a coordinated, well executed plan, man.
So,
Like these guys would game plan for weeks.
yeah,
Like they would find out every escape pattern. They made sure no escape pattern. So like this slave trade thing wasn't no like Africans weren't dumb. They show you when they come to school they do good here. So their ancestors wasn't dumb. They knew how to catch niggas. They would track you, man, for days, man. Like just through the jungle, in the tree, off the tree, through the river. I
like
mean,
like like Catch a
they
Freeman
even
from
had
Boondocks.
doc. Nah, I'm just telling you, the Africans were complicit, man. Those tribes, man, all through Ghana, all through
No, but
Nigeria,
but
come down the
there was
coast,
no
man. They was
African tribe. There was no such thing as an African. There's different tribes, and you're children of those different tribes. I don't mean where you're
the
coming
whole
from.
thing is Europeans saw themselves as white. European
like
Africans were divided. That's why they
like
got
I heard,
upset.
like
No, but hold on. Even the Europeans,
I
when
heard,
they
like
initially came here, they viewed themselves as differently. That's why there was a clash. When you were talking about the Bacon
Oh, but
Rebellion,
when it came home,
because
the
in
difference
Europe
is Principe
there's a Nordic,
came to other
there's a
races.
superior
It was
white and a lesser white.
hold up,
nah,
yo. When it came to other races
that's
of
false, man.
people, when
White
it came to other races of people, Europeans were always united. You know, that's the
Okay,
difference.
that's the difference.
Yeah,
You're saying that the hundreds of others
and then
united them.
Europeans didn't have
Africans
a
were
bunch of
killing each other.
tribes,
Africans were killing each other and selling to other races. That's the difference.
but because like
No, but
in Europe you had the Anglo and the Saxons, you had the Gauls.
yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hey, hey, Fuji, you from Haiti, right? They caught your ass too, man. They caught your
Yeah,
ass and
bro.
sent you
And
to the
Haiti, and
French, man.
Haiti, and
Yo,
Haiti,
hey,
and
yo,
Haiti, we don't have this fake
You
notion
you
of.
you you you
Let Steve back on, Carla.
cargo on
I let him
He
back.
let me back on already. He let me back on.
I let him back.
Okay, okay.
your cargo
Yeah,
like
but
Southwest cargo, just like
that's my point.
everybody else, man. You can't
And
run fast
Haiti,
enough. They caught your grandfather, lumped his ass up, man. They bent them.
Pause. Pause. But no,
Man,
we don't have the fake notion that we only come from the victim tribe. That doesn't exist in Haiti. They know that there's different
Listen,
tribes. Or
the whole
there's even a
half of
proverb. There's
Ghana,
even
half of Ghana went to the Caribbean. Man, the
yeah, but
African half of Ghana went to the Caribbean,
That's
man.
why all the Ghanaians, most of the people they pass
I'm
off.
telling you that
Let me say this.
Africans really.
Let me say this, right? I saw this one thing, a TikTok about a couple months ago, and it was like some Ghanaian enthusiast was saying Look at all these African Americans coming to God. I said, these were not no fucking African Americans. They were Caribbeans at best, and Ghanaians Americans that were returned deported.
How do you know, Carla? Like
I
legit
know what
question.
I know what I see in African. I know what I see in African American. I know.
Oh, okay, Carla.
You know, really. They'll say these were fucking not no African
I think
Americans. I can
Can
tell.
you tell by their admixture color when they look a little light skinned
Had that shirt on.
and exotic looking? You know that they're African American.
I mean, Africa was ravaged.
Yo, the tight ass
Africa,
shirt on with the fucking
Africa was ravaged by the slave
Oh, you
trade.
see these little Africans that wear tight shirt, hat collar?
tight ass.
I wear tight shirt collar. I want to show my buff muscles, man.
Yo, I said like these were all fucking Africans. I was like, these were. I say, what is this? There's less than 1,000 African Americans in Ghana. 1,000.
How do you know this, man?
Yeah, I didn't know that color. Where you get that number from?
And also, the diaspora community includes mostly Caribbeans, Guyana, people from Guyana, all these places like that. People actually, Black Americans are like the smallest number, and they number no more than like 500. You know.
That's not true, man.
You just said
You gotta stop
1,000. Now you said 500.
It is true. It is true. It's only like around the total expat population in Ghana is only like 1,500. Out of that is like
That's not true.
600 Black Americans. You know, it's not a lot of Black.
Carla, you gotta stop. You looking at the people with the dashikis and the Timbs. All African Americans don't put dashikis with the Timbs, bro.
That people Ghanaians call African Americans. They call all Westerners African Americans. No, they're actually Jamaicans and other people, Barbados people, and all these other people like that, Canadians. But there's very few Black people from the U.S. You know.
What are you basing that on? I have met people that went to Ghana in Philly and New York
because I deal with Bomani and stuff like that. Most of the people in Bomani go to Ghana are Caribbeans. You know. So.
Nah, they were African Americans. I met African Americans that went to synagogue, bro. There's a whole like from Philly, where there's a big Muslim community. A lot of them go to synagogue, and I meet them.
And so so the bottom line is that most of the people, Black people, settle in Africa, mostly Caribbeans. You got you
do know all African Americans don't wear dashikis and Timbs, right?
Hold up, know why? Because you're talking about people going from one third world country to another. You don't have people don't go from a first world country to a third world. It just doesn't work like that. The Black people in America would go to South Africa because the standard of living and the lifestyle similar because they got the developed country. But you're not going to go in Southern Africa, but you're not going to see a large number of African Americans in West Africa.
Bro, people in America take cruises to the Caribbean all the time. What are you talking about?
Yeah, the cruise.
That's quote unquote third world.
The next day.
Mexico, third world. They go to cartels running all over.
I had a choice of going on a cruise or in September.
Like most African Americans do the Omar Johnson. Omar Johnson went to Ghana. He told the pilot to keep the engine running. Man, he ran in his citizenship on the fucking plane, man. I'm telling you. He told the pilot on the runway, don't even turn the shit off. He ran in, took a picture in Ghana, and hopped the fuck back on the plane back to Philly, man. I'm telling you.
Average African American hours without electricity, right? Get the fuck out of there, And your body, so they get that 6 hour day, but Caribbeans, people like that, they're used to that hour, whatnot, so they'll stick it out. So you have countries in the Caribbean, sometimes they go for days or weeks without electricity, Black Americans, no, can't do that,
Yeah. Like for real, like to go to Africa, you need an African build-up plan. The first time you go for 3 hours. The second time you go for a half a day, right? But to make it through like a week in Africa, you got to be a soldier, man.
Collar a soldier. Collar went there for like a month.
So Collar's a soldier.
Either the parts of Liberia I go to, Monrovia is well lit, electricity's good, running water, we got all that shit. I don't live any place that doesn't. So shower, running water, refrigerator. My house, I had to send my wife money for the gas for the stove. We have the propane. Every stove they don't have central gas, right? So you gotta get the propane tank for the stove, and you just put it outside in the storeroom and run it through the house so you don't look at the propane tanks. Use out of propane to send us money for the propane tank for the stove, But the whole thing is, though, when I go to I live in Liberia, I got all the appliances. I got a refrigerator. I got 2 showers, walk-in showers. I got a brand new customized bed. Living room furniture, everything. The only thing, AC unit, 2 AC units, whatnot. The only thing I do not have is a flat screen TV, which I'm going to buy. And hopefully my fire. I want to figure out if you got a fire stick. I guess you could hook the internet up any place. If I can find out that my fire stick works over there, I probably will never come back to the States, man.
What do you mean, Kyler? What do you mean if it works over there? Of course it works.
I just was so I want to know if it's internet, it works, right? I guess I guess it works.
Yeah, get a VPN connected to it.
Yeah, so like I said, if my Fire Stick works, I might just buy one just for there over there. I got Fire Stick work, and I got my flat screen TV. Man, I'm gonna enjoy myself. That's nothing like that. It's not like watching in Africa. I love being in Africa, being able to watch TV, doing all the minor stuff I do in America. That's when it hits you. The only thing I don't like
They don't
only thing in Liberia.
they don't have African cable.
Yeah, they got cable, but they be playing a lot of Indian movies,
They
Nigerian
got
movies.
DSTV there.
I like that shit, I would not like the Nigerian movies and like that. I want to bring my own shit over there, man.
Nollywood movies are
You want
cool.
that? You want the Tyler Perry movie? You missed your Tyler Perry movie?
I know.
But you hear what happened to Tyler Perry? He got sued for sexual assault on a dude.
Everybody said that we already knew the guy was gay.
Hey, Principe, do you love America?
I've been saying for years. What?
Of course, I respect America. I love America, but America it can't be the only shining city on the mountaintop. You gotta allow other people to rise up too.
Okay, you don't love America.
Of course, no, I do. How I don't love America?
You're not a real American, Principe.
Like 76, man.
Hey, Collar, give him the test. Give him the test, Collar.
What?
Give him the test.
Okay, Principe, are you listening?
Yeah, I'm listening.
All right, now, do you know Mount Rushmore?
Yeah, I know about Mount Rushmore.
Now, when you go up to Mount Rushmore, what do you feel when you see the statue of Mount Rushmore? Do you feel proud? Like, wow, man, I'm in love. These guys are great, man. My fathers, founding fathers, all that. Is that what you feel?
No, but they are the founding fathers of quote unquote America.
Oh, you failed.
Oh, what?
Okay,
So that's a test. Well, how do you feel? How are you supposed to answer?
Next question. Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Okay, do you say it's a tragedy that will happen, or you say fuck those Japs?
It's a tragedy that happened, but they were the aggressors. They were like Chinese or Japanese, whatever, supremacists over there.
No. That's not the issue. You skate the issue.
Yes, they were. They were trying to conquer the other Chinese. They had similar views to like Double H.
Hiroshima was an industrial city, so was Nagasaki. Like 3 million people died with genocide. That's genocide. Do you think Japan deserved that?
No, and yes, they were like Japanese supremacists. If you go follow what they were doing back in the day,
supremacists, man. You know what I'm saying? It's like the United States.
They were the Chinese version of Double H. Nobody talk about
it. Japan, the United States dropped an atomic bomb. That's the one bomb of all bombs, the first ever. The guy who dropped the bomb, he said when he dropped that bomb, the Enola Gay, he said, my God. He just said the pilot. When he looked down upon what he did one night, he said, my God, man, what the hell has mankind come to? The whole world's condemned that Principe, but there's
if you go read the writings of the Japanese and how they view the other Asians.
It does not justify.
No different than Double H.
Like it does not justify dropping an atomic bomb.
Who's the Double H?
That's World War II, Germany.
Well, what does the Double H come from?
I don't want to say his name.
It's not even Double H. It's AH. It's not Double H.
Oh, okay.
It's Adolf Hitler. It's not Hitler.
No, they didn't drop the atomic bomb on Germany. They dropped it on the Japanese.
But millions of people died in Europe.
Yeah, so the bottom line, but nobody died with one bomb that literally wiped out a city with children, civilians, all that.
That was very sad. That's very sad. I can't take that. I sympathize with that.
Americans that basically say, it was good if they had their choice. They'll bomb the whole island. They said we should have blew up the whole island. Wiped it
I
up.
can't relate to that.
Yeah, that was a sentiment in America right then. They said they really want there was Americans. If it had it not been for Roosevelt,
Japan deserved it more than anybody else. They were the only ones stupid enough to attack Pearl Harbor. They were the only ones stupid enough not to surrender when the war was over.
Pearl Harbor.
Elvis is a real American.
Japan was provoked. Everybody, history will tell you, Japan was provoked in that attack. You know why? Because the United States had put an embargo on Japan, right? The United States had provocations. Singapore, the British just built a big naval base in Singapore and whatnot. They were moving into the area. The French were in Saigon. All these places like that. The Dutch was in Indonesia. Japan was like, we're surrounded by all these Western powers. And so, therefore,
that bomb was absolutely necessary.
Okay, yeah. So
that bomb was absolutely necessary. It was karma, man. What Japanese did to the Koreans, they burnt all the libraries. They oppressed the people. They went through Malaysia. They went through Guam, American Samoa. That's why Guam was so happy that Americans came to relieve them, man. Like Japanese was wicked, man.
Yeah, but how about the Thailand and Indonesia sided with the Japanese? Those are countries.
That's a few.
Man, the Japanese got their head split. They got their head split because it deserved to get split, man.
The point was made.
You know what the Japanese did to American soldiers?
Japan is the only country of color that was able to challenge the West for dominance. Because of Japan, all these countries in Southeast Asia said, "Wait a minute, the West can be beaten," and then all these nationalist groups around Asia.
Japan did not beat the West, Colin.
Japan was straight savage mode, man. Japan, the way they used to execute prisoners, from Australia, from America. Come on, Kyla, man.
If it wasn't for Japan, China would.
Man, listen, man.
Liberated. Shanghai would have been liberated. That's what Japan was inspired the nationalists in China and also the communists.
Man.
But they tried to China, bro.
Japan was an Asian bully. Japan was an Asian bully till the ultimate bully showed up, man. Kyla, you seen them Arab motherfuckers talk? Hey, Kyla, you seen them Arab dudes talking shit, and you saw what Trump did? Dropped 3 of them motherfuckers on their heads, man.
Oh, what we do?
I'm telling you, America, America's not to be fucked with, man.
Oh, whatever.
Listen, man, them motherfuckers was in bunkers.
Real American, Kyla.
They ain't in bunkers no more. He sent them. Trump sent them home to Allah, man. For real.
Oh man.
Man, we're kindred spirit, man. 1776.
Man, just enjoy this country, man. Just enjoy whatever God gives you, man. Just enjoy this country, man.
That lost their life.
And be happy, man.
Gaza, Iran.
Okay, quick video on Japan.
Everybody know Kyla love Japan, but there was.
Okay, let's see. War expansion. I love Japan. Only thing I
like a lot of
I knew a lot of Japanese. Don't even go there.
General MacArthur rebuilt Japan.
The coolest fucking people on the fucking planet. The most respectful, honorable people the world's ever seen.
Yeah, I remember the first time I met a Japanese person. I said hi, and they just bowed down in front of me. I was like, "What are y'all doing?"
All right, Japan.
Man, after Japanese, man, they're supremacy.
Who got that? Oh yeah, who got that noise in the background? Wait, okay, that was his video. Okay. Yeah,
okay.
I wish African countries would collaborate with Japan and renovate, modernize their countries, man. You get a couple of them slanted-eyed dudes from Japan, man. They can rebuild West Africa in about a month, man.
Slanted-eyed dudes, that's crazy.
Yeah, man. Japanese barely could see, man. That shit, man. They can't really see. They know how to build. Just build a bunch of machines and shit, man. Japanese, nah. Japanese really don't have no personality. All they do is drink tea and sip soup, man. But they can build shit.
Yeah,
they got
engineers. You like anime? If I was an African president, I give them $1 billion. and have them rebuild my country, man. Huh?
Do you like anime?
You like what?
I said, do you like anime?
Hello?
Wait, can you hear me?
Somebody got noise in the background.
There's a video playing. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, it's a video playing. This is Japan's expansion in World War II. Yeah, Japan was a great country, man. It still is, man. But that World War II, when that, unfortunately, they lost. But it is history is history, you know.
Unfortunately, they lost. What do you mean?
Unfortunately, I wish they would have won. You know, as I tell you the truth, man. You know, I think the
Okay.
United States was. I think the United States was on the wrong side of history, man. You know, the
Are
enemy.
you crazy, Collar? You saying the Nazi was on the right side of history, Collar?
Yeah, that's
the
kind of
enemy
weird.
in World War II was actually Britain and France. You know, it wasn't even Germany.
Wow.
You know. You know, the
So
bottom line.
you think the Axis powers?
The German Luftwaffe was bombing London, man. That's beautiful scenery, man. London burning.
Oh, okay, Colin. Did the Nazis like black people, Colin?
I don't give a fuck if they like black people. You know, I do say this. When Jesse Owens went there, he said he was able to eat in cafes and everything like that. When he went back to America, he said they treated him like shit. He said Germans actually gave him respect, even the Nazis. You know, they gave him respect. He was eating in cafes and whatnot. The German girls were going crazy and whatnot over Jesse Owens and whatnot. But he said he came back to America and whatnot. He said, you know, he said the Germans were like, if I come to America, I'll be your boss and whatnot, because America, they was mocking them because they were like, and also people don't understand something. Hitler said one thing. He said, look, give me some of them black boys. He remembered the Harlem Hellfighters. He said, give me some of them black boys and I'll take over the world.
That's not the black man, but the black boys.
He said, no, he said, well, you know, they said black, that's what they say when they military, they say the boys are coming, you know, that means the soldiers, you know. It wasn't like a put down. He said, give me some of them black boys. That means, you know, the dudes, soldiers, you know, and black boys are coming up one night,
So
you know.
you think the Germans and you know Japan and the Axis powers should have won?
I'd say like this: if anytime anybody, the number one enemy of the black race to me was Britain or the UK, and I'll say the number one racist enemy is the Anglo-Saxon. You know, so anyone's an enemy of the Anglo-Saxon is a friend of mine. You know, so that's the way I see it. That's my survival. I believe that, but the white, the British, and the Anglo-Saxon and the racist element in America, the race, not all Americans, but the racist element in America are my enemies. You know,
Listen, Kyla, you don't even see
Yeah,
race.
you're definitely not a real American, Colin.
Listen, Kyla, most racist white people, and they live so far in the bush like Sasquatch, you don't even see them, man.
That's a bunch of bullshit.
Man, white, like you don't see no.
Man, are you talking about? You live in delusion all you want, man. Because
listen, man,
they don't even want you around. I want to watch this one program. There was one guy I used to debate online. He sounded like you, Sarge, back in the days on Blog Talk Radio, and this guy,
Colin, drop this comment down.
He was an older guy. He was a Vietnam veteran. But this guy sounded the Constitution. Well, I'm American, man. He hated Obama. Like a fucking probably called him a cultural Marxist. That's why I learned the term cultural Marxist. Anyway, one day I'm sitting there going on Block Radio. I turned to Bill Wagner's show, and there's a bunch of fucking right wing racist motherfuckers, right? Sarge goes in there and talk about the Constitution. All of a sudden, Neil was like, "Shut up, nigger." All of a sudden, I was like, "Oh," he goes, "Well, I'm just care about that. You can call me nigger all you want, but I'm a constitutional. I'm a patriot." Blah blah blah. And they're like, "We don't care, Sarge. You stupid nigger. Go someplace." I'm like, "Damn, man. These guys. He's sitting there trying to." You know,
wait, 1776. Were you just laughing about that?
Man, Kyler always got a horror story.
That's sooner or later it's gonna be you, bro. You could go on one of these white channels when that buddying up with them, they're gonna call you a nigga.
This guy's outlandish, man. He always has an Antoine Fisher story, man. Like, damn, man.
No, I'm just telling
Hey,
you.
Kyler, you remember that black girl on Twitter that was trying to it was some MAGA group, and like the white man was upset that another white man tried to let her inside the group. That was so funny.
Oh, you talking about at the rally?
No, it was a Twitter space. It was on a Twitter space.
Oh, I know that happens all the time. Remember Tommy Sotomayor tried to join these motherfuckers? They were like, Tommy, please, we don't want you here. You're black. You know? And I was like, damn, Tommy made a complete fool out of himself.
Hey, Steve.
Yes, sir.
Hey, how much racism do you experience on a day-to-day basis?
Not a lot. That's why I try to tell Kyler.
Yeah. Hey, Elvis, how much racism you experience on a day-to-day basis?
Every day. Elvis dropped off.
Yeah, like
he didn't want to tell the truth.
Like racism, you have to look for it, man.
Fellas, it's been late. It's 4:30, 4 something in the morning. Well, I was answering. I'm going to bed.
Y'all be safe.
Yeah. Well, Elvis,
I meant to unmute myself and I hit the X. I mean, not a lot. I mean, you know. But Colin, how much racism do you? I don't think we are.
I don't experience no racism, but I know there's black people out there experiencing it. So
Kyler, you in the 757. You dealing with YNs, man. Ain't no white person fucking with you in Hampton or Norfolk.
With me one night, but I'm just saying it's out there though. You know.
But you got to man up, man. You got to man up.
I never said
you got to practice your Second Amendment game, man.
I said, look, I never said that I'm in this movement. Never said because of racism. You know, I can't use that charge. I just want something better. I'm a nationalist. You know, I care less.
But you did say it's because of your ancestors past.
I don't care. I don't care if America turns to Disneyland. You know, I want a nation of my own. Simple as that. You know, you can take that how you want it. You know, I said there's nothing you can talk to your blue in the face. All I know is I want a land of my own. I want to see a president looks like me. I want to see a government looks like me. And
seen Obama.
Obama wasn't one of us.
Listen, when Obama won that presidency, everybody was standing out in the cold in D.C. Everybody was crying. Everybody had the American flag. I saw so many little hats. You know, when he got elected, man.
Okay, so Obama was right before social media came. That year, that's when social media started, when he got elected, right? Obama could not survive in this time period of social media.
Everybody was crying. Everybody was happy. We had a black president, man. Like, I can't believe we're in 2025.
That lasted for like 6 months, you know, and everybody's like,
he got reelected, Kyler.
Yeah, no,
the man did 8 years.
Only because the Republican candidate was so weak. Mitt Romney. That's it. You know, I bet Trump would have ran against him in 2012. He would have lost. You know, same like Hillary. But the bottom line, it was somebody weak like Mitt Romney and the vice president. I mean, Congressman, what's he called, Ryan. You know, that was a weak ticket. You know, that's why he won the re-election. You know. So anyway, fellas, everybody else, I'm going to be the live stream. Y'all can stay on and talk if you want to.
Y'all be safe. Have a good one.
All right, man. Y'all stay blessed.